451 Korean New Deal. Qin successfully promoted the success of the Korean Mutiny. Han Sui, who came to power, was obviously a pro-Qin faction. At the same time, he is also a reformist. Zhang Wen convened an urgent cabinet meeting, mainly to deal with a series of possible response situations after the South Korean mutiny. Qin has only opened 2 concessions in South Korea for the time being. But to step back to 1 month later, the name of the concession was changed to Zhu Trading Zone, in order to alleviate the South Korean people's resistance to Qin state. At the same time, the right of garrison needs to consider the timing and enter at an appropriate time. The most important thing is transportation. On land, this concession requires a fast transportation network. In order to meet the needs of Qin's carriage, Qin state needs to help South Korea to build the road quickly. Even the railway. Fortunately, there have been a lot of commercial agreements before. Just follow the agreement. And Zhang Wen also showed some secret clauses appropriately. It was not until this time that the cabinet members determined that the South Korean mutiny was related to the state of Qin. Otherwise, he won't get close to Qin at once. And these cabinet members are not Zhang Wen's cabinet. To a large extent it is still the original minister, such as Ding Wai. These are old officials. However, Zhang Wen didn't change it drastically because he was unfamiliar and for a better transition. Because some of the previous policies and measures of the state of Qin still play a role again. For example, the legal system of Qin state. Under the high pressure of the legal system, some of Qin is in order. Reforms have not yet reached these core issues. Just when Qin state urgently discussed countermeasures. In South Korea, Han Sui is the new king of Han. Begin to issue a series of decrees. First, she sent a request to Qin Go, asking her brother to be replaced. Han wants to come over, because he will be the new Prime Minister of South Korea. And after the appointment was given, he was instructed to form a cabinet. Qin's system advantages and the earth-shaking reforms obviously had a profound impact on Han Sui. She wants to learn from Qin and make Korea stronger. Second, she ordered the former ministers and officials to do business, mainly importing large quantities of goods from Qin, and then reselling them to other countries. South Korea borders almost any country. Natural geographical advantage is the greatest wealth. South Korea's territory is already small and cannot be smaller. The damn thing is that Nanyang was given to Qin before, and the area of South Korea has become much smaller in an instant. This move made all the ministers panicked. They don't understand what this means. In order to win over these ministers, Han Sui also avoided greater chaos after the mutiny in South Korea. Even bloody massacres are new measures adopted. That is to guide these stubborn ministers to do business. I let you earn money, and you pay me taxes. But you can't just let me come here. Finally, she followed Qin's May tax case and ordered South Korea to levy a 1% tax. This tax case is aimed at all Koreans, including those ministers who never pay taxes. In addition, Han Sui also ordered that Zhang Liang, as Qin's diplomatic envoy, could travel between Korea and Qin's grant discretionary power. Awarded the title of doctor. Han Sui also rewarded the soldiers who launched the mutiny. After the reward, it can be a matter of planning an army expansion. With more than 10,000 people, it is possible to control Xinjiang, but to control South Korea, obviously some troops are insufficient. In just a few days, Qin's newspapers swarmed in. A large number of reporters accompanied him. During the period when Han Sui was in Qin, he naturally understood the role of newspapers. For this reason, Han Sui agreed to be interviewed by reporters. At the same time, he also agreed to accept an exclusive interview with women daily. Before being interviewed, she made a living with the idea of creating her own newspaper in Korea. The role of newspapers is obvious. So, she personally wrote to the Prime Minister of Qin, Zhang Wen. She needs Zhang Wen's help to complete printing press, paper and so on. These need to be imported in large quantities from Qin. This is a precedent for the introduction of technology. Widow is very happy for the arrival of this reporter. We have already ordered that reporters can be stationed in Korea. You can report on everything that happens in Korea. Han Xiu waved from the position of Wang. The reporters are sitting in their positions and quickly recording. News interviews were conducted in a side hall of the palace. This is the first press conference in South Korea. The speaker is the first queen in Korean history. Han Xiu readily answered the questions raised by the reporters. At the same time, I tried my best to expound my views. The reporters obviously have a natural affection for this elegant queen. They tried their best to report the positive image of the queen. The queen is dressed in traditional white attire, plus the queen's hair accessories. It seems that this new queen is a lot more elegant. The beauty is beyond description. Car and horse news. The queen talked very freely, just like the Prime Minister of Kin. She repeatedly explained the ally relationship between Kin and South Korea. She has a very good understanding of the changes in Kin, such as phonographs, trains, carriages, and new establishments, state and so on. From these, it can be seen that the Queen is very envious of what happened in Kin. Perhaps these reasons have contributed to the friendship between the two countries. And the Queen is also actively learning the cultural knowledge of Kin. This is a very good signal. Express. The Queen is very welcome to the visit of Prime Minister Kin. It can be seen that the Queen is very happy to hear the news, because she laughed. She is so beautiful. The smile is beautiful, beautiful dot. Flying news. Middle dot 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 middle dot. Then the Queen accepted an exclusive interview with China Women's Daily. Excuse me, the Queen, can you talk about your personal feelings about being a queen? You know, you are the first person to be a queen, and the first person in China. The reporter asked. How to say that, widow? Forget it. Just use me. I feel very happy. At that moment, I feel very relaxed all over. Really? But then I feel that I have a heavy burden. You know, the current situation in Korea is very not to be optimistic. Many of my people cannot eat enough. Thinking of this, I am very sad. I shed tears more than once. I know that I can only help them a little bit. But if I want to change these, I have to give ordinary people unimaginable effort. So, I made up my mind to change these. Han Xiu shed tears as he said. The reporter was very moved, and he also recorded the Queen's tears. Then can you talk about how you will change the status quo of Korean female compatriots? The reporter asked. I plan. Just like this, one question and one answer. In an interview in the past hour, the two of them seemed to be chatting, and the reporter was very impressed with the Queen. She felt that the Queen was showing her unique charm. This kind of charm is also present in the eldest princess of Kin. 452 celebration. After the reporter finished the interview, he began to record the manuscript about the interview. Most of the women's newspapers are female reporters, because only women can understand women. This female reporter obviously admired Han Xiu very much. However, Han Xiu has a lot of temperament. How to find a breakthrough? That is to write from that perspective. How to write? Let this female reporter not be able to write for a long time. The news of the mutiny in South Korea quickly spread to the state of Zhao. At this time, the state of Zhao had no time to take care of it because the Yan army was on a fierce offensive. In just over a dozen years, most of the territory of Yan state has been recovered, and Zhao Jun had 100,000 troops stationed there, and Qi state also had 80,000 troops, but the two armies suffered successive defeats. The casualties were heavy. In particular, Qi Jun actually lost more than 50,000 people, and Zhao Jun couldn't get better there, and the 100,000 army was beaten into skirmishes. Why did this happen all at once? The reason is simple. The combat strength of the coalition forces has fallen sharply, while the strength of the Yan army is gaining momentum. Zhao Jun was short of food and morale was low, and Wang Zhao, despite this, repeatedly asked him to continue the exercise. Therefore, the soldiers complained a lot. In addition, the line of defense is very long and the forces are scattered. Encountered Yan Jun attack. All of a sudden the birds and beasts scattered. All fled back to their home countries. Although Qi Jun had food, he was extremely slack. According to previous thoughts, the Yan army was not for war at all. Before hitting, he ran away all at once. As a result, the whole army is either homesick or happy. They delegated the task of defense to the friendly forces. Being so slack, encountering Yan Jun, he was beaten up all at once. Therefore, more than 50,000 people were killed, which is not wrong. The rest, like Zhao Jun, all fled back as skirmishers. If you don't run away, you'll get shot. That thing can't be saved by the gods. In this way, Yan Jun pursued the victory with victory. 3 divisions, 100,000 armies, chased and killed those skirmishers everywhere. Even female soldiers began to participate in the battle. In contrast, the female soldiers hated Zhao Jun very much. All Zhao Jun caught by the female soldiers was prepared to torture and die repeatedly. Its cruelty even the male soldiers of the Yan army shudder. They all hide far away from the female soldiers. This is an act of revenge. Revenge for Zhao Jun's previous atrocities. Perhaps only in this way can the mind be balanced. Although Yango also established a military police, but they are far behind to maintain the traffic situation. The road is too difficult to follow. To maintain, all the engineers and soldiers of Yan state had to be transferred back to build roads. While building roads, we must maintain the supply of the army. It is conceivable that the gendarme has a heavy burden. Therefore, they simply do not care about the brutality of controlling female soldiers. Qi State's attitude towards the mutiny is non-committal, and what they care about is how to save the current defeat. The same is true of Zaogo. As a result, South Korea's diplomacy has lost 2 powerful opponents, and Chu is worrying about King Chu's patience. Why, like South Korea, has long been afraid of being beaten by Qin. This matter should be seen as the excitement, because Wang Wei only said one sentence. It's interesting that a woman is king. The attitudes of all countries do not matter. This is very good news for Qin state. This is because this will save the state of Qin from taking emergency intervention measures, because if several countries join together to intervene, the state of Qin will have to send troops to help. This situation is the last thing Qin wants to see. But fortunately, Yan state attracted the attention of Zhao and Qi. This makes the remaining 2 countries have no intention to interfere in South Korea's affairs. So far, Korean affairs have been so for the time being. The situation in Qin state was very good. First of all, the main force of the dispatched army has been transferred back. The 1st Division was transferred back first. Then came the 2nd Infantry Division, and the 3rd Infantry Division was stationed at the border. He is completing the change. Organized into 3 brigades, respectively stationed in the current border areas of the state of Qin. The cavalry was the 1st, and the 2nd Brigade was also ordered to be transferred back. The 3rd Brigade was ordered to garrison. But the 3rd Brigade is being upgraded and adapted. Upgraded from brigade to division. He will be stationed at the border as a rapid reaction force. At the same time, Qin Jun paid a large amount of retirement expenses in one go. A large number of soldiers retired from active service on the spot. However, they have no shortage of places to make a living, and security guards who can follow up quickly. Trading companies are recruiting a large number of people, so they turned and became armed men of the security company. Their weapons are becoming more and more advanced. Revolver, shotgun, lever shotgun, etc. These are made of brand new metal bullets. It is more powerful than the previous musket and has more bullets. The demand for guns is stimulating Qin's steel industry, and the shortage of steel in military production has reached an intolerable level. Steel uses forging technology, that is, a piece of iron ingot has to be beaten repeatedly to be tempered into steel. This method can no longer keep up with the huge gun production process. Military factories often cancel orders due to lack of steel, and even take temporary vacations. The demand for steel is getting tighter. The main force of the army is transferred back. The main generals also gathered together temporarily. These frontline generals talked very freely, and they gathered in 2s and 3s to tell their achievements on the battlefield. The staff of the general staff are extremely busy, because it is time to give military merits to these generals. Bronze medals and silver medals have been issued, but the gold medals have not moved. At the same time, in order to improve the sense of honor of the troops. This time a new military flag was specially made. There are tassels and war honor ribbons on it. See on the stream of the battles experienced by the unit. This is an affirmation of the army. It is also a symbol of honor. These military flags will be issued by King Kin himself. The celebration ceremony was held on the morning of August. In the traditional drumbeat, the generals enter their positions. The drums of boom boom caused these generals to return to the battlefield where they were fighting with cold weapons, and the Kin people's martial arts god was once again inspired. Everyone is thinking about the past. The three-way drumming is complete. Zhao Go stepped forward to announce the next thing. Then, King Kin inspired these soldiers with significant military merits. The speech was very brief. Kin is a very pragmatic country. There are not so many unrealistic requirements. Next, it is the award of military merit. King Kin personally gave the first contributor. Wang Jian, Yang Duan, Meng Wu, Wang Ben, Meng Tan, Li Xin and others are not on the military medal. The gold medal has 5 weights, so it feels very heavy. Such a heavy medal. It is the masterpiece of King Kin. In the beginning there were only 2 or 2. King Kin finally forced the change to 5 titles. This refers to the Kin system of 5 liang. The number of military medals awarded this time is 188. Due to the lack of a large amount of evidence, Juban Seoul is under investigation by the General Staff. But time has passed and a large number of prisoners of war have been dispatched to various places. It is extremely difficult to investigate. 453 Conflict. The award of the gold medal is completed. Next is the military flag. The first is the flag of the military. Kin currently has 4 official military types: land, sea, sky, and Marines. 4 services. The design of the 4 military flags was relatively simple at the beginning. For example, the army is the traditional Kin army banner, unique symbol of mysterious bird. The navy has a white background with a black bird symbol in the middle is a sailing anchor, and the sky army has a blue background with a propeller. Shang Wen felt that the heavenly army had realized that the era of piston aircraft had arrived. Actually chose a propeller instead of an airship. The Marine Corps is more special because it is the only service that is fully equipped with the 3 services. As a result, the Marine Corps is very special with crossed guns under its mysterious bird pattern. In the middle is a weird pattern of iron anchors and propellers. And his face is made of brown say. General Qin Wang's flag was awarded to Wang Jian, representing the army, and Li Xin, representing the heavenly army. Zhang Han, on behalf of the navy. Wang Ben represents the Marine Corps. There are streamers on the flags of the army and the Celestial Army. The names of various battles are written on it. The army has the largest number, including the Battle of Guiyang and the battle to annihilate the Huns. There is also the Battle of Helen Mountain and so on. There are 12 articles in total. There is one above the Heavenly Army, the Battle of Helen Mountain. It is a strong proof that the Celestial Army is serving as a logistics transport in Helen Mountain to ensure that the Qin army on the other side attracts the other side. The Navy does not. Zhang Han was suffocating this mentally. Neither did the Marines. Wang Ben thought that he led the reserve to flanking the Yu's army, so he should at least give one. However, the army officers of the General Staff believed that the Marine Corps was formed later. It was impossible to participate in the previous battles, and the identity at the time was an army officer, so refused to add a streamer to the Marine Corps. So far, 2 of the 4 major services have 0 streamers. This makes the faces of these 2 services extremely dull. Although there is one heavenly army, there is only one. Obviously the Celestial Army still wants to get a few more. However, the General Staff, which is controlled by the army, simply ignores the remaining 3 armies. Then came the arms flag and division flag. There are more arms flags, especially the army, divided into cavalry, infantry, artillery, engineer and so on. King Qin thought it was too much, so let Wang Jian grant it himself. There are also many division flags, and Qin has 7 divisions in total. They are the 1st Infantry Division, the 2nd Infantry Division, and the 3rd Infantry Division. This is what I want to adapt the most. Then there were the 5th Cavalry Division, the 6th Infantry Division, the 7th Cavalry Division, and the 100th Special Division. The fourth number is temporarily not used. The 100th number is activated. These flags were awarded by the General Staff. Subsequently, King Qin once again boosted the morale of the Fourth Army. Then the ceremony ended. Waiting for the celebration dinner in the evening, Shang Wen can finally leave. The main generals of the four services have no objection to the medal, but have great objections to the stream of services, especially the Navy and the Marine Corps. There is not a streamer. Without streamers, there would be no military exploits. Zhang Han wanted to find Shang Wen to open up a naval battle, and the Marine Corps wanted to participate in it. But Shang Wen couldn't find it. He had seen such signs a long time ago. Qin's armed forces were busy fighting, and Zhao Jun was not idle either. A team of more than 30 members of Yan Jun chased after more than 100 members of Zhao Jun. They kept shooting in the back. Zhao Jun, who was running slowly ahead, was shot and fell down. This scene has not appeared once. After the Yan Jun regained the capital, he immediately launched a swift pursuit. Yan Jun also began to dismantle part of the team for pursuit. The results of the pursuit are very large. In the beginning, a regiment chased more than 1,000 people, and slowly became a battalion chasing more than 1,000 people. In the back, it became a scene where more than 1,000 people were chasing after each other. As a result, Yan Jun also began to be arrogant. A platoon of people chasing more than 100 people. This is already considered a small number. Shoot. A second Lieutenant Yan Jun ordered the shot. Bang. A soldier stopped and shot. The bullet did not hit, and then you can load the bullet while running. Mother, chase me. The ensign had a saber in one hand and a pistol in the other. Flintlock pistol. More than 30 people are in desperate pursuit. They followed Zhao Jun to a mound, which was typically the best place to ambush. But Yan Junlian's pursuit has become accustomed to Zhao Jun's defeat. They believe that Zhao Jun is impossible, and there is no such thing as an organization to ambush. Charge. Use guns and bayonets to deal with those grandchildren. Lieutenant Yan Jun commanded. Then he rushed out first. It seems that the officers still have the role of taking the lead in demonstrating. Bang, bang. A burst of random gunshots. Their Zhao Jun soldiers jumped out suddenly. The unsuspecting Yan Jun was caught off guard. The Yan Jun soldiers were shot and fell to the ground. Yan Jun, who hadn't reacted yet, immediately faced Zhao Jun's close fight. A lot of the muskets in the hands of the soldiers of the Yan army could not be aimed and fired. There is only one chance to hit, especially this kind of close combat. The ambushing Zhao Jun is obviously not a general generation. They are all veterans of combat experience. Strangely, they just knocked out each other instead of killing each other. Yan Jun, who was knocked down half of the time, was caught off guard, and all the rest were arrested. Li Mu was ordered to clean up the mess. In fact, he already had such a bad premonition in his heart. Especially the recent newspapers reported that Qin Jun helped Yan Jun train soldiers. This vague premonition was accepted, but it was too late, because the frontline army has been defeated. Most of them have already withdrawn from the border of Yan state. Li Mu had no choice but to lead the army to stabilize the Zhao army who had fled in time. From those Zhao Jun's mouths, he learned in detail that Yan Jun's combat power was not much different from Qin Jun's. In private, Zhao Jun actually gave the Yan state new army the title of Little Qin Army. It can be seen that the combat power is extraordinary. Li Mu wanted to know how the Qin army trained such an army in such a short period of time. So he instructed Sima Shang to arrest a group of people for interrogation. He wanted to ask what happened. Kneel down. The Yan Jun ensign pushed in with a disheveled head, but before he could react, he kicked to the ground. Ha! Zhao Gu. He was about to stand up, but then a Zhao Jun general kicked up, and Yan Jun's second lieutenant was kicked to the ground again. Stop it, Li Mu yelled. Obviously General Zhao Jun has grievances. The army of 100,000 was easily defeated. Adding Qi state is an army of 180,000. Even the losers are gone. Such a miserable situation naturally requires revenge. Retreat to me, Li Mu commanded loudly. General. The generals wanted to say something, but Li Mu had already waved his hand to let him go. The generals had no choice but to quit, and Li Mu asked people to bring the prisoners' things in and unfold them. Only Li Mu and Ensign Yan Jun were in the camp. 454 Interrogation. Li Mu walked to the side of Lieutenant Yan Jun to untie the ensign. The second lieutenant looked a little surprised. After Li Mu sat back again, he started talking. "What's your name?" Li Mu asked. "You kill me, I won't say it." The ensign still had a certain spine. "I won't kill you. Do you know who it should be?" Li Mu asked. "I don't know." Seeing Li Mu's kindness, the ensign was unwilling to refuse, so he refused directly. "I am General Zhao Li Mu," Li Mu said slowly. "Ah!" The second lieutenant was startled. You are General Li Li?" the ensign asked in surprise. "This is the general," Li Mu said, looking at the ensign. "Little Yang Xiao, salute Chief Li." He stood still and saluted. The straight military uniform looked very messy and dirty after a fight, but it was still the past. "Why do you salute like this?" Li Mu asked while waving his hand. The reason why Yang Xia saw Li Mu salute was because Li Mu had been rectifying military discipline with iron and blood. This point has long been exaggerated in the newspapers of Qin State. Yanjun soldiers respect such soldiers privately. "Oh, Qin people taught. We all salute like this," Yang Xiao said. "This is really strange," Li Mu said. "Weird things have gone." Yang Xiao seemed to be very kind to Li Mu. "Perhaps this is the appeal of personality charm. I used to dig ginseng with Koreans in Liaodong. I didn't know what happened, so I was arrested," Yang Xiao said cheerfully. "Sit down first," Li Mu motioned. Yang Xiao did not refuse either. "Sit down directly." After that, Li Mu asked. "Later, we were driven to the opposite side of a river. There were all the Qin army there. The entire camp was very large. Later I learned that it was the big camp of the Qin army. It was called Liaoyang Daing. When I arrived, there were already there 7 to 80,000 Yan people. There are also women." Wang Xia paused. Those Qin Jun asked us to undress and take a bath. It's still a hot bath with enough water pipes. You don't know, you don't need to scoop the water. The water will stay automatically. The place is still very clean. Later, let us put on this kind of clothes," patted the clothes and said, "The Qin army there is very strict. There are special places for pooping and peeing. There are special toilets. There is one for each company. People should be sent to clean it regularly. Moreover, in the Qin army base, it must be kept clean and tidy. The chiefs will ask us officers to investigate, supervise the soldiers to take a bath with 2 sets of clothes for each person. They must also be kept clean at all times." Yang Xiao said. Li Mu was surprised, because of many things. He couldn't understand it, but he didn't want to interrupt. "What's more, Qin Jun's cafeteria, the food there is buffet style, with meat or beef. There are also fruits. It is absolutely enough. You can eat whatever you want with your belly open. I will eat everything on the first day I went there. I can't walk anymore." I thought at that time, I knew I was caught eating meat. I came early. Yang Xiao said happily. "By the way, sir, you eat meat." With that, Yang Xiao took out a can of canned food from what he had brought in. Qin himself did not adopt this food on a large scale because the main war ended. The army cut its funding again. Therefore, canned food did not go to the army. Instead, it was Yan Jun and the security company personnel who used it first. This kind of iron box made of tin plate was quickly used on food. A butcher shop in Qin State was the first to use it, and an unknown student in Qin State invented this tin plating. Use tin sulfate to plate a layer of tin on the surface of the iron sheet. Then it is stamped into a can with a hydraulic press, filled with food, and then stamped and sealed with a hydraulic press. After experimentation, he found that such food can be stored for up to 3 months. Meat is difficult to preserve in summer. Must be killed now. It is also after the emergence of this kind of food that the fresh keeping period of the food suddenly increased to a long time. In order to maintain combat power, Yango purchased a large amount of such food. With large orders, food factories began to appear on a large scale. This is a milestone in the history of food. Because of the emergence of canned food, food can be left for a long time. I saw that Yang Xiao skillfully opened the can with a can opener and took out the beef with a small spoon. A certain amount of condiment is added to the canned beef. Most of these condiments are obtained from newly occupied territories. Otherwise the taste is not good. Yang Xiao put it in front of Lemus Case like he was entertaining, and then took out a biscuit covered in wax paper. This kind of biscuit is a soda cracker. Kingo discovered baking soda in the process of exploring the preparation of sodium carbonate. But Kingo called him Xiaojian noodles, or fluffy base. Shangwin was able to make soda for Yinu because of the appearance of baking soda. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to control it himself. Eat. You are welcome, Yang Xiao said while drinking his tin-plated iron kettle. Li Mu watched Yang Xiao use those unknown things like a trick. These are all obtained from the kin state. These cans can be stored for a long time, and I have sent a few to my father. Unfortunately, my father doesn't know how to open it. Yang Xiao looked at Li Mu. Move, he said. This is beef and fruit. But that stuff is all glass and very expensive. Those of us who are petty officials rarely have that stuff. However, the canned fruit is very sweet. Yang Xiao said. What else? Li Mu couldn't help asking. Also, there are more to go. Yang Xiao said. Qin Jun pays back when he is a soldier. We pay the army salary. We also pay, but no one has more. Yang Xiao said. When Li Mu heard this, he was very shocked. What did you say? Li Mu asked uncertainly. We pay military pay. People kin state pays military pay. We also pay. Moreover, soldiers, non-commissioned officers, and officers have different military pay. Yang Xiao said. A second lieutenant like me gives less. Those experienced non-commissioned officers, the chief sergeant, are more than us, especially the chief sergeant. They give as much as our chief. Yang Xiao said. Then why did you become an officer? Li Mu asked. I knew Braille and passed the preliminary examination before I was selected to become an officer. Otherwise, I'm a stupid soldier. Yang Xiao said. In this way, Yang Xiao recounted his experience of training in the Qin army barracks. Li Mu also listened carefully. When he heard what he didn't understand, he took the initiative to inquire. And Yang Xiao seemed to be bluffing in the army. He kept saying what Li Mu wanted to hear most. And Li Mu slowly revealed the specific situation of Qin's current army. In his mind, it began to slowly emerge. 455 Please take captive as instructor. The conversation between Li Mu and Yang Xiao lasted an entire afternoon. Yang Xiao also unreservedly told what he saw and heard. Even the captain's hobby, the female soldier's pungency, have been spoken out. This naturally includes how the Qin army trains the new army of the state of Yan. The method allowed Li Mu to open his eyes. It was learned from Yang Xiao's conversation that Qin state had set up a new army in order to quickly train Yan state. Established a military school, a non-commissioned school. The officers and non-commissioned officers of the Qin army were delegated to the soldiers of the state of Yan as temporary instructors. The officer is responsible for the training of all soldiers. Non-commissioned officers conduct specific training projects. The backbone of the army is the officers who graduated from these military academies. The non-commissioned officer wraps the backbone like the muscles of the human body. And those ordinary soldiers are like the fleshy skin of a human body. In this way, they are organized one after another. The Yan army can quickly form combat effectiveness. I learned from Yang Xiao Middle School that the Qin army also issued a soldier's manual, an officer's manual, and a tactical manual. These manuals are required courses for military officers. And how do those soldiers train? Both are in the manual. Among the materials seized, there was only one soldier's manual. Nothing else was seen. At the same time, Li Mu also learned that the Qin army adopted a new organization: squad, platoon, company, battalion, regiment, brigade, and division. And the division is very detailed. Each stage is accompanied by a non-commissioned officer. Non-commissioned officers are experienced veterans. In this way, the backbone is difficult to be broken up. In addition, there is a detailed military rank system. For example, soldiers are divided into private and second-class soldiers. and non-commissioned officers include corporal, sergeant, and sergeant. Sergeant majors also have first class, second class, and so on. The division of officers is unusually detailed. Lieutenant officer, school officer, general officer. These sound. They are all unprecedented new tricks. Not only that, from Yangtze Middle School, he also learned of an organization that made him very interested, staff. This is a group of middle and lower level officers organized to provide marching routes for higher ranking officers, logistics supplies. So much so that they are present in the battlefield plans. This is also the reason why Zhao Jun deliberately ambushed but failed at the beginning. After finishing the conversation with Yang Xiao, Li Mu summarized what he heard from these conversations. It was night now. Li Mu can't sleep. He sighed a lot. The reason why Yan State was able to change so much all at once. It was all thanks to Qin's help. Li Mu is not clear about the connection between the two. But one thing is very clear, that is, Qin's strength has far surpassed Zhao's. Even if there is a general like himself, it is also difficult to resist a country with huge strength like Qin. If the Prime Minister of Qin really said that Qin will not come out in a few years, then when the time comes, all the 6 nations will unite, and I am afraid that it will not be Qin's opponent. This is a huge gap in strength. This gap can no longer be filled by a famous player. If Li Mu wants the army to keep up with the Qin army, he must have a strong support. However, this is precisely Zhao Jun's current shortcoming. It is impossible for Zhao State to have the strength of Qin State. If you can't keep up as soon as possible. Weapons and equipment can be repeatedly pleaded with Zhao Wang to solve it. But the training of soldiers must also be planned in advance. Thought of this, Li Mu decided what must be changed. Think about it. Li Mu came up with a bold decision. Please captives as instructors. So Li Mu gave the order overnight. Capture more Yanjun officers and non-commissioned officers alive. Let those officers. The non-commissioned officer used the training obtained from the Qin State on Zhao Jun to quell dissatisfaction in the army. Li Mu personally convinced the dissatisfied generals in the military account. Before, when I interrogated the prisoners, I learned that the reason why the Yan Jun increased his combat power so quickly, it was all by the Qin Jun. Li Mu said slowly, damn it, Qingu. The generals scolded angrily, and Li Mu just stretched out his hand to signal, we lost. But we really deserve to lose. This is what the captive said. It would have been sorted out. Let's take a look, Li Mu said, picking up a roll of bamboo slips and handing it to a general. The Qin army has different military academies, officers, and non-commissioned officers. Is their combat power only those sharp weapons? I am afraid not. The combat power depends on people in the end. The Qin army's training methods and the experience of organizing the army are worth learning. The generals below listened and watched. They were very shocked after seeing it. As a result, Yan Jun really has something to do with others. Although General Zhao Jun was not convinced, he had to admit this fact in his heart. In such a short time, the combat power has increased so much. Can it be said that it depends on weapons? Obviously this is untenable, and the Qin Juns set, all present, including the general, don't know. Therefore, the general decided, ask those prisoners to serve as instructors for Zhao Jun. The words came out. General Zhao Jun was in an uproar. Isn't this a joke? Please take the captives as our instructors. What is this? The generals began to complain. Please captives as instructors. No one has done this before. What kind of instructor should the captive be? To be an instructor, why are you a prisoner? Shut up all to me. These captives are our ambush. Can we defeat them head-on? Li Mu asked loudly. Everyone shut up. What Yan Jun has learned is from the experience of Qin Jun. It is extremely valuable. Why don't we learn from it? This order will be issued to the entire army. Everyone must not defy. Li Mu commanded loudly. The general will also inform the position in advance. If anyone dares to make things difficult for the instructor, he will not be forgiving. Li Mu said firmly. Here, the generals stood up and listened to the order. Go down. Li Mu waved his hand. The generals withdrew. Although they complained, they had to ask the captives to be their instructors, and it must be respectful. In this way, Zhao Jun began the military reform of his army, and their learning materials came from the Yan army prisoners who wore alien uniforms. This has to be considered a pioneering move. This also shows Li Me's determination to keep up with the pace of the military era. He will boldly carry out military reforms with this determination. It's not just training. There are weapons, systems and so on. These are all obtained from Qin Jun. Advanced things sometimes spread like this. In this way, Zhao Ge obtained the opportunity to keep up with the times. Zhao Jun was busy catching the captives by himself, and after catching the captives, he asked them to be instructors for himself. On the other hand, South Korea is engaged in a tense negotiation. Since Han Shu's mutiny, South Korean ministers have felt that it is inappropriate to let a woman be king. So he secretly discussed to force him to step down. It happened that Han Shu ordered the nation to collect taxes in accordance with Qin's May tax case. The difference is that Mrs. Han adjusted the tax rate. 1% has become 10%. This suddenly aroused the dissatisfaction of the ministers, because they never had to pay taxes before. Now even they have to pay, which is really unreasonable. 456 Beyond the Golden Gate. Faced with protests from the ministers, Han Shu took control of the military. Through military power, no concessions at all. She even thought of a bloody way to suppress the minister. But the current situation, South Korea has just gone through a mutiny. If there is another bloody massacre, the situation in South Korea will be out of control. And this, Han Shu dare not touch. So Han Shu has retreated to advance. Ignore the opposition of those ministers for the time being. He needs an assistant, and his brother Hanf should have an idea. She needs to wait for Qin to release Hanf back to China. Shang Wen soon received a letter from Han Shu. Shang Wen thought it was possible. After all, even if Hanf was in Qin, his heart had already gone to South Korea. Instead of spending like this, let him go out to sea and see. So Shang Wen went into the palace immediately, begging Wang to let Hanf go. King Qin's attitude is that Hanf is an individual talent, must not be put. However, Shang Wen came up with a reason for release. Although Hanf has great talents, he is a great theoretical talent. These theories have not been verified. If you put him in South Korea for a try, we will take it back. If it is not good, we will discard it. What if South Korea rises due to this? King Qin asked worriedly. Han is the land of the 4 world wars. Without the support of Qin, it would be difficult to support. Now, coupled with the economic power of Qin is infiltrating the land of the 4 world wars. It is also a land of change. There is no such trade as Qin. As a big country, South Korea is difficult to develop. Then Shang Wen explained in detail. Qin is now a big trade export country, and a large amount of industrial products are exported to the 6 countries of Kanto in exchange for a large amount of gold and silver. This is the gold and silver stock in the 6 countries. Gold and silver are exchanged for paper money, which pinches the currency all the way. The export of trade and industrial products has greatly impacted the markets of the 6 countries, and at the same time, Qin has imported a single raw material. In particular, the properties of different countries are different, stimulated by futures trading. A large amount of raw materials enter the Qin state. So again and again, the economy must be single. The Qin kingdom is in the upper reaches. As long as it is unhappy, the 6 kingdoms will tremble. Shang Wen didn't say this idea to King Qin over and over again. King Qin also knew, but King Qin was still considering national security. But Shang Wen insisted, so he let Shang Wen go and do it. Hanf just let it go. Shang Wen did not notify him personally, but asked Zhang Liang to send him back to South Korea. In this way, Hanf returned to his homeland again. This matter has come to an end. In the remote western regions, the Brigadier General of the 3rd Brigade of the Qin's 3rd Division was telling a major secret to a Wenyang security guard. The price of this secret is 200 gold. The supervisor bought the news from the Brigadier General with 200 gold. This news is very tempting. As early as when this army was actively preparing a large amount of materials to attack Lulan, the gateway to the southern borders of the western regions, but suddenly received the order, The war is over. All troops are on standby. The soldiers were in an uproar. They finally changed their horses to camels, and when everything was ready, they suddenly ordered not to fight. What a thing! Then the order flew like snowflakes. Defensive rest and reorganization, reporting meritorious personnel, awarding honors, disarmament and reorganization, withdrawal and so on. Many veterans were retired by distributing large amounts of money and material at once. These people find jobs on the spot. Clear one's armed personnel. They changed into a large number of advanced weapons and equipment. And these people began to attack Lulan. But this is only limited to the periphery, and what they capture is only the population. The core of this news has not been discovered yet. The 3rd Brigade that was reorganized on the spot did not give up its plan to attack Lulan. He began to send personnel to actively participate in hunting operations, or go to southern Xinjiang alone for investigation. This secret is the result of investigation. A reconnaissance attack to Lulan tribe. There, the soldiers robbed a large amount of gold jewelry. When the leading officer came back to write the investigation report, he mentioned this situation. The brigade commander discovered the secret like an electric shock. Gold. Why is there a lot of gold? The brigade commander gave full play to his imagination. It is very likely that the local area is rich in gold. There are a lot of gold mines in the area. Otherwise, there will not be a lot of gold jewelry. So the brigade commander began to actively send a large number of investigators to verify the situation. Most of the teams sent out have seized gold jewelry. The guess is correct. The brigade commander was overjoyed. But then he was sad again, after Qin withdrew again. In order to prevent foreign soldiers from rebelling, especially in the era when there is no wireless sky and telephone. Such worries are normal. To this end, Wang Jian and Shang Wen formulated a set of preventive measures against foreign soldiers. The troops stationed abroad will be stationed for 2 years and will be rotated every 2 years. Regarding the use of forces, it is considered a border area. Therefore, it is stipulated that a brigade has an active attack force of 2,000, and when it is attacked again, it can use all its troops. At the same time, the local garrison established 2 lines. One is the line of retreat. If you cross this line, it is a rebellion. But if you cross the border, it is an offense. And the principle is, only advance and not retreat. To some extent, this controlled the possibility of foreign soldiers' rebellion. At the same time, it also gave foreign soldiers a certain amount of room for combat. However, the military strength has been strictly limited. After all, the mission of the garrison is defense, not offense. Giving you an offensive force limit of 2,000 people does not restrict you from taking active defensive measures. It is precisely because of this. The brigade commander was sad. 2,000 people simply cannot win the gold mine of a country. He needs troops. At least 5,000 people is enough. It's like a door. There is gold on the other side of the door, and Qin Jun was just outside the Golden Gate at this time. Qin's commerce is becoming more and more developed. The demand for gold in exchange for banknotes is also increasing. After all, the basis for issuing banknotes is gold. The allure of gold is very big. The news came out. The supervisor immediately reported to his supervisor. As the news spread, the local armed personnel who took the initiative to go out hunting even spread an astonishing news. They unexpectedly discovered that the jewelry on a tribal woman was made of jade. A large amount of jade was also found in their tribe. Jade is not much worse than gold. Especially the ancients had a habit of wearing jade. The decorative effect of jade is also very large. As soon as the news spread, suddenly a large number of armed personnel were stimulated to enter. As the armed personnel actively expand the results, the secret of gold gradually began to surface. The treasure land of southern Xinjiang began to unveil her mystery, show her attractive posture. Ever since, the western border of Qin state began to spread a wave of gold fever, and this news was quickly communicated layer by layer. And it has reached Yinya's hands. 457 War commercialization. When Yinya received this report, her mind was blank, and she suddenly felt that she didn't know what to do. Gold. Banks especially need a lot of gold, especially after futures trading began to trade large amounts of gold. There is also a great need for gold. Yin didn't know what to do, so immediately went to Shang Wen to solve this problem. She wanted to hear how Shang Wen made up his mind. After all, Yin is still just a little girl after all. When facing such a big problem, more needs someone to help her make up her mind. Shang Wen is solving the problem of geographic surveying. After the last Shang Wen lecture, a large number of surveying and mapping personnel began to use sextants to conduct field surveys. The measurement of the meridian, that is, the measurement of the meridian. There is also a measurement of latitude. Longitude and latitude have begun to be accepted, because people have indeed found new references. The problem now is that measurement requires a lot of field data. Shouldn't Zheng Fu give the money to help them complete the measurement work? Taking into account the accuracy of the acquisition of land, Shang Wen decided to spend 2,000 gold special funds to complete this work. Shang Wen was signing the appropriation order. Yin still kicked in. Pop. Yin closed the door all of a sudden, and walked over. What's the matter? Shang Wen put down his pen and asked. Look at this. As she said, Yin took out a manuscript from her woman's purse and handed it to Shang Wen. Shang Wen looked at Yin and then opened it. What? Did you find gold? Shang Wen stood up all at once. Yes, that's what the report says. And many people already have a lot of gold jewelry. These are. As she spoke, Yin took out some real objects from her purse. Shang Wen picked it up and took a look. The gold's quality is still good. Seeing that the local mining has a certain foundation, otherwise it will not be made into gold jewelry. We haven't controlled these places yet, Shang Wen asked. Yin nodded. Oh, my goodness, Shang Wen shouted. Don't be God, Earth. I want to ask, what should I do? Yin asked. What to do? You know very well, Shang Wen said indifferently. Shang Wen's sigh was actually surprised by what happened later. If this news is released, it will attract a large group of people to emigrate, just like the gold rush in the United States. Immigration, gold panning, get rich and so on. The reason why I control the circulation of banknotes is simple. It's gold. Although Qin State has a large amount of gold reserves, it does not have a place to produce gold. As far as Shang Wen currently knows, there are only two places. One is Qi State, and the other is the latest discovery in Yan State. There is no such place in Qin State. Discovering gold means mastering the right to speak in the issuance of banknotes. Yin knew very well that she opened a bank. She understands what it means. What I want to ask is, how do I get it? There are deserts, a lot of tribes, and even cities. My people can deal with the tribes of Qiang people. After all, they have few people, but they can deal with such a large number of tribes. People. Our manpower is really too few. And what if the war fails? Yin said, waving his arms. On the contrary, Shang Wen sat down very relaxedly and watched Yin's excitement. But Yin is really bold. She has decided to use the means of war to obtain the gold mine. This is really not easy. The current state of Qin has commercialized the war. Active small-scale attacks, expelling, and hunting of those minorities are in fact a manifestation of the commercialization of war. It just doesn't look so intense. But Yin now dares to openly demand war against Lulan and other small countries in southern Xinjiang for gold. This means that the right to fight was immediately transferred to the hands of these businessmen. Merchants have armed forces in their hands, and in order to seek greater benefits, they are actively attacking small countries. Warmongers. They are selling war to these small countries. The power of capital has begun to emerge. The country will provide you with armed backing. Shang Wen said slowly. Backing. Ying Yu said. Yes, backing. You have seen the situation of Qin country so far. The finances are very bad. Many places are using money. Zheng Fu is now planning to spend every sum of money. If there is another war, if this is the case, it is estimated that my prime minister will not be able to continue the fight. The size of the army used is strictly controlled under one brigade. This is the backing of force, Shang Wen said helplessly. In fact, this means that the military can dispatch at most one brigade. Nothing else. How to fight is all your business. Are you going to come out with this army? Yin had obviously divided Shangwen. Yes, only so many soldiers can be dispatched. Moreover, the security of the border area must be ensured. Although there is still a large blank there, there are only a small number of immigrants there. But their duty is to protect the safety of immigrants. Otherwise, immigration cannot proceed. Now, Shangwen explained. Actually, I have a suggestion, Shangwen said. What advice? Yinu asked. You can issue stocks or bonds. I read the newspapers. At present, only your military factory is listed. Your bank and trading company are not among them. Why don't you go public and announce this news? People will join in. People will join in for gold. It is possible that they will join voluntarily if they are hot-headed. And if you have a lot of capital, you will take the lead. There is no problem in gathering more than 10,000 people. There may be other security and trade if the company participates. You can also call on them to participate. You can lay down these countries, share them according to the prearranged plan. As for the gold mines, you lay the land. You can sell the land that you don't have to Zhengfu, and we will pay for it. You occupy the gold mine that you occupy. As long as you pay a certain fee, we will issue you a mining license. What do you think of this? Shangwen suggested. How? I'm busy, and you didn't move anything, so you profited from such a large piece of land. You villain. As she spoke, Yin squeezed Shangwen's ears and cursed. It hurts. This is for the benefit of the country. For the country, Shangwen shouted. For the country. For the country? Never thought of me. Yingyu said angrily. Why haven't I thought about it? Think about it, your business is so big. If it weren't for me to provide you with policy support, can you get such a big profit? Moreover, this is a huge profit from war. The right to war is for the country. This era, what right to go to war? It's just that the teacher is famous. But when dealing with the small countries of the western regions, the languages are different. So what right to go to war? 458 pressure cooker. Yes, Yin said thoughtfully. This is indeed the case. Not only does Shangwen listen to himself in advance of policy analysis, he also teaches himself how to do it. If you do it yourself, you can't think of these at all. Thinking of this, Yin suddenly said thank you. And Shangwen was busy again at this time. What did you say? Shangwen was busy signing the order but didn't hear what Yin said. Oh, nothing. Yingyu said quickly. Oh, Shangwen said after getting a reply. Right. This is a sum of 100,000 gold. It is used to purchase your deposit in the area south of the Kilian Mountains. We will calculate the rest after the measurement. What do you think? Shangwen said and took out a copy of the land purchase document was handed to Yinu. Oh, you figure it out. You do it. I believe you, Yin said. That's good, Shangwen said. Then I'll go first. Yin was thinking of one thing at this time, that is, it is time to make up for this idiot. Yingyu saw that Shangwen was much thinner. Shangwen bowed his head and continued to work. Hey, Maya, what do you think is the most replenishing body? Yinu asked the maid next to him. This, princess, this. Maya hesitated. Oh. You are about to dying of my urgency. Say it quickly, Yin said anxiously. I think it's better to cook chicken soup. Chicken soup tastes the most delicious. Fish soup is too fishy. So is the sheep soup, Maya said. Okay, don't talk about it, it's chicken soup. My principal is going to cook the chicken soup himself. Yin stood up excitedly and said. Ah, Maya cried out in surprise. Subsequently, the blood was splashed everywhere in the palace garden where Yin lived. People who didn't know thought that there was a serious fight here, but Yin was actually killing chickens. Yingyu, who had been trained to kill the enemy, knew that there were so many rules for killing chickens, and even ordered someone to catch a chicken and chop off his head with a sword. That's not counting. With the rise of Yinu play, he even released the chicken and showed off his swordsmanship. The slain chicken flees. After the stabbing, chicken feathers splashed with blood. And Maya looked helplessly. This is not killing chickens. Although Maya persuaded several times. But Yin has decided. Looking at the dead chickens flying all over the floor, Maya finally persuaded her. Princess, chickens are not killed like that, Maya said. Ah, Yingyu cried out blankly. Fortunately, Mei did this when she was a child, so she took a knife to demonstrate. But Yin only glanced at it and said, "Killing a chicken is so troublesome." Helpless. Had to let Mei do it for her. After the chicken is processed, Yin actually grabbed the chicken and put it in a clay pot. "Princess, what is this for?" Mei asked in a low voice. "Soup. Isn't it like that? Put it on the fire and cook it?" Yin asked. Mei wanted to laugh but couldn't laugh. In the end, Mei demonstrated it once, and Yin realized that boiling soup turned out to be so difficult. But thinking of Shang Wen's increasingly thin body, Yin felt that something should be done. After a lot of hard work, although many of the ingredients were not made by herself, she still watched the soup in person. This time is very long. Yin himself felt that there were 2 hours. Boom. Yin kicked Shang Wen's door open. "It's all so late. If you go back late, the palace gate will be closed." Shang Wen continued to deal with the official document and said, "Hey, see what I did for you. I cooked the chicken soup myself," Yin said, holding the food box. "Oh." Shang Wen quickly waved the pen in his hand and said, "He has to deal with some matters in advance, and these foods must be prepared before he visits South Korea, especially road issues. If Gin and South Korea want to maintain good trade, road issues must be resolved first. Let's taste it. It's still hot now. It won't taste good when it gets cold," Yin said personally to Shang Wen. Shang Wen put down the pen in his hand and stood up. "Chicken soup?" Shang Wen asked questioningly. "Yeah, how?" Surprise. Unexpectedly, the eldest princess of Daekin will cook chicken soup too, Ying said happily. "I am a vegetarian now," Shang Wen said. "What do you pay attention to?" Yin didn't understand what Shang Wen said. "I don't eat meat," Shang Wen said. "What?" Ying asked. "I don't eat meat. When I went to the north for the first time, the battlefield was too bloody. At that time I didn't stop eating meat," Shang Wen said. "What? You said you don't eat meat? I wasted so much effort," Yin said angrily. "You know that people kill chickens and add soup and ingredients for the soup. I also specially added ginseng for you. What I want is for you to replenish your body," Yin said anxiously. What Shang Wen wanted to say, but Ying said, "For you, a whitey-eyed wolf, I have waited patiently for 2 hours," Yin said complainingly. "Ah, then, thank you so much." "Can't I drink it?" Shang Wen said, trying to pick up the bowl. As a result, Yin took the lead. Drank you to death." Sprinkle all the soup on Shang Wen as he said. "Now you are satisfied," Shang Wen said. "Huh?" Ying said angrily. Shang Wen shrugged helplessly. "You don't eat meat, and don't say a word. The victim has spent more than 2 hours for you." Yin felt very wronged when she thought of her painstaking efforts. "I finally boiled chicken soup for this whitey-eyed wolf to drink. Did not expect." "Don't even eat meat." I'm furious. "It won't take so long to cook chicken soup. I remember people can do it in 1 or 2 hours with a pressure cooker." Shang Wen asked suspiciously. Ying pointed at Shang Wen's head with her finger and said, "You whitey-eyed wolf." After speaking, he walked out the door. "Does it really take that long?" Shang Wen asked. Boom. Yin kicked the door again. He picked up the chicken soup and put it in the food box and walked out. "Don't you drink the chicken soup I made myself." Someone drank it. When Yin went out, he thought that the whitey-eyed wolf could not be cheap. "Since this idiot doesn't drink, it is better to dedicate it to your father." Yin has never been a good loser. "Hey," Shang Wen sighed as Yin looked out. "Oh, I remember." "At this time, what kind of pressure cooker is there?" Shang Wen said, patting his head. Shang Wen came to realize that Yin was making such a fuss. Then Shang Wen hurried to the design drawings. Shang Wen went to Wen Yang Arsenal in person. There are stamping machines and various materials. The pressure cooker appeared in the 17th century, and Shang Wen felt that according to Qin's current level, this pressure cooker should be able to appear. Why didn't that appear? Is there no need for someone to cook soup? Or why? Shang Wen thought in the car. 459 Proof of atmospheric pressure. The principle of the pressure cooker is very simple for Shang Wen. But for Qin, who has just established an education and research system. This is still an unknown mystery, and it takes a process to find out. For example, this problem was discovered by Captain Ma Zedong, who was involved in meteorological observations, but he could not explain this phenomenon. Of course Shang Wen knew what was going on. The pressure cooker is composed of a pot body, a pot cover, a fusible sheet, a vent hole, a safety valve, a sealing rubber ring, and other new forms of venting channels. But now, steel materials are very in short supply. Don't say it's making a pot. Thinking of this, Shang Wen explained why it could not be popularized. The generation of new materials requires a time process. The priority level is also different. These Shang Wens are temporarily out of control, so they are manufactured. Steel has become an important material for high pressure. Some key things Shang Wen all use steel instead, such as vent holes. The pressure cooker requires a locking mechanism. This structure can be used on guns, but the emergence of thread cutters can solve this problem for Shang Wen. The pot body is made by stamping instead of handcrafting. Before the Qin State Arms factory appeared an iron helmet which was stamped from a whole iron plate to block bullets. But the individual equipment is already very high, equipped with iron helmet. Obviously it is not worthwhile. Ever since was abandoned. The production mold was changed to a production iron pot. Casting iron pots consumes coal abnormally. The price of coal needs to be shipped from the far north. Therefore, Kingo began to use medium-sized stamping pots. The pressure cooker is finished. The workers don't understand what this thing is used for. Shang Wen didn't want to explain, so he did an experiment himself. Cook the meat. The same weight, the same water, the same fire. It takes a short time to open that pot. Don't guess the result. The pressure cooker naturally wins. What is this? King Qin asked, putting down the evening paper in his hand. Zhao Gao gently put down the end plate in his hand and replied, "My lord, this is the chicken soup sent by the princess. Her Royal Highness made it personally." Zhao Gao said, "Oh, you will cook the soup too. The widow will taste it." Then, King Qin put down the newspaper in his hand, and the current King Qin handed over most of the things to Shang Wen, and he can only check it at any time. With the emergence of newspapers, a certain degree of transparency began to appear in politics. Every time King Qin read the newspaper, it was actually equivalent to understanding all aspects of Qin. Decentralization must be under certain monitoring before King Qin dared to do so. King Qin took a sip of the jade spoon. "My lord, how is it?" Zhao Gao asked in a low voice. King Qin swallowed more painfully. "The heat is almost too late," King Qin said. "In fact, Yinu puts too much salt." After Mia put the condiments, she got out the salt in advance. However, Yinu saw that there was too little salt, so she added another spoonful, and it's a large spoonful. Everyone wants to try, but Yinu thinks it's done, so he directly took it to Shang Wen. Shang Wen didn't move. Then send it to King Qin. Only King Qin suffered. However, as a father, he is naturally happy for his children to be able to cook soup and filial piety. Even if there is something wrong, naturally he will not say. Yingyu, who was eavesdropping outside the window, whispered, "That's not right. I have been boiled for more than 2 hours, and it should be up to the fire." The principle of the pressure cooker is very simple, because the boiling point of water is affected by the air pressure. The higher the pressure, the higher the boiling point. On the mountains and plateaus, the pressure is less than 1 atmosphere, and water can boil at less than 100 C. Eggs are made in ordinary pots. The utensils are not cooked. When the pressure is greater than 1 atmosphere, the water will boil at a temperature higher than 100 degrees Celsius. The pressure cooker commonly used is designed by using this principle. The pressure cooker seals the water quite tightly, and the water is heated. The water vapor produced by evaporation cannot diffuse into the air, but can only be kept in the pressure cooker, which makes the pressure inside the pressure cooker higher than 1 atmosphere, and also makes the water boil when it is higher than 100 C, so that high temperature and high pressure are formed inside the pressure cooker. It's easy to cook the rice quickly in a good environment. Of course, the pressure in the pressure cooker will not be unlimited, or it will become a bomb. Shang Wen explained to everyone. This is called atmospheric pressure, so powerful. The workers exclaimed. Atmospheric pressure exists naturally, not human. Shang Wen explained patiently. Oh. Everyone nodded. Seeing everyone still seems to understand, Shang Wen believes that it seems that Qin's physics is in urgent need of strides. Otherwise, if you can't even recognize the atmospheric pressure, then the following experiments will not be done at all. Because it is this pressurization and decompression that gives chemistry a test method to extract a large amount of chemical industrial products from petroleum and coal. Many of these industrial products are necessary for weapons. There are many experiments that prove the atmospheric pressure. For example, the most famous one is the Mardibao hemisphere experiment. There is also the Torricelli experiment. This experiment measured the value of atmospheric pressure. Shang Wen decided to follow the example of Mayor Mardibao and openly conduct this experiment. Shang Wen drew a drawing and asked the workers to make it. At the same time, Shang Wen asked about the pumping device. The answer is yes, because many places have begun to use pumps. It has been used on the train. It's just that people don't know the principle. After understanding this situation, Shang Wen decided to make it himself. The rubbering was used in the Mardibao experiment. Shang Wen does not have such materials. Shang Wen has experimented with various sealing materials. Most of Qin's sealing materials are graphite, steel ring or other materials. The most expensive material is undoubtedly resin, which contains a lot of rosin. At the same time, there are also animal gelatin extracted from animal bones, that is, capsules. In order to do this experiment, Shang Wen had to use a mixture of resin and gelatin. Because the experiment failed anyway, Shang Wen especially uses leather as the sealing material. Two 13-inch copper balls are filled with water under a special seal and merged together. Then pump the water out to make it a vacuum. Then let Ma do it. However, it is early morning. It is impossible for everyone to see it. As a last resort, Shang Wen could only open the pumping place. Return to normal values. Without an audience, meaning is lost. But Shang Wen decided this experiment will be carried out. Tomorrow afternoon, Shang Wen notified the major newspapers of the news. The newspaper office has dedicated personnel on duty. They are in charge of the morning paper, because every day when the big clock points to 6, the newspaper must be distributed to every household that subscribes. When the newspaper received the news, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning. The printing of the newspaper has already begun. In order to grab the advantage of the news, they had to publish another special issue. Announce the news. 460 Xianyang Hemisphere Experiment. The news was sent out with the Zhaobao special issue. After people learned the news, they were all speculating that the Prime Minister had something new to invent. People are ready to take a look in the afternoon with a curious attitude. People are waiting for the morning time to pass quickly. Shang Wen gave the pressure cooker to Yinu. At the same time, attach a note. With him, it only takes 2 hours to cook the soup. Shang Wen wrote, "Whitey-eyed wolf, never want to drink my soup in the future." Ying Yu said fiercely, "Drink soup, I'll let you drink soup." Yin rewritten a note and sent it back together with the pressure cooker. "I'll punish you to cook the soup, otherwise, I will cook the soup." Shang Wen couldn't help smiling when he saw this note. "Soup, I can't," Shang Wen said. Looking at the pressure cooker, Shang Wen decided to advertise for free to promote this pressure cooker. In the afternoon, on the open space outside the South City Gate, the people have been surrounded by water, and Shang Wen is busy making some strange preparations. The first is to check the sealing material of the 2 copper balls. Then let people prepare a dozen horses. King Qin also learned the news in the newspaper. It feels very strange. So I also felt the excitement upstairs in the city gate early. The last time the phonograph appeared, it is because Shang Wen did not notify. This time Shang Wen notified in advance. People speculate that this time they don't know what new inventions will be made. At a time when people are talking about it, Shang Wen's inspection is complete. I'm very happy that everyone can come. This time, the experiment I will do is about atmospheric pressure. That is to prove how much pressure the air around us is, Shang Wen said. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was in an uproar. What? the surrounding air is still under pressure. A person asked, "Is it possible? The air is light and fluttering. How much power can it have?" A person said indifferently, "Speaking of Shangwen, he started to prepare, as he did yesterday. Seal. Fill it with water and join together. Then use the water pump to evacuate the water in the two balls." It was filled with water at first. The water squeezed out the air. Then we pumped out the water. There is no air in it. Shangwen finished. "Now, let's see how powerful the atmosphere around us is." Shangwen finished speaking and waved. Two coachmen stepped forward to fasten the iron ball with ropes and then used two horses to pull in different directions. On this copper ball, two horses are used. "I can pull it apart," said a strong man. "Can you have two horses?" A man said contemptuously. "Let's take a look. Both horses can't move." Another man said eagerly. "What?" Everyone eagerly saw it. "Two copper balls can't be pulled apart by two horses," Kinkin said while looking at it. In his impression, "This is very easy. Get on two more horses," Shangwen ordered. The two horses pulled up again. Pop. The whip was unusually loud. The horses are also very hard. But the two copper balls just can't be pulled apart. What's going on with the two copper balls? Are they twisted? At this time, screws had appeared. This idea came out naturally. But everyone can see the two copper balls. There are no screw holes. Plus, Shangwen waved directly. Two more horses were added. People began to talk about it. 6 horses. The copper ball should be opened. People guessed. The horses kept neighing. The whip whips loudly. But the two copper balls still didn't mean to open. Pop. The rope on one side of the copper ball was abruptly pulled off. "Come on with a thicker rope," Shangwen ordered. "Sprinkle water on the rope," Shangwen ordered. "This is to increase the toughness of the rope." Oh my god. The thick rope is broken. The two iron balls won't open yet, people exclaimed. What method did the Prime Minister use? 6 horses can't be driven. Everyone discussed. Do you think that iron horse will work? Someone suggested. I think it will work. Someone said. Add 2 more horses. Shangwen said. The 2 horses still did not open the 2 copper balls. Shangwen was prepared. At that time, the ball of Madibao was about the same as the ball, and he used more than a dozen horses. How many horses did I use for this? That's far away. Add 2 horses on each side, Shangwen said. Everyone pays attention. If the ball is opened, it will make a loud noise. Please be prepared. Open your mouth or cover your ears, Shangwen said. Everyone did. The 10 horses still did not pull apart. Shangwen, helpless, had to add 2 more horses. This time, all the onlookers' interest was adjusted to a high point. Someone in the middle is already fascinated by this ball. I bet I can't get it this time. This ball is amazing, one person said. The 12 horses began to pull desperately in 2 different directions in the beating of the drum. Shangwen is in order to avoid the crowd being injured because the horses are frightened. The soldiers were ordered to step back 100 steps away. There is no one in either direction. 12 horses, pulling desperately. Everyone is watching with wide eyes. People cheer up the horses. They want to see how capable this copper ball really is. It can even make 12 horses unable to pull it away. King Qin also watched nervously. Ying Yu also watched nervously beside King Qin. The horses are almost exhausted. Let's add 2 more horses, Yin said. When King Qin was about to order 2 more horses, boom, there was a loud noise. The 2 copper balls finally opened. King Qin was startled, unprepared. And so is Yinu. Everyone is. Only Shangwen was not scared. He knew that when the number of horses increased to a dozen, they should be driven soon. Moreover, his ball is about the same size as that of Madibao. Therefore, Shangwen prepared in advance. Although the horse was frightened, his strength was almost exhausted and he did not run away. Coupled with the horseman's vigorous maintenance, he did not run around, and people patted their chests and said, "Scared to death, scared to death." Afterwards, some bold people stepped forward and began to look at the 2 copper hemispheres. "Hey, it's normal," a young man said boldly. That is, the 2 copper hemispheres are normal. Shang Wen explained. Then why so many horses can't be opened? Someone in the crowd asked. This is the atmospheric pressure, Shang Wen explained. The reason why we say air is light and fluttering is because we live in it. There is air in our lungs, and the pressure of the air is the same so that it will not be squeezed together by the atmospheric pressure. But there is no air. Just like this copper ball, Shang Wen continued. Oh, everyone said as if they understood. 461 Conflict. Seeing the seemingly understanding of the people, Shang Wen was also helpless. Shang Wen immediately showed the pressure cooker to the public, and explained the reason. All at once attracted the attention of all women. Women are not very interested in watching this kind of scientific things, but if they look at things related to cooking, they are still very happy. Now experiments have seen that the effect of boiling soup in a pressure cooker is so good all of a sudden, many women are willing to pay for it on the spot to try it. Only this one, Shang Wen used it for experiments. But Shang Wen said immediately, soon, this thing will appear on the market. It's too simple to produce this thing. The molds are kept there in the arsenal. King Qin was also interested in Shang Wen's hemisphere. Yin saw Shang Wen showing the pressure cooker among a large number of women. The fists can't help but rattle. This idiot is looking for a fight, Ying Yu said through gritted teeth. The newspaper covered the whole experiment. Many people also learn about this situation from the newspaper. However, ordinary people are simply talking about it, just like a weather forecast. There are reports in the newspapers every day, but there are also times when they are inaccurate. At this time, it has become a conversational resource for people in their leisure time. But for some people who are exploring the mystery of atmospheric pressure or conducting experiments, this is the gospel. Especially reports about pressure cookers. This has inspired some people. Researchers began to better seal the container in order to do pressurization and decompression experiments, and stress testing began to become a means of experimenting to obtain new materials. Qin State is starting a new experimental stage, and Zhao Guo is resisting Yan Guo's attack. A Yan army brigade composed of 7,000 people drove Zhao Jun into the territory of Zongshan in the state of Zhao. The geographical location of Zongshan is extremely important. Once Yan Jun stood firm, it was like a sharp sword hanging over Han Dan's head. This sharp sword may be swung down at any time. When Li Mu got the news, immediately transfer troops from Jingxingguan to stop. Report. A scout flew to report. General, the Yan army has already come to Lingzhou city. The scout said, arching his hands. Yan Jun moves so fast, Li Mu said with some surprise. Pass the order. The army hurried forward to Lingzhou city before dark. Li Mu ordered. Here, the generals replied with folded hands, because it's on the verge of dusk. Yan Jun is eager to take Lingzhou city and enter the city for the night. But the arrival of Li Mu's army, Yan Jun had to give up the siege. Stationed outside the city instead. In order to prevent the Zhao army from attacking, they laid a large number of barbed wire outside the camp. The Yan army sent a large number of sentries to guard, and Li Mu didn't intend to attack the other side. He knew how powerful the barbed wire was, and the newspapers had reported a lot of Qin Jun's process. The application of barbed wire. Li Mu is very clear. The two armies had nothing to do with each other all night, but Li Mu stayed up all night. He is looking for a new tactic to defeat the Yan army head. Zhao Jun's use of prisoners as instructors has also achieved certain results. First of all, the musketeers learned to maintain their guns. At the same time, they also understand that the musket has a greater killing effect only within 50 steps. There is only one chance to shoot. Be sure to shoot within this distance. Therefore, it is very important to maintain an iron formation. The next morning, the mist has just cleared. The two armies sent their respective armies to fight. There are 7,000 people in the Yan army. They have 2 infantry regiments, an artillery battalion plus an artillery company, more than 1,500 cavalrymen. The combat effectiveness is very strong. Zhao Jun has 20,000 people, more than 15,000 infantrymen. Among them were 3,000 musketeers. The rest are all cold weapons. 2,000 cavalry, 1,000 archers, and Lima's personal guards with more than 2,000 men and 12 artillery pieces. Zhao Jun has an absolute advantage in numbers, but Yan Jun has an equipment advantage. They are all musketeers. Li Mu decided to attack first. Because their own artillery does not have the upper hand, they can only fire at will, and they are not allowed to fire. Zhao Jun could not capture the opposing artillery officer. First of all, Li Mu made the infantry a team of 200 men, 50 steps apart, form a long formation to advance. The artillery began to quickly provide cover for them, and Li Mu called Sima Shang. Let him lead 500 cavalry around the entire battlefield to the rear of the Yan army to attack the opponent's artillery position. Yan Jun opened their standard tactics and began to defend. Lima's front row was 3,000 musketeers. Then came a large number of soldiers with cold weapons. The number ranges from 2,000 people. 500 archers followed them. Li Mu did not send all the forces, but to resort to all the Jing sharp 3,000 musketeers. Each of them only had 3 bullets on average. Yan Jun's artillery also began to speed up. The two armies are more than 1,000 steps apart. When Zhao Jun took the initiative to attack, he had to bear a lot of artillery damage. The opposing commander turned out to be Li Mu. Is he crazy? The brigade commander who commanded the Yan army said to himself, no one can attack the Yan army from the front, unless it is an equally equipped Qin army. Otherwise, it will be difficult to defeat Yan Jun. The artillery speed Shi, the brigadier general, issued an order. Boom, boom. An artillery battalion began to strike quickly. The shells accurately landed in the team of Zhao Jun holding cold weapons. Many people fell down with the shell of Zhao Jun. At this time, Zhao Jun's army was redeploying, and Li Mu ordered 2,000 swordsmen to march forward 500 paces before forming a line. This is Zhao Jun's reserve team. The Yan army infantry formation remained unchanged, because the opposing team actually sent the same formation towards them, and it didn't even collapse under the artillery bombardment. The two armies continued to draw closer. Li Mu held a telescope to check the situation seriously. He needs to wait for the opponent to show his killer move. Cavalry. This is the most threatening force in Yan Jun's hands. The two armies entered a distance of 200 steps. The loss of Zhao Jun's gunmen was not great, but the team behind them was broken. But they still pieced it together. At this time, the archers passed the cold weapons and began to walk behind the musketeers. The brigadier general waved. An adjutant nodded. Grenadier march began to sound. The Yan Jun musketeers began to shoot on their shoulders. Lined up, the officers shuttled back and forth to boost morale. They yelled in rude language. The sons of Zhao Jun's bitch are here again. They think that the death is not enough. Okay, brothers, let us teach them with the muskets and bayonets in our hands today. The officer screamed, waving his arms, and their soldiers looked ahead seriously. They waited for orders, waiting for the order to move forward. Go forward. The officer finally gave the order. The tin drum is beating. The soldiers took orderly steps under the orders of the officers, and groups of Yan Jun musketeers began to advance. 462 conflict. Zhao Jun's musket team is also advancing. However, Zhao Jun's formation was advancing in a deep formation with a row of hundreds of people. 100 steps. Zhao Jun still moved forward without firing a shot. The formation of Yan Jun is very long. A row is a company. There are 3 rows in total. It is a camp. The 3 battalions went hand in hand. The other regiment stood by as a reserve team. On the opposite side, there was Zhao Jun only in the middle battalion. Sir, Zhao Jun's formation seems to be unfavorable to us, said a staff officer of Yan Jun. Don't be afraid, we still have our reserve team, the brigadier general said confidently. The two sides are still 75 steps away. Zhao Jun stopped. Prepare! Lieutenant Zhao Jun shouted loudly. Just like Yan Jun, the soldiers of Zhao Jun also shouted together. Prepare! Their Zhao Jun soldier took down the gun and began to open the fire door, ready to raise the gun to aim. Aim! Their Zhao Jun soldier raised his musket flat. Yan Jun's distance at this time is now 50 steps forward. Let it go! The school lieutenant shouted loudly. At this time, Yan Jun was only a few steps away from 50 steps. A burst of lightning thunderously struck neatly. Many soldiers of the Yan army fell, but their killing power was only about 50%. Let it go. The school lieutenant shouted loudly. Another burst of lightning and thunder. In the shape of Yan's army, the vacancies that had just been filled up after the soldiers in front fell down suddenly fell again. The soldiers wailed in pain. Kill. The lieutenant gave an order. All the soldiers marched forward with their bayonet-mounted guns. The archer provides a round of firepower support. Prepare. Officer Yan Jun saw that Zhao Jun was about to charge. Then immediately prepare to hit. Prepare, the Yan Jun soldier shouted. A shower of arrows she down. The Yan army soldiers who had just opened the fire door fell down. Quick, let the other 2 battalions rush up. The brigadier general saw that something was wrong, then ordered. No, number, go back, hurry up. The command of the brigadier general was confused. The brigadier general himself shouted in a hysterical frenzy. He has never faced this situation before. Attack, or retreat. The staff officer stood still at a loss. Retreat. Let them join the reserve team, quickly. The brigadier general shouted. Kill. Zhao Jun charged frantically. Must rush to the front before Yan Jun opens fire. Aim. She hit. The 2 movements merged together at once. The Yan army soldiers started aiming in a hurry. Pull the trigger. Bang bang, bang bang. Intermittent lightning and thunder sounded. Their Zhao Jun soldiers who were charging ahead were mercilessly killed. The people behind continue to follow up. Second row. Yan Jun's officer shouted loudly. Bang bang. The neat thunder and lightning slammed. Zhao Jun fell in large numbers. But because of the narrow formation and the skirmish formation, the casualties were reduced a lot. Puff. Zhao Jun soldiers finally rushed to Yan Jun. In one sprint, he stabbed the bayonet into the stomach of the Yan Jun soldier. The soldiers of the Yan army fell in pain. Dash forward. The Yan Jun officer who planned to carry out the 3rd round of the attack had to give up the attack and proceed with the bayonet fight. Zhao Jun's deep formation is like mercury, infused into the formation of the Yan army. The Yan army of the 2 battalions on both sides was at a loss. The order is reached at this time. Retreat, retreat quickly. A cavalry yelled. The soldiers of the Yan army didn't know what that meant. The officers were also dizzy. How to withdraw? Run away? The officer did not respond, and some soldiers voluntarily left the formation and began to retreat. 1, 2. Slowly the formation began to disperse. Kill. Zhao Jun started chasing Yan Jun frantically. Brigadier General Yan Jun regretted giving such a vague order. He felt that he was going to lose in this battle. Cavalry, attack, quickly. The Brigadier General sent his trump card. Cavalry, sir. If the cavalry strikes, we have no chance of winning. The formation is chaotic now. The staff officer shouted loudly. Because the textbook teaches them not to send out cavalry at this time. I'm the commander. I know very well. The brigadier general shouted. He is about to collapse. The staff was helpless. Beep. A small bugle sounded. The cavalry of the Yan army began to fight with the company as a counterpoint. At this time, Zhao Jun was chasing and killing the scattered Yan Jun gun team. Close combat. Especially at this time, the swordsmen who followed up began to charge and fight frantically. Zhao Jun's cavalry saw the flag waving and began to take the initiative to intercept the Yan Jun cavalry. Bang, bang. A burst of random guns sounded. Their Zhao Jun cavalry fell off their horses. Yan Jun is equipped with a short-barreled musket, but the cavalry was high speed. After a burst of gunfire from both sides, mixed together immediately, but Zhao Jun has an advantage. They are all holding spears. It was like a sharp knife tore open the Yan Jun cavalry formation. Yan Jun abandoned his musket and drew a saber to fight. At this time, the Yan Jun cavalry weapons do not have any advantage. Zhao Jun, holding a spear, began to assassinate the Yanjun cavalry with his spear. The cavalry of Yanjun simply couldn't get close to each other. Soldiers who did not fire can only provide shots, then step back for a second filling, or rely on flexible horsemanship to avoid the opponent's rush. The cavalry also entered a state of chaos. The brigadier general made the second mistake. He didn't know what to do. Except for a regiment's reserve team and artillery that cannot fire at will, there is nothing left. At this time the earth began to tremble. The musket group waiting for the order suddenly felt the earth tremble. Cavalry, Zhaojun cavalry. First the artillery shouted loudly. The cavalry led by Sima Shang detoured behind the opponent's artillery early. But they just waiting for the opportunity. As long as the opposing cavalry strikes, then immediately rushed to kill the opponent's artillery. The artillery began to turn the gun head vigorously. The artillery had just turned the artillery head, and the cavalry had approached the artillery position of the Yan army. The artillery began to flee in all directions. 500 cavalry struggled to hunt down. The battlefield suddenly entered chaos. "Sir, retreat," the staff officer suggested. "Sir, retreat," the adjutant said helplessly. "Order the reserve team, hold down the position, and slowly withdraw." The brigadier general reluctantly issued the order. A rush of gold ringing sounded. The army has become accustomed to the message of Mingjin's resumption of troops, and no matter how the military system is changed, the people's habits cannot be changed. The reserve team began to suppress their positions and slowly retreated. Their formation remains intact. Sima Shang's cavalry can only wander around and fight, and can't make a big impact on it. Those Yan troops in scattered formations became the targets of cavalry fighting. The Yan army withdrew by one regiment. Zhaojun still fights everywhere. The cavalry of the Yan army began to leave the battle, and they could not continue to fight. They are not willing to fight in such a chaotic manner. Zhaojun did not chase after him. Yanjun was defeated. 463 open concession. By the afternoon, the battle was basically over. Corpses were everywhere on the battlefield, and crows were flying over. The battlefield looked a little sad. "General, I have already followed your instructions." The cavalry attacked the escaped Yan army. Sima Shang came over and said, "Tell them that they can only use bows and arrows and can't use melee combat." Li Mu asked. "It has been ordered," Sima Shang said. "This battle can no longer be fought." Li Mu said slowly. The Yan army was captured. More than 4,000 people, and more than 400 cavalry were forced to retreat. Except for a few officers, the artillery of the Yan army retreated with the remnant Yan army. The rest of the army was destroyed. But Zhaojun also paid the loss of more than 3,000 people who died in the battle. The Yan army suffered heavy losses in terms of personnel, weapons and equipment. The war has entered the age of firearms, and the loss of weapons and equipment is often one of the main factors for the sharp decline in strength. This time the Yan army may have been unable to advance again. When the strength of the Yan army was restored, it had already been divided severely. Being able to break into the kingdom of Zhao is already considered a risky advance. Li Mu then went to the table and asked King Zhao to accept Qin's proposal to end the war. In order to convince King Zhao, he also listed a lot of facts. In order to impress King Zhao, it will take a while for Yan Go to learn the news, because King Yan is busy moving back to Yandu. The news of the Battle of Lingzhou has not yet provided a chance for all parties to respond. After the War of Lingzhou was over, there was an intensified domestic activity around the ministers' tax payment. For a long time, ministers did not have to pay taxes, and all the heavy tax problems were done by the lower class. The ministers only enjoy the rights brought by taxes. And Han Xiu followed the example of Qin. To all the Korean people, including the princes and ministers, everyone must pay taxes. This is the first time in Korean history. This move will have great historical progress. He greatly abolished South Korea's privileged class and brought great disadvantages to South Korea. At the same time, it will greatly improve equality among Koreans. Although Han Xiu just followed suit, but at the same time imitating it is progressing. The princes and ministers are used to not paying taxes. At the same time they also enjoy taxation. Now, the right to enjoy is gone. Not only that, but also taxes. They quit. Oppose it naturally. The ministers protested collectively, and even the clan also opposed it. Han Xiu only controlled the military power. He didn't grasp some of the powers in the hands of the prince and ministers. Moreover, Han Xiu just made a mutiny. It is when stability is desperately needed. The minister's trouble made her very annoyed. My lord, this is absolutely impossible. An old official knelt to the ground in pain, and Han Xiu cursed the old official to die early, and even went to the hall to dissuade him after he had a handful of old bones. Han Xiu looked calmly at the minister's tricks. But there is no alternative. After all, Han Xiu still needs these people for the time being. If they are all abolished, I'm happy here. But the burden of the country. Your Majesty, this is a letter from Master Zhang. An attendant came up gently and handed Han Xiu a memo. Han Xiu took it and waved her to retreat. The attendant left gently. The ministers rioted in the hall like a child spattering. And Han Xiu looked back at Zhang Liang's melodies. After watching, Han Xiu sneered coldly. It is really outrageous to see the ministers. Even the clan began to actively participate in it. Slap. Han Xiu hit the case table heavily with his hands. Everyone was frightened by the sudden sound. There was a sound echo in the hall. Crying, crying. So decent. Han Xiu reprimanded sharply. The widow is now in urgent need of money, but you are like a village woman. It spreads out, and other countries have to laugh to death in South Korea. Han Xiu scolded loudly. The ministers were being scolded silently. Look at me and I will look at you. The tax must be paid to me. I can be very kind enough to show you a clear way. Han Xiu said loudly. The ministers looked up and listened. The widow has agreed to the state of Qin to open a concession in South Korea. As soon as Lady Han finished speaking, the ministers began to talk a lot. Some veterans yelled out loud because of their old age. My lord, no, absolutely no. Yes, the tiger and wolf Qin has already had the heart to perish. Han, the ministers said painfully. Pa. Han Xiu slapped the case again. But the ministers continued to suffer as if they were used to it, and Han Xiu continued to beat her hands red. But the ministers still objected. Wow. With a sound, Lady Han pulled down all the items on the case table with her large sleeves. Han Xiu thinks this is not enough. He stood up and overturned the case with one foot. Pop. The case was buckled upside down on the hall. It's not over. Qin pays the widow a certain amount of money, and you can also do business in the Qin concession. As long as the widow is willing to do business, the widow will be exempted from half of the tax. Han Xiu said angrily. You can earn money by waiting, and tax relief. What's bad? Then Prime Minister Qin has promised not to send troops to attack Kanto. Don't you have eyes? Han Xiu shouted loudly. Qin will not send troops. The widowed South Korea will be kept. But is South Korea rich? Han Xiu said loudly. Qin is very different from before. Qin's production is all dependent on trade. Although South Korea is located in the 4 world wars, it also has the advantages of 4 links. Why not use it? You are so decayed. We are determined. This matter is adjourned. After speaking, he waved his sleeves and left. The ministers knelt in place. After Han Xiu left the hall, he began to scold the minister. A group of old things. The hands of the widows are swollen. As Han Xiu stretched out his right hand, he hurriedly went to see the imperial doctor. After being scolded, the ministers left with a sigh. Many people want to ask what the other person thinks, but everyone said oh. Then they walked away. They didn't expect that the current king would have such a big temper. They had not had time to think about what was going on in the Qin concession before they were settled. This plan is exactly what Zhang Liang thought. He had already noticed that the ministers of the state of Qin had begun to take the initiative to open factories and to do business, and he investigated this situation in detail. I learned that this was Shang Wen's proposal, and King Qin agreed. The ministers are also happy. Although they also pay taxes, they must have a stable source for being an official. On the contrary, he is downplayed. Some officials are purely for their due diligence. Zhang Liang also agreed with the benefits of doing business, so he combined the concession with doing business. Certain taxes can be reduced or exempted, but ministers must go to business. Only in this way can the dissatisfaction brought about by the mutiny be eased, and it is also the way to ease the minister's abuse of South Korea's New Deal. After Hanshu read it, do it, no matter how the ministers feel, but they must do it. Lady Han made a concession, and they must also make a certain concession. This is the rule. 464 Four Nations Meeting, July 20th. On this day, most areas of Kin State were busy harvesting wheat and forage. Due to the insufficient number of slaves in the Gwanshong area, some farmers personally went into battle. Even so, there is still not enough manpower, because the family has to deal with as much as 1,000 acres of land. Mai Wang formed by wheat is also out of sight. This is pretty good. If you look at those super farmers with more than 5,000 acres, especially those with 10,000 acres of land, they are almost dying of anxiety. Without thousands of slaves, this wheat cannot be harvested. Especially now is a busy season. They can only pay a certain price to hire Koreans to harvest wheat. The tension of slaves is not just in the Gwanshong area. In the newly established Mengzu, slaves not only have to harvest wheat in the Yellow River area, but also graze cattle and sheep, and at the same time harvest pasture. In the north, it is also busy. A large number of prisoners of war began to enter the pasture to harvest pasture, and they had to prepare for the winter. But at the same time a large number of roads have to be closed, especially if this is a military project. Gin's laws are quite strict. To this end, some engineers were also forced to join them. The tension of the slaves spurred two demands at once. One is a large number of hunting operations acquired a large number of ethnic minorities to become slaves, but the special geographical environment in the north determines the sparse population. So some slave leaders began to notice another emerging source of slaves. North Korea, that is, the vast area near Cheongbai Mountain. Some civilizations have emerged there. A large number of slave traders began to gather there to discuss a large-scale attack on North Korea. And another aspect, that is to stimulate research on a kind of machinery similar to iron horses or machine tools used by factories to complete agricultural harvesting. This intention is mainly concentrated in the Gwanshong area, because the number of slaves is often small in Gwanshong. Because the establishment of a large number of border states intercepted a large part of them, this makes them have to rely on machinery to solve the problem. In response to this situation, Shangwin urgently allocated a scientific research fee to research a large number of machinery, because this has reached the point of burning eyebrows. At the same time, in order to solve the winter vegetable situation, Shangwen built a greenhouse made of glass. Glass comes on the market with coarse salt. Began to enter ordinary people's homes in large numbers. In particular, some commercial stores began to dismantle a large number of wooden doors and windows. Use transparent glass instead. Not only that, in the new city, glass has become the material of choice. The appearance of a large number of glass also paved the way for the popularization of mirrors. In the palace of the King of Qin, a large number of mirrors were installed as a symbol of King Qin's strength. At the same time, King Qin wanted to demolish some palaces and use cement instead, because cement can be built higher. In the new city, Yinu actually built a three-story building. Therefore, King Qin wanted to build a five-story or even higher building. Shangwin rejected the matter because the materials were not enough to build such a high level. Otherwise, he would have to spend a sum of money to complete the project. Just when Shangwin dealt with these things, Zhao Go unexpectedly sent a letter. The letter was written by Li Mu. He came to ask about the specific matters of Qin's mediation. Those who arrived at the same time also had border espionage. Journalists don't know much about the Battle of Lingzhou, because their main focus is on South Korea, and the changes made by South Korea are very big, especially the first queen. This is an important source for them to obtain news resources. Through espionage, Shang Wen learned about the Battle of Longevity and at the same time understood why Li Mu did it. Li Mu plans to use the results of this battle to seek greater benefits for Zhao Go at the negotiating table. Shang Wen didn't know it was Li Mu's meaning or Zhao Wang's meaning. In fact, This is exactly what Zhao Wang meant. The points listed by Li Mu made Zhao Wang feel the serious consequences. Although Wang Zhao was extremely reluctant, he had to accept it. Although Li Mu did not mention the military rations. But Yan Zhen's combat power is far from what Zhao Jun has mentioned. Zhao Wang had no choice but to let Li Mu take full responsibility for this matter. In order to appease Li Mu, Zhao Wang named Li Mu as Yuan Jun. There is a Yuan Jun in the Qin state, that is Bai Qi, and the Wuan Jun in the Zhao state is Li Mu. Li Mu obviously became the god of war of the Zhao kingdom. This is a bit abrupt, because before Wang Zhao was very jealous of Li Mu. Why did he suddenly change his attitude? The reason lies in Gokai. His huge loss in Qin State's grain futures made him understand that this battle could not be fought anymore. Fight again. There is no food in the army. The army was naturally mutiny. This has no good fruit for anyone. Instead of doing this, it's better to be a smooth favor, promote a truce. It was Gokai's mediation that led to Zhao Wang's acceptance of Qin's mediation. There is no news from Yango. Shang Wen needs to wait for the situation in Yan country. However, the latest situation has been reported from Ambassador Yango, especially the aid mission. The state of Qin specially dispatched an aid group composed of generals to help solve the affairs of the state of Yan. The leader is Tasui. The news from them was analyzed by the general staff. Let Shang Wen see that the speed of Yan Zhen's progress was too fast. It's dangerous. Soon, now that the Yan army is newly defeated, there must be losses. The latest reference opinion given by the general staff is that the Yan army is unable to continue to attack the state of Zhao. Accepting mediation is best. Shang Wen waited for news from Yango. It is to make Yango obey Qin's arrangement. However, to Shang Wen's surprise, there was no movement from Qi state. It seems that Zhao state is unilaterally trying to solve the armistice issue. Since mediating, Shang Wen suggested that Li Mu could come to Xinzing to talk. There is a third country. Moreover, there is also an ally of Qin. The specific situation can also be discussed. However, considering that the political and economic components of the talks must be large, such as indemnities, business tax rates, and so on. In a personal letter, Shang Wen informed Li Mu that the highest level of civil servants should be involved, and that it would be best to get the authorization of King Zhao. At the same time, Shang Wen also wrote a letter to Han Xiu, informing the other party about the meeting in Xinzing. After writing the letter, Shang Wen notified Zhang Liang in time. Let Zhang Liang be prepared. Just when all this is ready, the South Korean side finally conveyed this news that is no longer the latest news. The drama is hard to say. After all, Yango was defeated. Yango didn't want to fight anymore. There is a problem with their gold production. A vein of gold dried up under violent mining. They are looking for another golden vein. This is why they cannot go to war. Shang Wen also told the other party about the mediation very directly. To prepare the other party, it is best to send a new representative to take full responsibility for the matter. Uxin also thinks that this will make things very important. So I went back to discuss it. In any case, the four-nation meeting must be finalized. 465 The Devil. The proposal of the four-nation meeting made Shang Wen feel a bit like an international meeting. However, to reach those agreements, we still need detailed and specific ideas, because there are many things that these countries do not have contact with, such as international law and international conventions. Shang Wen believes that efforts should be made in this regard. With these ideas, Shang Wen submitted a draft of his manuscript to King Qin beforehand. King Qin didn't know why, but he always felt that it was just a matter of the League of Princes. But Shang Wen emphasized that this is a negotiation, an international conference. But King Qin put aside the matter. Mention another matter to Shang Wen. After Mr. departs, who is competent in the overall situation of Qin state? King Qin asked. Shang Wen suddenly didn't understand what King Qin meant. But then I thought about it. Understood. According to modern understanding, if the president is visiting abroad, then the vice president must stay at home. This is mainly to prevent accidents. In other words, once the president appears, after the assassination, kidnapping and other accidents. The country can immediately let the vice president succeed during the presidency. The vice president also had an accident, so the Secretary of Defense will take over the presidency, and so on. This is to ensure the normal operation of national Zhengfu departments within the legal framework as far as possible. Shang Wen said after understanding this meaning. My lord, the minister believes that a deputy prime minister's position should be established. This position usually does not have much to do, or is equivalent to a temporary job position. For example, changing various jobs according to the needs of the matter. Economically. Questions. The deputy prime minister can deal with economic issues urgently and military issues. You can represent the prime minister to deal with military issues urgently. The same is true for judicial issues. If the prime minister visits, such as this time, the deputy prime minister will stay in Xianyang to preside over the overall situation. The prime minister was surprised, and the deputy prime minister was succeeding him as prime minister and continued to serve as the prime minister of the previous term. This matter is similar to Jiang Yi and Zhang's prime minister back then. Qin State specially set up the right and left prime minister for this purpose. Is there any difference in the explanation of the gentleman? King Qin asked Shang Wen with historical questions. There is a big difference. At that time, the prime minister was only a deputy, and there was no requirement that the deputy prime minister had a legal obligation to serve as the prime minister after an accident happened in the previous term. At the same time, the prime ministers of the year had certain job arrangements, that is, the limitation of the position is fixed. And this deputy prime minister has a temporary quality. His position is constantly changing, Shang Wen said. King Qin nodded. At the same time, the deputy prime minister is nominated by the prime minister. The conflict between the prime minister and the deputy prime minister is avoided, and this can also ensure that the prime minister and the deputy prime minister are coherent in policy after an accident, Shang Wen said. In fact, this was to dispel the worries in King Qin's heart. If he assumed the position of prime minister according to the accident, then the deputy prime minister could send someone to assassinate him. But the deputy prime minister was a nomination system, which put an end to the deputy prime minister's unruly attempts. Moreover, the deputy prime minister serves as a byproduct. He often handles many things, and sometimes he has to act on behalf of the prime minister for some weird things. Then who can be the deputy prime minister? King Qin asked. Obviously, the deputy prime minister's proposal has been approved by King Qin. Well, I think Meng Yi can take the post. He often deals with some economic issues, and is also involved in the military, as well as diplomacy, domestic construction and so on. Shang Wen said. Well, then how did Feng Zhuoxiang make arrangements? King Qin then asked. Feng Lao's situation is quite special. I think a new department can be established to replace it. It is mainly in charge of intelligence collection, analysis, and external affairs processing, but it can only be limited to external parties. Internally, it is still subject to domestic legal sanctions, Shang Wen said. Which department? King Qin asked. Shang Wen thought for a while. Could it be called the Zongyang Intelligence Bureau? No number. That is an American patent. But now there are so many patent rights. Even if it is used, who cares? Shang Wen thought for a while and said, Foreign Affairs Information Processing Center. Shang Wen said, Foreign Affairs Information Processing Center? King Qin asked suspiciously. Yes. Shang Wen nodded and said, the name is weird. Forget it. Just do it. You can handle this matter. King Qin let go. With that, Shang Wen shilly withdrew. Then he went to draft the relevant documents and settled them in the form of law. But when the document was sent to the relevant personnel, everyone was taken aback. Meng Yi couldn't believe that he was nominated as the deputy prime minister, and he still had the opportunity to serve as the prime minister on related issues. This made Meng Yi feel that the burden on his shoulders was even heavier, because he didn't handle some affairs very well by himself. Feng Qi remained calm, because, in the documents he sent, he lowered his position. However, the power has expanded a lot outside, mainly because the Qin kingdom is expanding everywhere, from the northern desert to the southern mountain jungle, from the western style in the west to the Six-Nation dispute in the east, any intelligence that occurs in it, and the processing of related affairs. Shangwin gave the department more power to carry out necessary assassinations. But there are strict restrictions. For example, in the 6 eastern countries, there are strict application procedures. But in other directions, there are very few application procedures. This also means that Feng Ji has the authority to use force outside to some extent. Wang Liao didn't know why he signed this document, because according to the document, when the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister had an accident, then he took over as the Prime Minister. Although he doesn't know what Shangwen is up to, he understands that this is another new trick. Wang Liao stroked his pen. The document was signed and passed. In the end, King Qin reviewed the bill, and the bill was finalized. The period of Shangwen's trip is getting closer and closer. Although Shangwen did not specify the exact period of the trip, it was mainly to prevent assassinations and to avoid disclosure of this matter with an uncertain period. But Shangwen thinks it can be properly notified. So Shangwen notified the Queen of Korea by letter. He will arrive in South Korea on the 2nd day of August. At the same time, Shangwen specifically applied to Yinu. He himself will charter a train as a means of travel. The train has now passed to Luoyang, because all the engineering forces were transferred to build a highway from the border of Qin State to Xinjiang. Therefore, the railway did not continue to move in for the time being. Yin readily agreed. The premise is that you also go together. The reason is to demand debt. South Korea still has a certain amount of interest that has not been returned. At the same time, the border tax issue has not been dealt with. Yin was still thinking that South Korea is a waste of money, so it must have money. Therefore, she went to scrape gold this time. 466. Slave. In the eastern part of Liaodong in the country of Yan, it is near today's Chengbai Mountain, King Guo's security trading company encountered a big problem. King Ji's Joseon came and returned. But the security trading company is not a national armed force. They don't know what to do. They only stated that they accepted the king's surrender. The country must also be consulted for specific matters, because there is a huge treatment problem between the two. So this matter is put on hold for now. Security. The trading company reported the matter to Mengtan. Mengtan Fame reported the matter to Xianyang. North Korea was the earliest. After the Western Zhou dynasty destroyed the Shang dynasty, the Shang dynasty's survivor Jizi went to the Korean peninsula to establish the Jishihu state with the local natives. At the end of the 3rd century BC, it was recorded for the first time in the history of North Korea. It is recorded in the historical records written by Sima Qian, a historian of the Han dynasty, that Jizi, the uncle of King Zhou, the last king of the Shang dynasty, had a political disagreement with King Zhou. He ordered more than 5,000 people to leave the country and later traveled to northern North Korea. After King Wu succeeded in defeating Chun, he was named a vassal state, known as Ji's Korea in history. According to the Korean history book Three Kingdoms, Dangkun's descendants moved south with the people after Jizi came to North Korea to avoid conflicts with the people brought by Jizi. These people later became the ancestors of the three Hans. Jizi Korea ruled the Korean peninsula for nearly 1,000 years. According to Taiyuan Xianyou family tree, the Xianyou clan of North Korea originated from the descendants of Jizi Korea. Starting from Jizi, they experienced 41 generations of monarchs, and they were not destroyed until the 1st century BC. The reason why Ji's North Korea suddenly attached was due to the security of the state of Qin. Trading companies frequently carried out military activities near Chengbai Mountain. They constantly disturbed the Ji clan in Korea. This poses a huge threat to the North Korea of the Ji clan. This kind of disturbance is of destructive quality, because there is an extreme lack of slaves in Qin. The slave trade has become one of the fastest means of making a fortune, and the Ji clan's entry into civilization is relatively advanced. The local area has begun to enter into farming civilization. The population is relatively dense, and there are fixed settlements. This must be easier to attack nomadic tribes. As a result, a large number of security guards, trading companies madly entered this place. But with the increase of Sao disturbance, the Ji clan began to exercise strict security, and at the same time began to negotiate with these people. But all were arrested without exception and were not released. While capturing a large number of slaves, the people of Kin also discovered some original conditions of the Central Plains. The laws of Kin state clearly stipulate that one's own people cannot be used as slaves, otherwise it is a felony. Therefore, these people were let go after a lot of screening. Only the local aboriginals are left. The local aborigines were also influenced by the Ji clan and began to enter the farming civilization. Therefore, a large number of security personnel and trading companies continue to enter the Ji clan to attack these indigenous tribes frequently. The North Korea of Ji clan was unable to organize troops for confrontation at all, because, although their size was only more than 100 people, after a little attack, they immediately gathered thousands of people to take a major retaliatory action. These people's weapons are extremely sharp, and ordinary weapons are difficult to resist. At the same time, consider being the same nation. Jit Chosun decided to subordinate to Kin. The Ji clan king of Korea also realized that reunification had become the general trend, and the Kin state began to carry out frequent military invasions. Especially after the northern minorities were eliminated, a large-scale invasion of Ji clan Korea began. The people of Kin state identify with Ji clan Korea but do not identify with the local indigenous people. They believe that local indigenous people are not eligible to enjoy farming civilization. Moreover, these natives have a lot of laziness. They are lazy, delicious, and constantly running away. Compared with the Huns and Hus captured in the north, the shortcomings of these indigenous people are simply too great. For this reason, farmers in East Mongolia never buy these indigenous people, even if the price is very cheap. They are unwilling to buy, because they love to run away. No one wants to buy an escaped slave. For this reason, this will lead to a large number of unsaleable slaves. For this reason, a farmer thought of a way, that is, to use the Huns and Hu people to manage these natives from North Korea of the Ji clan. Huns, Hu people vent their usual grievances on these lazy guys. These natives just arrived on the first day. They will be beaten fiercely until a group of people are killed alive. This purpose is to intimidate these indigenous people. Let them have serious fear. Then, it is to put different symbols, mainly to prevent it from escaping, but also to wear a thick iron chain. The Huns and Hu people became their detainees. As long as these indigenous people resist a little bit, or are dissatisfied, they will be beaten to death immediately. This method immediately attracted all farmers to imitate. They have bought these natives in large numbers. At the same time, let a small number of Huns and Hu people come and escort these natives. Due to the busy harvest season, farmers often arrange a lot of heavy work for these new natives. If it can't be done, it will be a severe lesson. This has led to the death of a large number of indigenous peoples, and at the same time a large number of new indigenous people will come in. These natives were later Goguryeo, the ancestors of the Koreans. The constantly updated indigenous people greatly stimulate security, and trading companies are targeting the Korean peninsula. These need time and need to be resolved after the Ji clan issue. The slave issue not only irritated the Kin state, but also the Yan state gradually participated in it. The border troops first participated spontaneously and gradually some troops began to take the initiative to participate in Kin's security and trading companies. Together they attacked the local indigenous people, because the Kin state does not accept the same ethnic group. Therefore, the Yan people are also very acquainted to only attack the local aboriginals. At the same time, the Yan team also began to actively develop northward, which is today, northern Lining. Jilin launched military operations. The capture of local tribes as slaves is okay in the plain area, but once it enters the mountain forest zone, the Yan team suffered a certain loss, and these few tribes will be the Khitan and Jurchen people in the future. At the same time there are ethnic groups such as Xianbai that are forming. Due to the harsh living environment, this has also led to their warlike nationality. But their weapons are extremely backward. After Yango suffered several losses, then immediately turned to the south, attack the indigenous Koreans. For the Huns in the north, it was severely compressed in the area north of the desert. They will not be able to go south, because after they have crossed the desert, they will face inexplicable attacks. If they don't know what is going on, they will be bombed to death. There is also a large number of dense barbed wire. Not only these, but also to deal with those kin people who are out of sight. They constantly crossed the desert and harassed each other. 467 Carriage talk. Shangwin left by train on the last day of July. Yinu did not follow, and King Qin's mother, Zhao Ji, was seriously ill. Yinu naturally stayed in Xianyang, but Yinu went to the train station to see off. Yinu's mood was very depressed. Shangwin felt that Yinu had a lot of thoughts buried in his heart. The train has undergone simple improvements. The carriage has been lengthened by 2 feet, but it is still a long way from the modern train. However, the train at this time still has no bearings. The temporary replacement of the bearing is a kind of similar to a wheel filled with a lot of butter as a lubricant. For this reason, the speed of the train must stop for inspection after traveling hundreds of miles. But talk to the train technician. They are developing a new bearing. Shang Wen is very interested in this. You know, at this time, there is no liquid ammonia as a refrigerant. Does it rely on natural production? But the technicians don't know. They only know that new carriages are being developed and new bearings are being developed. The train arrived at the border of Qin State after 2 days and 2 nights. There, Shangwin changed to a carriage to Xinzing. Just when Shangwin was about to change to the carriage, something unexpected happened. Han Xiu unexpectedly appeared on the border of Qin State. How is it? Don't you know me? Han Xiu stood in front of Shang Wen dressed up in men's clothing. Why did you come to Qin State? Shang Wen said in surprise. I have a green card. Han Xiu looked at Shang Wen and said, No, I mean, you. Shang Wen didn't know what to say. You want to ask, how did I come here? It's very simple. Because you elope. Han Xiu said when he saw Shang Wen with a dazed expression. I've never seen a local prime minister like you. On a business trip, I came out with just an entourage. Let's go. Get in the car and talk about it. Here. Han Xiu said that Shang Wen got into the car. The carriage quickly left the station, and then entered the high-speed barrier along the highway. There, the officers and soldiers of the state of Qin were released after a simple interrogation. After crossing the barricade of barbed wire, then entered the Korean land boundary. The difference is that people have also started to stand guard on the ground in South Korea. They are the new Korean army wearing red shirts. With the arrival of Han Xiu's carriage, the cavalry units of the new South Korean army began to encircle. This is Han Xiu's guard. They galloped on the highway that had just been repaired. Hey, why don't you speak? You are sitting in the same carriage as the Queen of South Korea, Han Xiu said while sitting opposite. Oh, I just look at the changes outside, Shang Wen said restrainedly. Okay, don't be restrained. When there is no one, we are just like friends. Okay, Han Xiu said. Shang Wen nodded. Shang Wen was also thinking that the identities of the two are also different now. Han Xiu is different from before. Not that kind of strong woman, but a woman with a kind of kingly spirit. But I don't know why. She actually showed her feminine side to herself. But that kind of temperament cannot be hidden. Shang Wen could feel some changes in Han Xiu's body. What has changed in Xianyang? Han Xiu asked. She deliberately broke the barrier between the two. Han Xiu also realized the identity of the two is different. But I feel that Shang Wen is still Shang Wen. Therefore, she took the initiative to speak. Breaking the current situation. Xianyang. Shang Wen took the topic. The changes in Xianyang are great. People have begun to install a lot of glass. Not long ago I also did a hemisphere experiment, Shang Wen said slowly. I've read the newspaper about this. Han Xiu voluntarily gave up the title of widowed. She didn't want to create a gap with Shang Wen. That's right. You do the newspaper business. I want to make a few of my own opinions, Shang Wen said. Oh. You said. Han Xiu said. I suggest that you use Qin Xiozwen as the main carrier, because Qin only produces this kind of stereotype. Moreover, in terms of technology, you are also limited by Qin's technology. You know, the technology is capable of Qin's a powerful weapon to monopolize the newspaper industry. If I leak the technology, I'm afraid those newspaper people will kill me, Shang Wen said. I have considered this. I accept this request. Han Shu's temperament began to change. Because she can decide everything, Shang Wen clearly felt this level of change. This time, many things have been resolved, such as trade between the two countries, mainly currency settlement, some restrictions on import and export, etc. Shang Wen can only talk about work. He didn't want to talk about anything else. Money settlement? Han Xiu asked. Yes, the trade exchanges between the two countries are becoming more frequent, but the currencies are not interlinked. You have your currency. We have our currency. The currencies have different values. For example, Qin State, 5 cents. You can buy a newspaper, but in this unit, South Korea does not. This is very troublesome, Shang Wen said frankly. Han Xiu nodded. She is thinking about this problem. But there is one thing in common between currency and currency. Gold and silver. Everyone is based on this. Shang Wen continued. Qin's currency issuance is based on gold and silver, Shang Wen said. In fact, Qin's paper currency circulation has far surpassed its gold and silver reserves, especially gold. After a large amount of gold flowed into Qin, a large part of it was placed in the underground palace of Qin Palace as a gold reserve. Shang Wen himself may not know the exact location, but in fact it is. Moreover, the amount of this gold reserve is still increasing, because Qin exported a large amount of industrial products. Demand from various countries remains strong. Do you have any solution? Han Xiu asked after thinking about it. My idea is that either you issue your own banknotes, but you are limited by technology. I'm afraid it won't work. Shang Wen shrugged. But if you use Qin state banknotes, I think this problem should be solved. Shang Wen continued. South Korea must have its own currency and banknotes, Han Xiu said firmly. At this time, Han Xiu said it in a pressing manner. This kind of momentum makes people retreat. But when it comes to national interests, Shang Wen shook his head and refused. You have no gold reserves and no technology. Shang Wen slowly looked at Han Xiu and said. The two looked at each other like this. Han Xiu smiled slightly. This is strength, right? Han Xiu asked. Shang Wen nodded. Why didn't I meet you earlier? If you come to Korea, maybe all this has changed. Han Xiu said helplessly and sadly. Shang Wen felt that Han Xiu seemed to have changed. Become weak, become pale. 468 We have seen. If one day, I invite you to South Korea to be the Prime Minister, would you like it? Han Xiu asked while looking out the window. I don't think I will go. Shang Wen replied truthfully. Why? Qin, or Qin's eldest princess? Han Xiu then asked. Oh, no, neither. I want to rest, Shang Wen said. What about the princess? Han Xiu asked. Princess, we are in love. Shang Wen replied. Talking about love? Han Xiu couldn't believe it. There is such an answer. Fall in love. Shang Wen replied. Oh, Han Xiu replied unnaturally. Does King Qin want to give you a marriage? Han Xiu asked. I'm not sure. It's reported in the newspapers. I think these are private topics. Shang Wen put forward his own views. Private question? Han Xiu asked. Yes, it involves some personal privacy. Everyone has a view. There are also personal little secrets. Your inquiry like this, I'm a little unnatural. Shang Wen preached straightforwardly. Okay, I won't ask any more. Han Xiu replied very simply. So the two remained calm in the carriage for a long time. Well, let's talk about business, right? Han Xiu asked. Perhaps Han Xiu thinks the cabin is too calm. Perhaps it was because she wanted to take the initiative to break this calm. Oh, yes, Shang Wen replied. I want to build a school. But we don't know how to do it. But I hope to send some people to study in Qin. Do you think it's okay? Han Xiu asked. Yes, we are open to you at any time, Shang Wen said. Our education is open-ended. Generally speaking, Zheng Fu is rarely taken care of. Only when the style of study is Zhu, Can our science and technology be rapidly improved? Shang Wen said. Oh, Han Xiu nodded and agreed. Then the two of them chatted one after another, although they are all political matters. But Han Xiu believes that it is better than two people being speechless for a long time. The carriage was also racing on the highway quickly. The guard behind followed closely. At night, a group of people rested on the side of the road all night. Continue on the road the next day. Same. Han Xiu and Shang Wen were sitting in the same carriage. The difference is that Han Xiu put on a long dress and hair accessories are also repaired to be exceptionally gorgeous. The Jing-hearted dress made Han Xiu show the demeanor of the Wang family. Shang Wen in this place didn't dare to talk to Han Xiu. Along the way, you ask one sentence for both of them, and I answer one sentence. The restraint of the atmosphere. Here, Han Xiu said, lifting a corner of the curtain. Oh, have you arrived in Xinzing? Shang Wen asked. Yes. Listen, everyone is welcoming you, Han Xiu said excitedly. Shang Wen nodded. My lord, you can get out of the car. A female voice said. You first please. Han Xiu said. Okay. Shang Wen said very gentlemanly. In fact, this is also the normal order of getting off. Men get out of the car to open the doors for women, or do something else. After getting off the car, Shang Wen looked around. Here we have reached the gate of Xinzing Palace. There are a lot of onlookers around. There are also reporters constantly shuttled. There are a lot of guards. Take my hand, Han Xiu said. Oh, what? Okay. Shang Wen didn't react at first, but thought that the man should let the woman get off the car gracefully with a gentleman's demeanor. So Shang Wen gave birth to his right hand to hold Han Xiu's hand. Although Han Xiu's hands are wearing white silk gloves, the heat can still be felt. Han Xiu held Shang Wen's hand in one hand worried about the side of the long skirt, then slowly walked off the stage. Oh. Everyone looked at all this in surprise. The reporters seemed to be dumbfounded. Wang. Many people were surprised and speechless, and Shang Wen thinks it's nothing. He took Han Xiu's hand and walked to the gate of the palace. Thank you, Han Xiu said elegantly. No thanks. Shang Wen said. My lord, the envoy of the state of Zhao is here too. An attendant whispered. Oh, Han Xiu nodded. However, they are here to negotiate with the state of Qin. And, are you not friendly to the king at all? The attendant whispered. These words were all heard by Shang Wen. But this is a public occasion, and it's a bit untimely if there is a stalemate. Shang Wen felt that such a situation should be avoided. Let's go in. Han Xiu turned around and said. Shang Wen nodded. Then enter the palace together. Then came a series of palace ceremonies to welcome the visiting Prime Minister of Qin. Zhou's envoy did not come to participate, because the attitude of Zhao and South Korea is not very clear. King Zhao did not send an envoy to come to acknowledge the queen who had become a soldier. The ceremony did not end until dusk. Shang Wen believes that Han Xiu has gone too far. At this time, Shang Wen realized something was wrong, because in front of the public, in ancient times, let a prime minister hold the hand of a queen. This is very unreasonable. If there is nothing in modern times, but in ancient times, that's different. At this time, it is estimated that the newspaper has already sent out the manuscript. The public is obviously very interested in such gossip. At night, a carriage came from the post house where the envoy of Zhao lived. Two young people got out of the car. Let's go. The two said that they were notified. Then wait for a while. Subsequently, the two were invited upstairs. The two had just entered the door. One of the two said, General Li. It was Shang Wen who spoke. Are you Li Mu, as the envoy sent by the state of Zhao to discuss this time, sat there? I have met you once, Shang Wen said while standing. Li Mu pondered a little, then shook his head. There is no impression. Does the general remember the city in the cloud? Did the guest show the weapon for the general? Shang Wen asked. You are the guest king, Li Mu said with some surprise. At the beginning, Li Mu had looked at Shang Wen carefully, but a lot of new things changed immediately, which made him gradually forget the matter. Shang Wen nodded. Now, Qin Keqing is already in a high position in the Qin state. Presumably, those new weapons are also from the hands of the Prime Minister. Li Mu said slowly. Is the general the way he treats guests like this? Shang Wen then asked. Oh, ha ha ha. Please sit down, sir. But the lady next to me, I am afraid I have to explain the origin. Li Messias had long seen that the man next to him was not a man, although he was wearing men's clothes. His physique and face, by no means a man, plus some salient features of men. How could Li Mu be concealed? Li Mu once guessed that she was the eldest princess of Qin, but her age was quite different. So he concluded, this is the Queen of South Korea. 469 New diplomatic pattern. The general really has good eyesight. This is the Queen of South Korea, Shang Wen explained. Zhao Ge has not sent an envoy yet. Li Mu said, please sit down first. The Queen, Shang Wen said back. Han Xiu was unwilling. She wants to stand with Shang Wen. South Korea has made good relations with Qin now. It is an ally of Qin. Now that it has been recognized by Qin, what about the other countries? Shang Wen said tyrannically. Does the state of Qin fail to send troops for South Korea? Li Mu said dissatisfied. No, South Korea can withstand Zhao Jun's offensive. If it fails, Qin can mediate. And Yan is also willing to send troops to attack Zhao. I'm afraid Zhao can't fight on two fronts. Shang Wen said directly. Little Korea, Yan go. This general is not afraid, Li Mu said disdainfully. Really? The form of war has undergone major changes. The era of cold weapons has passed. The era of hot weapons is about to begin. Does the general not know the power of guns and cannons? Shang Wen said. This general defeated more than 7,000 people in Yan State and Lingzhou. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? Li Mu played a card of Zhao State. This is the qualification card for negotiation. Shang Wen shook his head. The general only defeated one brigade. 3 brigades formed a division. If Yan State sends a division, how many people will the general die to defeat? Shang Wen said slowly. Li Mu was speechless. He was very clear about these situations, but he didn't want to lose to Shang Wen in aura. This is just the beginning of the negotiations between the two parties. If he loses his momentum, then Zhao will have to face great passivity. Yan State and Qin State signed an alliance agreement. South Korea also signed an alliance agreement with Qin State. To these two countries, Qin State, we must take responsibility, Shang Wen said. The general can accept Qin's mediation. Then it shows that the general has a lot of sincerity, and Qin also has a lot of sincerity, Shang Wen said as he walked back and forth. Sincere? What kind of sincerity? Li Mu asked with caution. Trade? Shang Wen said directly. The state of Qin wants to use the opportunity of mediation to open the business gates of the 6 nations. Trade? Li Mu asked. Is it like Qin's futures, which absorbs all of Zhou's grain, or is it to sell arms to absorb Zhou's gold? Li Mu said sternly. The general just saw one side. Shang Wen defended. One side? Isn't it this side? For a long time, Zhao Ge didn't lose to Qin Jun. Instead, I lost to a businessman, Li Mu said. After the emergence of the food crisis, Li Mu began investigating the various measures taken by Qin. He found that arms smuggling is more dangerous than food. The munitions sucked a lot of gold. After the gold entered the Qin State, it was converted into paper money. Some Qin State banknotes have begun to circulate in Zhao State. Qin's banknotes are even linked to gold. Although Li Mu still doesn't know exactly how useful paper money is, there is one thing. He believes that this is the source of a huge crisis. Qin State gave up the attack with real swords and guns. Use this invisible instead. The killing effect far exceeds that of weapons used by the army to attack. Business. Today, the state of Qin has openly asked for trade. This is not clear. The intention of the state of Qin is to slowly change the influence of the state of Zhao into the state of Zhao. Perhaps he still doesn't understand the term economy. Economic security Li Mu didn't even understand. But he knows. The war needs these. Didn't the general see the changes in Zhao Ge? The rich family of Zhao Ge has already begun to make some changes. Haven't these changes been noticed? Shang Wen asked. The world is about to be unified. Unification. What is unification? It is to unify this nation. To save this nation from many disasters. Unification requires more strength. It also requires more powerful forces to bring this nation and the entire land unite together. Trade and commerce can accomplish this kind of unification, Shang Wen said generously. Great unification? Li Mu slowly shook his head. Is the state of Zhao just exporting grain? The state of Zhao can develop local industries in the state of Zhao. Take Zhao Jun as an example. The Huns that you fought, general, dare not to invade the border of China. But it has not been completely wiped out. The large grasslands laid down after the occupation, they gave up again. Such a reciprocation will eventually become a major disaster. The Qin state has occupied a large grassland and became the meat supply of Qin. It is not beautiful for the people to eat meat and strengthen their bones, Shang Wen said. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the state of Qin has formed a large number of commercial armed forces. Although these commercial armed forces cannot be compared with the regular army, they can be gradually eliminated. Completely eliminate those few nomads. They continue to take the initiative. Attacked, harassed, attacked a few nomads, robbed their cattle, sheep, and horses, plundered their population as slaves. These slaves were driven by Daekin to provide land for planting and grazing. Such a development. How could Daekin not be strong? Qin state. What kind of life does the people lead? What kind of life does the people of Zhao country lead? Comparing each other. Is it still necessary to fight? Shang Wen said. Li Mu let out a big breath. No need to compare. Li Mu already knew that Zhao had lost. This time, I am just giving the general a message. If Zhao does not reform, I am afraid it will be difficult to maintain. For Zhao Jun, I admire the bravery of those soldiers. But the bravery of these soldiers cannot protect themselves. Brothers and sisters of Darkin. When Daekin cracked down on the Huns, they rescued many such people. They were not as good as dogs. After the Qin army came, how did they live? The Huns, who people, and she were not as good as dogs. Shang Wen said loudly. Li Mu was completely speechless. Zhao Jun was brave but used it in the civil war. This is a national civil war, but it gives the foreigners a chance. Shang Wen said, ashamed of the civil war. Since I became prime minister, I have never sent a soldier to attack the 6 countries. On the contrary, the army frequently attacked those minorities. The purpose is to serve as a national responsibility. Shang Wen said, for this responsibility, during my tenure as Prime Minister, I will not take the initiative to attack the 6 nations, unless forced to do so. Qin also hopes that the 6 nations will participate in foreign operations. If Zhao Jun is willing to send troops to attack foreigners, Qin is willing to provide all conveniences. At the same time, Zhao the country can also profit from this. Shang Wen temporarily proposed an idea. Originally, this time I came here to get the bottom of the negotiations. Because both sides have different requirements. In order to obtain a common knowledge point in different requirements, getting the bottom line is very important. Li Mu's mind was a little bit maddened by Shang Wen, but he calmed down vigorously. Qin state's intentions are far away. This is Li Mu's preliminary understanding. Because this Prime Minister's vision has far surpassed his own cognition. 470 Qin state's request. You too. Please sit down. Li Mu raised his hand to indicate. Thank you. Shang Wen Chili Han Xiu also sat down together. The difference is, the two sat down next to each other. The general is a soldier. I am a civilian. Then, I will follow the way of thinking of a soldier without any attempt to explain the meaning of Qin state. Shang Wen pointed to the goal directly. This kind of discussion is also very consistent with Li Mu's Xing style. Instead of going around, it's better to go directly to the topic. At this time, there are already 3 people in the house. If there is a lot of idleness, people will quit early. It can be said that this is a closed-door meeting. The main purpose of Qin is to trade. The prerequisite for trade is to cease war with Yan, and the ministers agree to maintain peace. Send envoys to recognize the status of South Korea's queen, Shang Wen said slowly. Now that we talked about the current situation of South Korea, Qin had to earn some benefits for his allies. If possible, other terms other than the four countries can be reached. My proposal is that in view of the large number of prisoners produced in the war, we should provide humanitarian protection to these prisoners. For example, they cannot be killed at will, tortured, etc. At the same time, the warring parties shall be treated. The personal safety and property of civilians should also be provided with certain protection. Shang Wen said slowly. How to guarantee these? Li Mu is a soldier, naturally more concerned about these. Based on the legal documents signed by the four countries, if one country does not comply, severe economic sanctions or military strikes will be adopted, Shang Wen said. Well, then what Qin did on the battlefield of Chengping, who will bear it? Li Mu pressed hard. Let Shang Wen regress with the help of historical issues. We will be responsible. Although this is a historical issue, perhaps it is something that the first kings of the Qin kingdom did not want to see. However, we will assume our own historical responsibilities. I will publicly apologize to you on behalf of Qin. At the same time, give history Xing compensation, Shang Wen said. Li Mu looked at Shang Wen in surprise. He did not expect it to be on historical issues. The Prime Minister would directly make such a request. Is it just a responsibility? Li Mu still couldn't believe it. But everything that the Prime Minister had reported in the newspaper before make him believe such a thing. This Prime Minister can definitely do it. For the specific compensation, we will compensate with a certain amount of money or in kind. If necessary, we can solve the employment and education problems of Zhao Guo's lone widows. Please trust the military in our sincerity, Shang Wen said slowly. Even if the Prime Minister apologizes, what can be done with compensation? After all, it has already happened. Li Mu was obviously still holding on to the past. Although history has turned that page, we have not turned it over today. We understand everything that happened in the past, so we are responsible for everything that happened in the past. As the Prime Minister of Qin State, I am willing to take this responsibility. We are willing to rewrite the history of China. We hope that the two countries can resolve their previous hatred because of our sincerity, Shang Wen said sincerely. Li Mu waved his hand and didn't mention the matter. Because the representative of the state of Yan has not arrived yet. The state of Yan requested this matter for a long time because they wanted to bypass the state of Zhao and enter Xianyang from the north of the state of Qin. Then came to Xinjiang from Xianyang. Very troublesome. It is also very time-consuming. So, regarding specific negotiations, we can only talk about the two countries reaching a reconciliation agreement as soon as possible. Let peace return to the state of Zhao, Shang Wen said. As for the country of Zhao and South Korea, I hope that the two countries will establish friendly relations as soon as possible. After all, the two countries are close neighbors. After the trade, the two countries still have a lot of communication on trade matters, Shang Wen said in a friendly manner. Li Mu nodded. Because these things are civilian affairs. His too much as a military attaché involved a truce. Moreover, this matter too much mentions commercial activities. This was not there before. This has far exceeded Li Mu's current cognition. As for Zhao and Qin, in addition to trade, Qin hopes that Zhao will adopt a low tax rate after the two countries trade. Do not levy high taxes. At the same time, reduce the tax barriers, and finally control the overall control between several points. Qin state as compensation. It is also a historical issue of compensation. It will promise to train some overseas students in Zhao State, Shang Wen said. Students abroad? Li Mu asked suspiciously. The Prime Minister of Qin in front of him frequently used some words that he had never heard of. If it is not for these words, it is easy to understand. Li Mu had already frequently interrupted Shang Wen to explain. Yes, it's about education. Qin Guogo trained a group of talents for free for Zhao Guo as compensation for the Battle of Chengping. Of course, we will still pay the compensation. Shang Wen said, I don't know what aspects are involved in the Prime Minister's education. Li Mu is more interested in this issue. This involves a lot. Qin currently has many branches. For example, there is architecture, mainly designing bridges and water conservancy projects. There are also machinery, mainly processing. If the general lacks officers, we also have a military school. There will be a large number of training. Officer, non-commissioned officer, Shang Wen said. Does this state of Qin really help the state of Zhao cultivate? Li Mu asked uncertainly. Of course, Shang Wen said surely, on the Zhao state side, after trading with Qin state, you can still have a lot of contacts with Qin state. For example, I just mentioned that Zhao Jun can participate in Qin state's foreign military operations. This point, Qin state welcomes it very much. The spoils obtained belong to you. Of course, if you are willing to sell to us, we are also happy to buy. Those minorities have a large number of horses, cattle, sheep, etc. But the premise is that you must pay us some money. We can provide you with logistics nearby, supplies. Similarly, if South Korea is willing to participate, we welcome it. At the same time, the two countries have a large number of commercial products to exchange. Qin has many manufactured products, such as glass, mirrors and so on. Shang Wen introduced. I don't know what Zhao's finished products are, but if you think it's possible, you can send a lot of female workers. Our textile factory needs a lot of manpower. There are no technical restrictions, or some engineering teams. Qin is everywhere. Construction, especially those newly established states and small towns. They need a well-developed road network. Of course, Qin Guogo pays you, Shang Wen said. Li Mu rarely took the initiative to speak in such talks, because Qin state has the initiative to negotiate. Although Qin state showed all his whole cards, but Zhao Guo is still passive. Li Mu did not immediately agree to Shang Wen's request on the grounds that he needed to ask King Zhao for instructions. Shang Wen did not hope to get Li Mu's support. Both parties just told their respective requirements before the meeting. There is only one in Zhao country, but there are many in Qin country. Qin will be the protagonist on the international stage. 471 Dancing. Qin Guo's conditions are obviously very generous, but Li Mu believes that this is very inappropriate, because he always feels that there are many hidden dangers in this. Where are these hidden dangers? He also didn't understand. These things have far surpassed the limit that Li Mu can recognize as this era. In professional habit, Li Mu is a soldier. It is impossible to realize what a businessman can see. These conditions set forth by Shang Wen are definitely not that simple. But when the two countries follow economic and trade exchanges, they are also destined to destroy the local economic foundation. Qin exported a large number of domestic manufactured products. From glass, mirrors, sweaters, leather-blended clothing to carriages, construction materials and so on. These things are not available in the 6 countries. And these commodities will greatly exchange a large amount of gold and silver. At the same time, the 6 countries, in order to regain these gold and silver, it is bound to export all the products unique to the country. For example, cheap labor. A large number of workers will enter Qin to work. In the case of demand stimulus, Qin is bound to greatly expand the scale of production. If conditions are ripe, capital will be exported and factories will be opened near the market. Not only that, once these workers entered the state of Qin, they will receive a lot of new things. They are bound to compare with their own country. Once the trip is made, there is a huge gap, especially those NSW that are actively completing the primitive accumulation of capital. They will greatly attract a large number of immigrants from the 6 nations. On the issue of education, Qin's new style education will cultivate a large number of capitalist talents. It is difficult for these talents to serve the newly established feudal system, and even the reforms of some countries are far from meeting the feudal requirements, because The more civilized atmosphere of Qin state greatly mobilized various social resources to participate. The old feudal forces will greatly destroy this resource mobilization. These talents who have returned to China will actively become the promoters of capitalism, or make Qin the biggest attraction country. Unity of consciousness. It is bound to be formed at that time. These are only secondary. In Shang Wen's view, the economic ties between countries in the era of the Great War will be the basis for reshaping this nation, and it will also be the reason for the final resolution of the disputes in this country. The economic development of various countries is single, and the single benefit is the need for unity. Under the connection of commercial interests, the national consciousness will become very strong, and the national consciousness of this country is condensing. Finally, a complete national consciousness is formed. The 2,000 years of Chinese feudal history can be said to some extent, due to the lack of commercial bonding, cause this kind of national consciousness is not strong. The specific manifestation is that the individual's national consciousness is not strong. Heavy taxes, coupled with a twisted mentality of revenge. As a result, it is difficult to integrate national consciousness for a long time. Shang Wen's commercial route, or a commercial war. This situation will be greatly improved, although it took a little longer. This is Shang Wen's personal estimate. He believes that this time should be as long as 20 years, or it will take longer. But it can greatly improve this hidden ethnic danger. Its significance is more long-term, and far surpasses the influence of the 10-year unification war of Qin. The 10-year unification war of the Qin state only united the great powers. Geographically, a Great China is formed. However, there is no consensus on national ideology. Shang Wen slowed down the pace of unification and increased the links between businesses. Undoubtedly, a lot of time has been given to this national ideology. Shang Wen refers to the consciousness of the 13 states before the war in the United States, and it is the 13 states that strengthened this connection. The American nation was just formed. Shang Wen needs to slow down this unification time and leave a lot of time for national ideology to condense. Li Mu sent his own letter. Shang Wen sent out some of his opinions, especially the historical issues in the Battle of Chengping. Shang Wen made a detailed view on this historical issue. He believes that with Qin's sincerity, Zhao and Qin's current ideological opposition can be moved. At the same time, it is also a major move to greatly recover Zhou's national heart. The dignity of a country does not lie in the tough posture after doing wrong things. It lies in his daring to admit his mistakes, and he can make up for the mistakes and losses caused by such mistakes. This will be the intangible wealth of this country. This kind of wealth, it takes several generations or even more people to maintain it. Shang Wen wrote in his letter. He hoped that his letter would move King Qin. Great concessions can be made on the historical issue of the Battle of Chengping. This concession will make Qin a big step forward in the future. Just when Shang Wen expressed his opinion excitedly, domestic newspapers reported the scene in which Prime Minister Qin was welcomed. Among them, Bao, which is famous for its scandals and gossip news, has a large report on how Qin's prime minister held the carriage of the Queen of Korea. In addition, he also boldly guessed the relationship between the Prime Minister Qin and the Queen of Korea. In this era, the attention of the royal family far exceeds that of ordinary people, especially some famous political figures, like Shang Wen. Very eye-catching. Qin state does not care about politics. They are more willing to care about the private lives of these people. For example, the love between Shang Wen and the eldest princess. Some newspapers have already reported that King Qin is going to give a marriage. But after all, there is no certainty and it makes people laugh. But this time is different. The protagonist turned out to be the Prime Minister and another woman. The identity of this woman is still very special. The Queen. This suddenly attracted a lot of people's attention. Compared to the armistice, the news that the Queen Mother is critically ill, people pay more attention to these. Look, look! The Prime Minister is holding the hand of the Queen of Korea. A newsboy shouted loudly. Many people rushed to buy it first, yet Yinu was tearing a piece of newspaper hard at this time. You stupid idiot! How dare you hold her hand? I want your life! As he said, Yinu picked up the strap of the gun angrily. Walking out of the gate, she casually led a horse, and she was annoyed to kill Shangwin. "Get out of the way!" Yinu shouted loudly. "Hey, you little girl, why is this?" "Wow, it's still a little beauty," a traditionally dressed man said happily. "Master, look, there are many beautiful people in Qin country," said a wretched-looking man arched his back. "Yes, not bad," the other man said. "Humphrey, damn you too." Yinu got on the horse and quickly took out the revolver. "This is the state of Qin. You can't kill people casually. That princess will let you dance." He said that he held a gun in one hand, and quickly pulled the hammer with the other. Bang bang, a burst of random gunshots. My life. I saw the two jumping and dancing. 472 The pursuit of Yinu. The dance of the two attracted a lot of people's onlookers at once. Yinu spread all the anger towards Shangwin on these two people. The two revolvers quickly burned out all the bullets. "Get out of the way," as she said. Yinu drew it with a whip. Pop! There was a loud whip whip. The whip flashed fiercely on the wretched-looking man. "Ouch!" the wretched man yelled. Yinu kicked and rushed forward. The two smashed away. The two were thrown into a big horse. The people around burst into laughter. "Ouch!" another man yelled, lying on the ground. The other one reluctantly got up to support the man. "My son, are you okay?" the wretched man asked. "Salted fish, help me up," the man said. "Young man, slow down." The wretched man slowly helped the young man up. "Well, who is this beauty? So powerful?" the son said. "The little one doesn't know," said the salted fish. "Who fired the gun?" "The Imperial Army who said that Qin patrolled came over. They just came over when they heard the gunshots." "It was the gunshot by Her Royal Highness Princess," the crowd onlookers said quickly. The Qin state practiced the continuous sitting method. The onlookers are obliged to provide details of what they know, otherwise, they should be punished with the same crime. The two men dashed against the princess. One of the people said, acknowledging, "Don't kill me. I ran into the eldest princess." "Come here." "Take it down," said several armed soldiers. Immediately stepped forward to take down the two. Then a group of people waited to testify. At this time, the Forbidden Army had not yet been formally reorganized. Moreover, the Marine Corps is part of the field forces. There are some difficulties in adapting. Therefore, the Forbidden Army was temporarily bypassed. What Wang Ben is doing is reorganizing all field troops. That beauty. That's the eldest princess of Qin. The man who named himself the Sun called, "I am the son of King Chu." "Hey, I am the son of King Chu." The two were taken to prison. After interrogation, the identities of these two people were found out. That one turned out to be the son of King Chu, and the other turned out to be the son of the sun. Wu Xiannia's name was strangely named, because this matter involves the state of Chu. It was immediately reported to Ting Wai. Ting Wai handed it over to Meng Yi, the deputy prime minister. However, it will take a while for Meng Yi to see this report, because Qin Go is doing his best to deal with the Queen Mother's affairs. There is no time to take care of such things, and the Prime Minister went out to negotiate. The two were detained in Qin's prison. She turned out to be the eldest princess of the Qin state. Oops! Ningchu shook his head and exclaimed. It turned out that Ningchu was the last king of the Chu kingdom. The biggest fun of every year is to collect news reports about Princess Qin. When the newspaper spread, Minzu thinks this is a very interesting thing. Collect newspapers whenever possible. But Qin's newspaper reported on Yinya's private life, followed by Yinya's personal property, followed by an interview with Yinu, and so on. This immediately attracted the attention of the Chu state lord. So the son obsessively began to collect all the news reports of Yinu. Moreover, he also painstakingly organized into a book, and packed it in a beautiful box. When Ningchu came to Qin state this time, he first came to read what the Qin state newspaper said. The second thing is to look at Yinu. He wants to look at the goddess in his mind. did not expect. I ran into it today. This really made him ecstatic. Salted fish. She turned out to be the eldest princess. The eldest princess, Ningchu said crazily. The eldest princess. She turned out to be the eldest princess. Suzu said to herself, my son. Although this eldest princess has an unclear relationship with the prime minister of the state of Qin, she is not married. Wuxianiu suggested wretchedly. Yes, yes. The eldest princess. After all, the eldest princess is not married. That son still has a chance to pursue it. The eldest princess is the goddess of this princess. Ningchu shouted loudly. It's crackling. All the prisoners in the cell threw the crock at the two. This is for receiving urine. At this time, Yin had just ran out of Xianyang city not far. A waitress hurried over, conveyed the news that the Queen Mother's condition was getting worse. This means that the Queen Mother is not working. Upon receiving the news, Yin cried immediately. Then he turned his horse's head to prepare to drive to the city. Bad idiot. I'll keep this account in mind. Wait for you to come back. I want your life. Yin stared at South Korea with red eyes. Let's go. He walked away while talking. Yin is very anxious. After all, the Queen Mother is her nanai, because it is the identity of the eldest princess. The Queen Mother still loves this granddaughter very much. Yin always believes that parents are the most important. Therefore, the Queen Mother was seriously ill. She still values it very much. Queen Mother. Queen Mother. Yin hurriedly arrived. Many people were here at this time: King Qin, the clan, and Yin's younger brothers and sisters. My good you are here. The Queen Mother seemed to be all right, but everyone knows that this is a return to light. Queen Mother. Yin's eyes were already red from crying. Tell the Queen Mother, how is your idiot? Yin often talked about this with the Queen Mother. After all, this is something to worry about. Still like that? Yin cried and said, come here, come here. The Queen Mother will tell you. Yin stepped forward. The grandfather and grandson were quietly talking about Yin's little secrets. Then Yin cried and took the Queen Mother's hand. The Queen Mother seemed to be very happy about Yin. After all, I was young too. She squinted her eyes and began to think about her past. At that time, she was as young as Yin, just as beautiful. Many people are chasing. All come to chase. The Queen Mother thought of her best moments. A smile appeared on his face. Then, the smile froze. Mother Queen. King Qin cried loudly. Then the clan, Yin, and a large number of descendants also knelt down and cried. At this time, in South Korea, a fierce negotiation is being held. Yan's special envoy arrived late. The envoy is still Uxin, because if you change people again, I'm afraid it will be delayed until after mid-August. In a hurry, so temporarily let Uxin act as special envoy. At the same time, in order to prepare for the details of the meeting, Shang Wen considered more fully. That is the title of seats in the four countries, because South Korea is the host, but not the protagonist of the negotiation. Qin state is, but the main topic is to resolve the issue of armistice. This involves Yango, but the three kingdoms cannot be placed in one line. At the same time, South Korea also needs to lower its stance. Zhaogo also needs to lower his posture to ease the pressure of negotiations. So the seat problem became prominent. Round Table 473. To this end, on the issue of seat sorting, Shang Wenti proposed to use a round table. At the same time, the direction due north is vacant. Avoid unnecessary topic disputes. Han Xiu has no opinion on this move. Uxin also had no objection. When this news was told to Li Mu also had no comments. At the same time, he was affirmed by King Zhao. Ask him to obtain more benefits for Zhaogo in the negotiation. The meeting was held in a side hall of Hanwang Palace. The side hall is very large, but only these 4 chairs and a round table are placed in the middle. The position of the chair is not in the positive direction, it's a biased direction. That is, in the 4 corners of the northwest, northeast, southeast, and southwest. This is to avoid disputes caused by the direction of the seat. Zhaogo sat in the northwest. Shang Wen doesn't matter, but Li Mu believes that this direction is close to true north, as the host country. Han Xiu sat in the northeast, Shang Wenfang and Yang O sat in the southeast and southwest corners respectively. Li Mu believes that he has an advantage in terms of seating, but Shang Wen thinks it doesn't matter, because the next negotiation is the focus. The topic was first put forward by Shang Wen. In order to allow the meeting to have an easing process, Shang Wen first chose the prisoner of war issue as the topic. To ladies and gentlemen, the first thing we want to talk about is army crime and civilian harm and prisoners of war. Shang Wen first proposed. Li Mu is obviously not used to chairs yet. Sit up a bit twitchy. The other two are obviously very stable. They have all been in Xianyang. This time, in the war between the state of Zhao and the state of Qi, there have been a lot of abuses and injuries to civilians in the state of Yan. At the same time, a large number of prisoners of war were tortured and beaten severely. Eventually the prisoners of war died. Shang Wen slowed down, said, "War is an extremely violent act. This violent act has a lot of lethality and destructive power. I believe you will understand this." Shang Wen looked at the three and said. Li Mu nodded naturally. Han Xiu has experienced mutiny. Know the role of violence. Uxin represents the country of Yan, and he is very aware of the loss of the country of Yan. We in China have 2,000 civilizations. Everyone is a civilized country. Therefore, I suggest that on the basis of civilization, we can effectively control the violence of war. Try to avoid violence to innocent people, those civilians, and lay down weapons. The soldiers. In the humanitarian spirit, we should give them full human requirements. Shang Wen said, "Master Prime Minister, I object. Those soldiers who took the initiative to bring harm to the civilians of Yan State should be punished. You know, they actually eat human flesh. They deserve to die." Uxin was obviously a little excited. In fact, behind the excitement is to strive for greater benefits for your country. Those soldiers have already been punished. For this they paid the price of their lives. Isn't that enough? Li Mu sternly counterattacked. "Everyone, give me a place." "Calm down. Everyone is negotiating, not here to fight." "Everyone calm down." Shang Wen mediates as an intermediary. Han Xiu believes that the issue of prisoners of war is between Yan and Zhao. She doesn't have much to do with this. Moreover, she has just ascended to the throne, and what she needs is someone to acknowledge her succession to the throne, rather than prisoners of war and civilian casualties. Therefore, Han Xiu watched Li Mu quarrel with Uxin. She doesn't care. Since everyone can sit down, it means that everyone still has a common goal. Shang Wen stopped both sides to say, "We Yan is not afraid of Zhao. If we fight, I am afraid that Zhao can't stand it." Uxin said viciously. Has Xiaoxian forgotten the lesson of the war of longevity? Li Mu was never afraid of threats, especially at the negotiating table. He believes that only by maintaining a consistent tough posture can we strive for more benefits. "Oh, my God," Shang Wen said to himself. "Two gentlemen, this is the place for negotiation. It is not the battlefield. We sat down calmly in order to stop the war. We are for peace. Peace. Understand?" Shang Wen looked at Uxin. "Look at Li Mu again. If this continues, then the war will continue." This is something Shang Wen doesn't want to see. Although war can also bring a lot of wealth. But what Qin needs at present is to open the trade gates of various countries as soon as possible. War does not need mirrors, nor gorgeous clothes. There is no need for mirrors and glass. These are Qin's civilian goods. The military products have been stimulating enough. On the contrary, civilian products rely on the huge domestic demand of the country to pull. Qin state is engaged in construction everywhere. But how long can it last? Shang Wen didn't know. The most important thing is that foreign trade must be developed. This requires a stable and peaceful environment. This is what Qin wants to see most. When the two heard of peace, they slowly recovered their calm. On the issue of civilian harm, we have to say that we are all responsible for all the positions we have here. The war is carried out by national violent agencies. For example, the army. If violence is not controlled, it is easy to get out of control. Everyone has seen it, Shang Wen said. Our Qin state is the same. Although we only kill the enemy on the battlefield, we exclude those who intend to kill civilians posing as military exploits. As for Yan state, During the counter-offensive stage, you are also frantically retaliating against the Zhao army soldiers, especially those women soldiers. Killed those Zhao Jun soldiers extremely cruelly. Gin's newspapers have already reported. Everyone knows what's going on, Shang Wen said while watching Uxin. The problem of Zhao was first raised. Since everyone has such problems, why can't we prevent it? A common covenant is made to prevent such incidents from happening again, Shang Wen said in a friendly manner. The two sighed. Obviously they have the intention to accept it. After all, both countries are victims of the war. Shang Wen understands this point better. These are some relevant articles I have drawn up on the issue of prisoners of war and civilian lives and property damage. You can maintain different opinions. Then, we can sit down and talk about it. I hope everyone will show great sincerity. Come to solve this kind of incident and don't happen again. Shang Wen said that he took out the prepared document draft from his leather bag and distributed it to everyone. Han Xiu just looked through it. Li Mu and Uxin carefully checked every clause. And Shang Wen waited for the reply of the two. Shang Wen did not think carefully about these terms and deal with them. Instead, he copied the relevant articles of the Renaivo International Convention, especially with regard to prisoners of war, the terms of injury to the lives and property of civilians on both sides of the war. Once the four countries sign, it will mean that it will take effect. Both parties will recognize the binding force of the legal document. I need to go back and discuss it, Li Mu said first. Me too, Uxin said. Okay. We will temporarily adjourn the meeting. We will talk in the afternoon, Shang Wen suggested. 474 The problem that cannot be shelved. The morning negotiating meeting broke up temporarily. The negotiation process has just begun, and there is no need to be deadlocked at the beginning. The road behind is still very long. Excuse me, the Prime Minister. How was the meeting this morning? A female report ran to block Shang Wen from the gate of the palace. The same is true for Li Mu and Uxin. Han Xiu does not need to appear because this is her palace. The morning meeting was very relaxing. We all sat quietly and started thinking about ending the war between Yan and Zhao. I believe that peace will fall on the people of Zhao soon, Shang Wen said with a smile. Then can you tell us about the content of your meeting? A reporter asked. Yes. We are discussing a legal document with international quality. This legal document will effectively control the war. The scope of such violent disasters, at least when we fight in the future, the lives and property of the people will be affected by the legal document. Protection. Shang Wen waved his hand and said, The Prime Minister, do you think this legal document can be issued? I think you are full of confidence. A female reporter quickly took over the topic and said, Yes, certainly. The basis of our negotiations is peace. Shang Wen walked along and accepted an interview with reporters. Please give in. If necessary, I will accept your interview. Thank you. As he said, Shang Wen boarded the carriage and left. When other reporters interviewed Li Mu and Uxin, they didn't get much valuable news. In the afternoon, the meeting continued. Shang Wen's proposal was unanimously agreed by all parties. And, agreeing to the passage of this clause, the parties are also very happy to sign this clause. But Shang Wen was not happy for long, because the focus of the contradiction quickly intensified the contradiction because of the passage of this clause. The clause stipulates, for the loss of life and property to the people of the belligerent countries, detailed compensation has been made for the loss of prisoners of war exchanges. This became the beginning of the dispute between the two sides. First, Yan Go agreed to a truce, but proposed a total of 600,000 gold for damages. This 600,000 gold is real money and 600,000 gold. This is almost all of Zhou's possessions. Yan Go also has his own reasons. This is because the people suffered heavy losses when the Yan state and Zhao state fought, and when Yan Du was at war, he was defeated. Yan Du, especially the ancestral temple of Yan state, was looted by Zhao state and Qi state. Not only the royal family, but even the homes of ordinary people. Yan Guo's claim for compensation is reasonable and lawful, but the total amount of compensation is too big, and just signed a document. Yan Guo immediately demanded compensation accordingly. Before the armistice agreement was negotiated, the issue of compensation was raised first. Li Mu rejected this unreasonable request, and don't trust Yan's compensation amount. As a counterattack, Li Mu also demanded compensation for the abuse and massacre of prisoners of war soldiers of up to 500,000 gold, and asked the other party to severely punish the murderer. High compensation claims were made in both cases. This leads to great differences. Uxin left the meeting in indignation, and expressed willingness to fight Zhao Guo. Li Mu was willing to accompany him to the end. The meeting cannot be suspended for the time being. As an intermediary, Qin Go has not yet entered the next rhythm. Suddenly encountered an unprecedented disagreement. Shang Wen believes that this issue cannot be shelved, nor can it be shelved, because the two countries must make certain appropriate concessions and adjustments on the issue of compensation when they reach an armistice agreement. Shang Wen began to meet in private. The first is Yan's request for a truce. Uxin obviously regarded Shang Wen as Li Mu. The request for an armistice is to add another 200,000 gold to the original compensation as compensation for the army. The armistice line on both sides should maintain the current situation. The kingdom of Yan actually occupied the three cities in Zongshan of the kingdom of Zhao. Obviously Yan Guo didn't want to lose their vested interests. As an intermediary, Shang Wen believes that Yan Guo's request has exceeded the maximum limit that Zhao Guo can accept. Moreover, it is impossible for Zhao Guo to spend so much money to compensate. Uxin thinks it can be exchanged for the city. Shang Wen shook his head and rejected Yan Guo's idea. I think we should take the initiative to show some sincerity. Otherwise, Zhao will not agree to a truce. Moreover, if this continues, the war will intensify. Yan and Zhao will become mortal enemies. Shang Wen said. The king Yan has already ordered. We can fight again if the talks fail. Uxin said indifferently. Shang Wen almost collapsed. In this case, there is no need to negotiate at all. Reluctantly, Shang Wen left to talk to Li Mu. Li Mu's request is also based on the original compensation request. Let Yan Guo withdraw from the three cities currently occupied. Only in this way can we show the sincerity of Yan's truce. Then the negotiation cannot continue. On the issue of compensation, obviously neither party has the intention to reach a settlement. Then the intermediate adjustment link will be completed by the state of Qin. There was no progress in the meeting for 2 consecutive days. There was news of the death of the Queen Mother from China. At the same time, Shang Wen also reported the situation here to King Qin. Allow yourself to stay and complete the four-nation negotiations. Just when Shang Wen was about to release the melodies, King Qin gave Shang Wen an edict. Order him to continue talking. Strive for more benefits for the Qin state. At the same time let him let go. Don't hold back. With the support of King Qin, Shang Wen felt that he was relaxed all at once. Shang Wen also began to calm down how to solve the current problems. Shang Wen believes that the issue of compensation between the two countries cannot be shelved, and at the same time, the historical issues left over by Qin must be addressed. For example, the hatred between the two countries brought about by the Battle of Qingping was effectively resolved. The issue of the Battle of Qingping and the issue of reconciliation reached by Yan Zhao should be discussed at the same level. If Qin wanted to resolve the hatred between Zhao and Qin, then he could not force Zhao too much on the issue of negotiation. Instead, take the initiative to resolve Zhou's current plight. Actively lower the sharpening point. Shang Wen believes that the key point of the armistice should be focused on the issue of compensation, because all the problems revolve around compensation. This is a matter directly seen by both parties. In territorial disputes, if the issue of compensation is handled well, for example, by obtaining more compensation, Yan Guo can withdraw proactively. This is the best situation. Or, on the issue of tariffs, tariff reductions and exemptions meet the requirements for withdrawal, and withdrawal The result of this adjustment is also good. The compensation amount for both parties is very large. This requires Qin's financial intervention. This also provided an excellent opportunity for Qin to control the finances of the 6 countries. Although Shangwin still couldn't think of any specific way, but its direction has been determined. So Shangwin immediately repaired the book and gave Yin her ideas, and got involved as soon as possible. 475 Qin states great method of absorbing gold. Just when Shangwin was preparing to use financial means to resolve the compensation issue between Yan and Zhao, Qin's economy is fully absorbing the gold reserves of the 6 countries. The industrial system of the Qin state was initially established, first of which was heavy industry based on military production, and smelting iron ore in the north of Guiyang Iron Plant. The abundant open-pit coal in the area and the nearby iron ore, which is now Baiyun Obo, gave Qin state a rich supply of iron resources. This also helped Qin quickly establish iron as the main metal position to replace bronze. In terms of iron smelting technology, Qin state first used coal coking iron smelting technology, which no country can know. And the 6 nations did not understand why Qin's iron smelting technology progressed so rapidly overnight. The large-scale use of iron enabled Qin to quickly develop various affairs. For example, the Guiyang Iron Plant uses large-scale hot rolling mills to not only produce necessary iron ingots or various blank tubes for the country. At the same time, it also independently produces some building materials. The appearance of cement caused a lot of changes in Qin's architecture. The wealthy began to use cement mixed with iron bars on a large scale to build a large number of solid buildings, and tostry or fastry buildings began to be used in new cities selected by the Qin state. At the same time, it has also begun to be used in small towns in some newly established states. Cement factories have begun to be established under huge demand. Many factory owners are involved. For example, Yinu intervened in Guiyang Iron Factory by borrowing, and finally re-injected capital to become a shareholder. Takes control of the largest iron factory in Qin. At the same time, a large-scale cement plant was established with the iron plant as the center. Because when processing iron, some byproducts, or it requires heating to produce cement. As a result, Guiyang has become the largest cement plant in Qin at the same time. While the weapons produced by heavy industry, cement, iron reinforcement and other construction materials entered the Qin state, they were also entering the markets of other countries. And these are Qin's leading products. Taking Zhaogo as an example, the emergence of new building materials made Zhao Wang begin to reconsider building the palace. At the same time, some clan children also began to use this sturdy material to build defense facilities. Because of the upgrade of the weapon, the original earth-rammed wall could not withstand the attack of the artillery. While making a fortune by smuggling weapons, Qin also imported solid construction materials. This is contradictory, but it is not contradictory to Qin, because they are making money. Who is in conflict with making money? These building materials cannot be produced in a short period of time due to the high domestic demand. Although some factories have begun to be built, they will have to wait for the opening of Chun the following year at the earliest before they are put into production. Therefore, the price of cement is extremely high. 1 gold is given to 3 stones. There are standards for iron bars due to Qin's production. Therefore, most of them are still imported from Qin. With building materials, it is necessary to ask Qin engineers to build, because only Qin engineers know the proportion of concrete. This is a considerable amount of expenditure. After a large number of Qin engineers retired, they set up training courses on their own, or opened construction firms to contract domestic and foreign construction projects of various sizes. They made a fortune for this. While these things are being imported, They are also absorbing a large amount of gold from various countries. Because Qin's paper currency exchange is linked to gold to a certain extent, the listing of gold futures directly gave the equivalent exchange between paper money and gold. Gold is becoming depreciated. Because Qin's gold reserves have reached an astonishing number, it is no longer possible to accumulate a large amount of gold in the underground palace of the Qin Palace. Qin State is using new building materials to build a new underground palace to store the gold. But no one knows how much gold there is, not only in heavy industry. Qin's light industry also greatly absorbed the gold of the 6 countries. Qin State controlled the trend of fashion in the 6 countries. For example, women began to use leather bags, perm, wearing leather clothes, high heels, etc. These things have been very popular on the streets of Xianyang in the Qin State. Moreover, with Xianyang as the center, a large area of Guangzhong and the newly established state began to spread. Because the people have a rich family background, farmers began to transport the wheat into the futures trading center, or into the mill, to be processed into flour, one by one. Then enter Xianyang and load the train from Xianyang, or use a horsey-drawn carriage to transport to various countries. The 6 countries have begun to eliminate corn in large quantities. Flour is replacing corn as the main meal of food. These are all in exchange for a lot of money for the farmer. With the money, they not only pay off the bank loan, but at the same time, they also start to have new pursuits. And the female Xing begins to dress up. The man began to pay attention to dress. Because they don't need to wear dirty clothes to work on the ground, everything is done by slaves. This in turn has absorbed a lot of gold for Qin, because people cannot leave food. Not only that, procurement officials from all over the world have gathered in Xianyang. They are purchasing all the weird commodities frantically. The demand for perfume has far surpassed others. Commodities have become the main commodities of the royal harem. Under this stimulation, a large number of perfumes of various flavors are frequently launched. Then there is clothing, high heels. In particular, Chu purchased a huge amount of high-heeled shoes. Because high heels can make women in the palace walk more gracefully. This variety is very attractive. Being able to own a pair of high heels became a symbol of the status of women in the palace of Chu King. Even the maids desperately need a pair of high heels. Not only high heels. Mirror, especially large glass mirrors, become an indispensable material for royal decoration. Chu's demand for this is very large. Currently, only 2 countries can decorate such a large glass mirror. One is the state of Qin, which is the largest producer. Therefore, the decoration of glass mirrors is a smooth matter. But Chu State became the second. The country of Chu imported a large number of glass mirrors that can clearly illuminate people's shadows. And a large number of glass mirrors were placed in the palace of the Chu Palace in Chunxiuchun. Not only inside the palace, in the harem, all the concubines whom the king of Chu was very favored installed a large number of glass mirrors. Moreover, the glass mirror of the concubine has somewhat become a symbol of the woman's status in the harem. Even the maids of the Chu king's palace will be able to have a small glass mirror as a kind of great vanity to show off. Unlike Chu, the other countries seem very stingy. Zhou only had a few pieces in the main hall, and the small glass mirror became a personal object of the favored concubine. Other countries can't go there any better, mainly because domestic gold is increasingly scarce. Even those knife coins have risen to a high level. And what caused all of this was Qin's very powerful method of attracting money. The state of Qin occupies a central position in all trade. This is for the next. Qin State's trade unfolds, lay the position of the overlord. 476 Economic stick. Qin gradually occupied a leading position in trade with other countries, which also began to establish Qin's status as an economic power. The composition of this status is extremely large and complex. Its agriculture and industry have provided a solid foundation for it. And the financial aspect is gradually influencing the 6 countries. Although foreign trade is carried out in a passive way, Shangwin is making foreign trade proactively carried out through this meeting. Shangwin understood that without these, Qin could not use more methods to quell the war. Shang Wen decided to wave his economic stick. After 2 days of stagnation, the meeting continued. This time, Shang Wen decided to take the initiative from the very beginning, not to put the two countries into a stalemate in a fierce battle. Regarding the issue of compensation between the two countries, Qin State is the mediator. It is obligated to propose a compromise plan. But before that, I want to ask the two countries, do you have enough gold to honor the compensation? Shang Wen asked. Our Yan National Gold Mine can naturally cash it. But first, Zhao must compensate us. As for the casualties of the soldiers, we are not willing to compensate. Uxin put forward his own views. Then Zhao does not have gold. There is no economic pillar. What I think is a large amount of labor and food, Shang Wen said, taking over the topic. But the situation in the country of Yan is not optimistic. There is a problem with your gold mine. One of your gold veins has been mined. You are looking for it with all your strength. Are you? Shang Wen asked slowly. Neither of them answered. In fact, it was. The big reason why the two countries were able to sit down and negotiate is that there are major economic problems in the two countries. Zhao Guo's continuous foreign wars evacuated a large amount of labor, resulting in a shortage of labor in agricultural production. Coupled with the suppression of the feminist movement, popular sentiment was unstable, and there was a large-scale reduction in food production. The Yan state was extremely traumatized by the war, especially Qi state's large-scale military looting, and the Yandian palace was burned down. As a result, a large number of private houses in the city were also implicated. It is not just Yandu, but all the places that have been occupied. The situation is not optimistic. Since everyone can't come up with the compensation, how about accepting a plan like mine? Shang Wen said. What plan does the Prime Minister have? Li Mu asked. Master Qin, please express, Uxin said. I know that both countries have suffered a great deal of war trauma, especially the country of Yan. The issue of war reparations you raised is very reasonable. But it is difficult to spend so much money at one time. Therefore, I suggest you put the war into war. The compensation items are in kind or gold. They are paid to the other party in installments, Shang Wen said. Li Mu was about to speak, and Shang Wen immediately waved. My plan has not been finished yet. Shang Wen looked at his notebook and said, considering the trauma of your war, and even if you pay each other's war indemnities in installments, I am afraid it will be difficult to pay the first sum of money. Therefore, Qin will make great sacrifices as an intermediary, Shang Wen said. First of all, we limit this installment payment to 5 years. Do you have any comments on this? Shang Wen asked. The two shook their heads. Shang Wen nodded. Very good, Shang Wen said. As an intermediary, Qin will provide a bank loan of approximately 100,000 gold in each of the two countries in the first year. Interest is calculated based on commercial interest. It is used to help the two countries recover their economies as soon as possible. Do you agree? Shang Wen asked again. How much is the commercial interest? Li Mu asked. Calculated according to the local commercial interest of Qin State. It is very profitable every month, Shang Wen said. How much is the sword coin converted to Zhao? Li Mu asked. He didn't want to be deceived by Shang Wen on the details. Well, it depends on how many dollars in our country you have converted into 1 gold. Of course, the 1 gold here is the gold unit of Qin. At the same time, the loan we provide is real gold and silver, not paper money. I think I have already expressed Qin the sincerity of the country, right? Shang Wen said. Li Mu didn't speak anymore. At the same time, Qin also launched economic cooperation projects accordingly, provide opportunities for economic recovery for the two countries. For example, Zhao can use the army to participate in Qin's foreign war. We can discuss this scale specifically. This is one of them. Second, The two countries can develop trade. You can draw tariffs from it, but I must emphasize that in order to encourage active trade between the two countries, I think you should lower the tariffs appropriately. It is best to reduce the tariffs by less than 10% in exchange for the recovery of the country's economy. I hope you can agree to this. Zhang Wen put forward his own views. As for how the two countries will work and develop the economy, that is the result of negotiations between your two countries. For example, Zhao can export a large amount of labor. Qin has many textile factories. There are a large number of female workers. At the same time, Zhao state can do intermediate trade, buy a lot of goods from Qin state, for example, glass, mirrors, leather boots, etc. You can sell to Qi state, Y state, or whatever. It's all right, Zhang Wen said. I won't elaborate on the specific content here. I hope you can go back and discuss it carefully, Zhang Wen said. After providing loans for the two countries, give the two countries a year of economic development opportunities. At the end of the year, you will return Qin's loan. At the same time, you are paying the amount of war reparations. As for the specific amount of war reparations, I suggest it is best for the two countries to reduce it, or extend the period appropriately. This is good for both countries. Of course, you can also borrow from Qin. Qin is very welcome, Zhang Wen waved. Obviously, this scheme is very attractive. First of all, the issue of compensation between the two countries has been prolonged because of the time relationship. At the same time, they received loan support from the state of Qin, and the economy began to recover again. After the economic recovery, the issue of compensation is being carried out. In this case, it is appropriate to give the two countries a respite. Instead of stalking the compensation issue, entangled, we can discuss the specific content. Li Mu first made concessions. This is a positive sign. Uxin saw Li Mu doing this, and also made concessions. After all, Qin state as an intermediary mediator eased the contradictions between the two countries. All three parties are winners. But the biggest winner is Qin, because Qin successfully used its own economic advantages to intervene in the two countries of Yan and Zhao. Simultaneously, take advantage of owning a large amount of gold reserves and use loans to enter the economic lifeline of the two countries. Qin's status as a financial power is being established, and it will take time for finance to give full play to his advantages. 477 The shelved currency problem. The next discussion seemed a little easier. With Zhang Wen mediating between the two representatives, many problems are easily solved. On the issue of compensation, Zhao Guo's compensation request was reduced to 75,000 gold. The compensation will be paid in installments within 5 years. Zhao Guo's compensation is already considered high, because Zhao state was the initiator of the war, but the incentive was in the state of Yan, and it was for this reason the compensation was reduced from the original 500,000 gold to 50,000. Adding to the reasons of Yan Guo, this figure only rose to 75,000 gold. Yan Guo's demand for compensation is huge. The total is 300,000 gold. This 300,000 gold is not all gold payment. Only Qin Guo can come up with so much gold at present. The golden ratio of payment is about half. The remaining half will be paid in kind. This includes food and labor, mainly build roads. If necessary, troops should be sent to help Yan state attack Qi state. This one will fundamentally break the current Zhao-Qi alliance, so as to help the Qin state disintegrate one of the largest anti-Qin alliances, so that the 6 countries could not organize coalition forces against Qin. The payment period of 300,000 gold is slightly longer. Zhao Guo will complete the payment within 6 years. The armistice line between the two countries has also returned to its position before the war. The premise is that the state of Zhao needs to voluntarily help the state of Yan occupy the 3 cities of the state of Qi for exchange. Li Mu agreed, but it must be delivered to the city first. Yan Guo was not at ease. On the grounds of seizure of loans, Qin state helped Zhao Guo obtain the city. Yan Guo only agreed. In addition to reaching an armistice agreement, the two countries also agreed to send a special envoy to South Korea. This means South Korea's legal status, that is, Han Shu's queen status, has been recognized by the outside world. The two countries did not intend to entangle the South Korean issue for too long. Sending a special envoy is just a convenient act. But for Han Shu, significant. In other words, in addition to the reliable ally of Qin, she will be recognized by Zhao and Yan. Such other countries will also send special envoys accordingly. This makes her very happy. Thus, the second covenant was passed. At this time, it was already late at night, and from mid-morning, there were only 4 breaks in the middle. At other times, the 4 countries are conducting detailed consultations and negotiations. Negotiation is an extremely physical and mental activity. Even generals like Li Mu felt a little overwhelmed. When the 3 of them walked out of the palace, they were still besieged by reporters who had been waiting outside. Shang Wenyi made significant progress in the negotiations, but need to rest. Later, reporters will be given a special time to accept the interview. Then he quickly left and returned to the Qin embassy. The next day, there were no negotiations, because all parties are tired. However, Shang Wen discussed with Li Mu with great interest. The main reason is to reach the Qin-Zhao reconciliation treaty. It is obvious that Shang Wen's sincerity has moved the other party. The treaty was signed and passed in 1 day of negotiations. First of all, Qin Go took the initiative to ask for compensation. Qin Go will pay Zhao Go a payment of about 200,000 gold. However, half of the payment requirements will be paid in the form of banknotes. Shang Wen's reason was that Qin state could not give such a large amount of gold in a short time, so he paid the other party with 100,000 gold notes. Zhao Go urgently needs funds in China. Therefore, I agreed. But this is a time bomb, because, once exchanged with paper money, then these paper money will be circulated in Zhao Guo's market to a large extent. This will disrupt Zhou's currency order. Secondly, Qin took the initiative to request Zhao Guo to send relevant students to study in Qin, help the other party cultivate relevant talents. The impact of talent is even more far-reaching, because the two countries will be very different. This difference will induce the tendency of talents. Finally, the state of Qin allowed the establishment of a colony of the kingdom of Zhao outside the newly established states of the state of Qin. Shang Wen is not afraid of Zhao Guo's expansion, because the only reliance between the two is land transportation. Other than that, there will be no reliance. At the same time, a large piece of Qin Guoxin established a state in the middle. The delineated range will be between Mobai and Lake Baikal today. In fact, Li Mu didn't know the situation in Mobai. The popularity of geography is far from reaching the level of human cognition. Shang Wen also sent an order, which was sent to Shangdong County, the site of the Battle of Chengping. Shang Wen decided to apologize publicly and acknowledged what Qin state had done. Shang Wen also expressed to King Qin, hoping to get the approval of King Qin, because it helps to improve the image of Qin among the 6 countries. At the same time, it is necessary to resolve the hatred of Qin and Zhao. Shang Wen did not want to cause unnecessary adverse effects on the Qin state during the reunification process. By this time, the meeting was basically in its final stage. Among the 4 countries, Qin paid the most, but they all opened the door to trade, especially Zhao Go. The two countries have become more friendly. Shang Wen plans to launch a charge at the last moment. Want to completely solve the currency problem. In fact, at this time, it is most suitable for Yin to participate, but I don't know why. Shang Wen sent letters frequently, but couldn't get Yin's reply. Shang Wen believes that Yin is still immersed in grief, so I had to force myself into battle. Because of the development of trade between countries, I hope that countries can use Qin's banknotes as the unit of settlement to some extent. For example, how many half of Qin's currency can be exchanged for Zhou's knife and so on. Shang Wen's topic 1 turn on. It was immediately opposed by Han Shu, my prime minister. I hope that this topic will be settled for a while. After all, banknotes are still unacceptable to everyone. Han Shu said directly. Shang Wen was interrupted by Han Shu before he finished speaking. At the same time, the other two also nodded in agreement. Obviously Shang Wen's proposal could not be passed. Can't stand his heels either. In fact, Shangwin wants to use the advantages of paper money to control the currency issuance rights of various countries. But at this time, it is obviously a bit premature to exchange paper currency for various countries' currencies, because countries have not yet reached the currency shortage situation. Qin state is the only country that uses banknotes at this stage. Other countries are still using metal currencies. Although cumbersome, their kings hoped that their power to issue currency would be deprived of Qin's banknotes, especially in South Korea. When Shangwen proposed the banknote plan, Han Xiu had already explicitly rejected the other party's request. This is impossible. It is absolutely impossible to agree. In this way, the currency issue was put on hold by the meeting. But Shangwen believes that this will take some time. It is necessary for the state of Qin to play its role as an economic power. Let the currency issue return to the negotiating table. At that time, the state of Qin will have absolutely enough initiative. Subsequently, countries initialed a series of treaties reached. The treaty is then forwarded to the kings of various countries for final ratification. Finally, it can be declared effective. 478 Secretary of State. Just when the negotiating parties nervously sent back the contents of the treaty initialed at the meeting, Shangwin had to resolve a small matter. The contradiction between the newly appointed Han Xiang-hanf and Qin's ambassador to South Korea Yao Jie is very acute. The reason is that Yao Jie is one of the people who conspired with Li Si to send him to prison. Now the two have to deal with each other because of Qin's increasing foreign trade. One can imagine when the two meet. The hatred between Hanf and Yao Jie has grown. But Yao Jie is a strategist. Naturally ignore this person. But Hanf hated political experts from the bottom of his heart, especially Yao Jie, who put him in prison. It can be said that the two are incompatible. Until Hanf asked Shangwin in the palace to change the ambassador of Qin again, Shang Wenkai had to reconsider this matter, because with the establishment of the Qin-Korea alliance, and subsequent large-scale commercial activities, the ambassador's work will become very important, especially, communicate frequently, exchange some affairs. This made Shangwin have to reconsider changing candidates. The center of work is business activities. Master Yao, can I talk to you? Shangwen walked into Yao Jie's room and said. At the beginning, Yao Jie asked to come to South Korea because Li Si failed to run for prime minister. He and Li Si were very close. So he took advantage of the vacancy of the ambassador to South Korea and took the initiative to be transferred from a senior secretary to South Korea. Did not expect. Hanf turned out to be the Prime Minister of South Korea. This is something Yao Jie often didn't expect. Oh, Lord Prime Minister. The next official has met Lord Prime Minister. Please. Yao Jie respectfully invited Shangwen in. Yao Jie understands that Shangwen is here, and it must be Hanfei's initiative. Moreover, it was the Prime Minister who saved Hanf. He is Li Si's person again. It seems Yao Jie had already made up his mind to resign. I'm here today to talk about the cabinet. You know, I have encountered many difficult diplomatic issues since I took office. For example, Yango, Zhaogo, Chigo, etc. Shangwen said straightforwardly. Yao Jie was about to mention the resignation of the officer, but when he heard Shangwen talking about other things, he settled down and waited. My cabinet members are not very complete at present. I lack a lot of manpower, and the position of the Deputy Prime Minister is currently nominated by me. The rest, all other successors of the original officials, taking into account the added complexity. I want to set up as Secretary of State. I heard that Mr. Yao is a strategist. The position of Secretary of State is very suitable for Mr. Yao. Therefore, I would like to invite you to join the cabinet. Would Mr. Yao be willing? Shangwen said sincerely. Secretary of State. Yao Jie said unclearly. Yes, the Secretary of State is responsible for foreign affairs. All foreign affairs. Shangwen emphasized and waved his hand. I don't know. Is Master Yao interested? Shangwen said. Yao Jie obviously didn't understand what the Secretary of State meant. You know, the state of Qin is currently making huge changes. According to the current military preparations, the state of Qin can destroy all countries within 10 years. However, considering the issue of national power consumption, therefore, the king of Qin adopted it. My suggestion is to use commercial activities or foreign trade exports to gradually consume the goods of the 6 countries. In this way, Qin will have some new diplomatic crises more or less, or friction. Foreign affairs will only compare favorably. There have been many before, and the current situation is also very complicated. It is very necessary for diplomats like you to come forward to solve some issues. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to join the cabinet as the Secretary of State. Shang Wen waved and said, Master Yao, accept this proposal. Shang Wen asked again, I just don't understand yet. Yao Jia is a little unclear. He didn't even understand what Shang Wen said. Let's put it this way. Shang Wen waved his hand and started looking for an example. Shang Wen's fingers kept shaking, but he couldn't find a good example. Master Yao better understand this. The Secretary of State is on behalf of King Qin and on my behalf, handling all foreign affairs. It is dealing with the 6 countries. But this diplomatic affairs has a core, which is to ensure that this core is completed. For example, our businessmen have suffered. I can't deal with unequal tariffs in time, so I'll send you to deal with related matters. You can take full responsibility, intimidate, or threaten. In short, you can settle the matter. It cannot be settled. As long as you propose to send troops, the cabinet will consider it. Then we will send troops to solve this matter by force. Then, you can talk about it again. Shang Wen almost collapsed. Yao Jia seems to be still thinking. Shang Wen had to continue to explain. Monetary assistance is also okay, but the money is best not to be used, because the country has set up relevant committees on the use of this money. They will investigate the best way. Use commercial cooperation or force combat. That is, said that the Secretary of State can propose a threat of force. The Marine Corps will help resolve all disputes. Shang Wen really can't explain it anymore. Master Yao accepts this position? Shang Wen asked again. Yes. The next official is willing, Yao Jia said immediately. He just carefully pondered what Shang Wen said. He believes that Shang Wen's example provides more space for it. First of all, strategists are no longer just lobbying. Instead, lobby with a strong backing. At the same time, they have greater autonomy in their hands. Although a core is mentioned in the middle, but this core is far more professionally superior than pure lobbying, because there are huge commercial interests in the middle. This makes the service object specific. The country is very general, but business interests are more specific. The authority of the Secretary of State is far greater than that of any strategist in the past. Zhang Yi and Su Qin probably don't have such great authority. Shang Wen's Secretary of State is establishing diplomacy as a profession, avoided the embarrassing situation of temporary cameo in later generations. Then congratulations to Lord Yao. According to the succession order of the Prime Minister, the Secretary of State will be ranked 4th. Shang Wen took the initiative to hold Yao Jia's hand and said, 4th. What 4th? Yao Jia obviously didn't understand what Shang Wen meant. Nothing. Shang Wen said, the Secretary of State still has a lot of affairs. I think Mr. Yao should want to hear some of my views. Shang Wen said, letting Yao Jia sit back in his seat. The title also has the original Master Yao. After all, Shang Wen and Yao Jia are not familiar with each other. Now it is changed to Mr. Yao. Obviously the relationship has gone a step further. Yao Jia sat down again. First of all, we have readjusted a large part of our traditional foreign policy. Regarding the 6 countries, we no longer advocate the unification of the 6 countries by force. In other words, our diplomatic service center has been adjusted from the original military to the current commercial. Shang Wen said, 479 new foreign policy. Qin will not only be the current military power, but also the economic power. This economic power includes many things. For example, foreign trade, finance, and domestic economy. Shang Wen didn't know what to say. Wrong. In the past, Qin's strength was mainly manifested in military and food reserves, but now, Qin has done very well in these 2 aspects. Therefore, we have made new adjustments. Shang Wen said. Yao Jie is also very concerned about the domestic situation. There is no feeling of being unable to keep up with what Shang Wen said. These adjustments mainly come from the economy. That is, they are more extensive. Not only emphasizes food, but also emphasizes our various commodities, various services. These commodities and services have established Qin's status as a great country. Therefore, Qin's current foreign policy also needs to undergo major changes. Shang Wen said. In the past, foreign policy mainly served war. Now, our policy serves business. To be more specific, we have adopted gentle measures against the East. After all, this is an effective way to boost domestic production demand, increase gold reserves. Moreover, the civilization here is very concentrated. At the same time, we are in the same race as us. Therefore, it is more effective to adopt a moderating method. Shang Wen said. Then Qin's military power is abandoned? Yao Jiao asked. This can't be abandoned. Moreover, our foreign policy has not been finished yet. Shang Wen said. Our détente foreign policy in the East is mainly to stimulate our foreign trade. You know, domestically produced weapons, glass, mirrors, cosmetics, food, etc. These are certainly not many if we need them. But externally, this market it is very large. Therefore, we need external stimulus and pull. In this way, we can develop rapidly. At the same time, doing so can also completely destroy the economy of the 6 countries. This way, on the one hand, it strengthens the relationship between us and the 6 countries. At the same time, we also affected them. The image of Qin was re-established among them. This also avoided the formation of potential unstable factors after the reunification, mainly those old nobles. We attacked them through trade wooing, reduce resistance. This is very beneficial to Qin state. But for the south, west, north, even the northeast, our foreign policy is much more flexible. We have to adopt more methods to disintegrate those small countries. For those security guards, trading companies provide a good external environment guarantee. Relying solely on armed forces is very costly. This is what we don't want to see. Especially, once those minorities are united, Qin must recruit a lot of military power to deal with it. This is what we don't want to see. Yes, Shang Wen said slowly. When Yao Jie heard this, a leaping expression appeared on his face. After all, diplomatic activities against minorities are extremely rare. This is a national responsibility. Such achievements are enough to be recorded in the long river of history. I have instructed the establishment of a new intelligence department. Their powers will be greatly expanded. Small-scale battles can be launched, for example, assassinations, ambushes, targeted killings, etc. As long as those who are unfriendly to Qin are killed, I think diplomatic activities will soon be able to make very amazing progress. At the same time, you can also submit some lists for processing. Shang Wen said. Say here. It's already obvious. The authority of Yao Jie's post as Secretary of State has far surpassed the authority of any strategist in the past. First of all, the methods adopted by the 6 countries have been greatly enriched. There are not only military threats, there is also economic wooing. This economic win is no longer a bribe. It's the financial assistance that went to the front desk and so on. Foreign operations. At the same time it is another means. On the one hand, the diplomatic cooperation with the intelligence department is carried out simultaneously, in order to achieve differentiation. Disintegrate the opponent's alliance. Diplomacy will have a hidden sword. Assassinate the opponent's hawks. Put in a moderate surrender faction, or the neutrals. On the other hand, diplomatic and military operations coordinated, boldly take military action step by step to clean up those ethnic minority tribes that have been divided and disintegrated. So down. Qin's foreign policy will enter an era of diversification. This era of diversification will provide Qin with a stable external environment. The Qin state adopted this method to greatly control the pace of war and avoid the damage to domestic economic entities caused by large-scale foreign wars. On the contrary, the use of multiple diplomatic, military, and intelligence measures provided Qin with a large amount of land. It also continuously injects fresh vitality into the economy of Qin state. This will effectively control the emergence of economic crises. Shang Wen thinks so. My lord is worthy of being an expert, Yao Jia said admiringly after hearing it. Everyone is playing for the country. It's nothing. I wish us a happy cooperation. Shang Wen proactively stretched out his right hand and said, this. Yao Jia obviously still can't understand the understanding of shaking hands. Shake hands. This means that we are closer together, Shang Wen said. Fine. The two shook hands. I wish a happy cooperation. Just when Shang Wen arranged a Secretary of State, Zhao Go first got the content of the negotiation. Okay. Worthy of being Wu Anjun. Zhou's Wu Anjun. Qin also bowed his head to Zhao. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wang didn't know that Qin had made concessions to ease the relationship between the two countries. Relationship. Everyone look at it. As Wang Zhao showed off, he handed the treaty to the ministers. The ministers were more skeptical of Qin's intentions for good, or that Qin had other intentions. After Gokai watched it, he was very unhappy in his heart. The state of Zhao wanted to attack the state of Qi, occupy the three cities and return them to the state of Yan. For this reason, Qin Go loaned 100,000 gold to Zhao Go. This is breaking his financial avenue. It was not easy for him to get on the line with Qi Go. Moreover, after capturing the country of Yan, as long as the state of Zhao occupies a third of the land, the other party gave Go 20,000 gold. This is not a small sum. But now, Zhao Go unilaterally negotiated a peace. Hu Sheng has sent a letter to severely denounce Zhao Guo's treachery. What Gokai does is not human inside and outside. The money is gone. Also scolded. I feel very annoyed when I think about it. Moreover, Lima's power went further. Gokai was even more jealous to death. Can't wait to eat its meat. Wang Zhao didn't hesitate much. Indemnity. That's how much. There is a loan from Qin Go. There is also Qin's compensation. That's enough. And the two countries are no longer at war. A large sum of money is left. Do business. Wouldn't we still get huge benefits by applying one tariff to the people of Qin and one tariff to the people of Zhao? Wang Zhou's heart is already blooming with joy. 408 Xinzing Four-Nation Peace Treaty. Han Xiu picked up a brush imported from Qin and wrote her name on a long piece of paper. And then an attendant carefully handed the king hand seal. Han Xiu carefully picked up Wang Yinggai in his name, in quadruplicate. Keep a copy for yourself, one for each of three. Similarly, Li Mu presented each of the 4 documents signed by Zhao Wang to the other party. Keep a copy for yourself. Yan Go also has 4 documents. Keep a copy for yourself. Hand 3 copies to the other party. One for each of the 3. Qin state is the same. In this way, under the supervision of the Korean minister on the spot, the signing ceremony of the document is considered complete. Each of the 4 people has 4 documents in their hands. These 4 documents will represent the formation of this new treaty framework, because this treaty was negotiated and signed in Xinzing. At the same time, the main topic of discussion is peace. Therefore, Shang Wen proposed that the treaty be called the Xinzing Four-Nation Peace Treaty. The parties have no opinion on this name. Han Xiu was clearly prepared. This is the first time that Qin Go's reporters have conducted interviews in the hall of the Han Palace. Unfortunately, there is no camera. If you have a camera, you can take pictures of this scene. Shang Wen thought so. The reporters obviously didn't pay much attention to the mood of the 4 people. What they care about is content. Han Xiu also held a press conference in South Korea for the first time in the main hall. It is also the first press conference of International Xing, because this is the first time that a peace treaty has been reached through negotiation. Excuse me, the Prime Minister. What do you think of the successful signing of this peace treaty? A reporter asked. I personally think that this treaty is of great significance. First, she pioneered a way to solve the problem through negotiation. This is a pioneering move. She has a basis for us to resolve the future situation, Shang Wen said simply. The reporters started taking notes one after another. Then the reporter began to bring the topic to the content of the treaty. Regarding the content of the treaty, Li Mu and Xin both elaborated. The signing of this treaty is successful, Qin's sincerity is very great, and at the same time, it has also made a huge contribution to the peaceful development of Zhao and Qin. Li Muxiu responded with this statement by Shang Wen. The successful signing of this treaty is very good for our country Yan. We don't need to fight. Ah, ha ha. Uxin still did not adapt to the reporter's question and answer. Questions and answers from reporters are often tricky. This keeps the drama Xin busy coping. The reporter's question and answer took a long time, but it does not affect the enthusiasm and ease of signing and passing the treaty. Peace reappeared in the kingdom of Zhao, Korea, and Yan. The state of Qin also opened up the commerce of these countries through the treaty. The press conference ended after an hour. Then, Li Mu took the treaty and prepared to leave. However, Shang Wen stopped Li Mu. If the general has the opportunity, he can visit the state of Qin. We, state of Qin, open the door to welcome the general at any time. Shang Wen offered an invitation to visit. Definitely. I really want to see what Qin state has developed into. I read the newspaper every day to learn about Qin state. I found that if I don't visit Qin state, I don't know if I don't go to see it with my own eyes. What happened to Qin state? Li Mu said. That's very welcome. The two countries can set up embassies to strengthen ties at the same time. The two countries can have friendly exchanges. But before, I have to deal with one thing. Regarding the Qingping War, Shang Wen said. Mr. Qin's sincerity, I saw it. To be honest, you are different from any previous prime minister in Qin state. Really? You have a very broad mind. The vision is farther than we can see. Qin state is in yours hand development. I really don't know what it will develop into. Li Mu said. The general has passed the award. Again, if the general can come, I am very welcome, Shang Wen said as he stretched out his right hand. Thank you. Li Mu stretched out his right hand. Li Mu is worthy of being a soldier. His arm is very powerful. Shang Wen felt pain. Afterwards, Shang Wen and Han Xiu went to do a major event together. That was to hold a ceremony for the establishment of Qin State's concession in Xinzing. The two shared a carriage. Came to Xinzing city Nanxing 5 miles away. Han Xiu generously assigned the area within 100 miles to Qin as a concession. Qin State is also very good in helping South Korea build a few roads in return. In fact, highways are mutually beneficial. Moreover, on the issue of fees, the two families each occupy one end. After firing the cannon, Han Xiu made an announcement about the role of the Qin concession under the onlookers of civil and military officials. Her speech emphasized more the benefits that Qin will bring after commerce. This is an attitude for those who oppose it. Then Shang Wen took the stage to give a speech. Shang Wen was much shorter. The content is similar to Han Xiu, but there is one more important aspect of the peaceful relationship between Qin and Han. Then the ceremony ended briefly. Shang Wen is not used to lengthy ceremonies. It is not Qin's style. What Qin wants is practicality, not those prosperous appearances. In addition to Xinzing, Qin will continue to establish other concessions in South Korea. For example, it will be established with the Xinzing concession as well as in the Qin-Korea border area. When all this is done, Shang Wen was about to leave in a hurry, because the negotiation has been delayed for more than 20 days and nearly a month for Shang Wen, and Shang Wen has to do one thing. Therefore, he is not willing to delay here any longer. Why leave in such a hurry? Han Xiu asked. I've been out for too long. The things here are finished. I need to go back and deal with some things right away. I didn't attend the funeral of the Queen Mother. It is estimated that the people in Xianyang will say me. Shang Wen said. Can we still meet? Han Xiu asked. Of course you can. You can visit as your head of state. We are now allies, Shang Wen said. Interview? Is it like you? Han Xiu asked. Of course. There are provisions in the treaty, Shang Wen said. Han Xiu nodded and agreed. Okay. Time is getting late. I have to leave quickly. There are a lot of things, Shang Wen said. For example, if I want you to be the prime minister, would you like it? Han Xiu asked. No. I don't want it anymore. It's too tired. I can't stand it. I prefer to relax and play golf, or run or something, Shang Wen said. Golf? What is that? Han Xiu asked. Next time you come to Qin State, I will take you to play golf. Qin State has other fun things. Okay, not much to say. Goodbye. Bye, Shang Wen said. Bye-bye. Han Xiu didn't know what Shang Wen said bye-bye. Do you want to say goodbye to her? And Shang Wen already waved his car at this time. The carriage began to follow another road. The direction is Chengping. 481 I'm sorry. Chengping today is the valley area near the Dan River between the east and west Liangshan Mountains in Goping City, Shaanxi Province. Shang Wen drove for 3 days and 3 nights before coming here. Shang Wen has seen the unique geography here all the way. If there is National Geographic, Shang Wen hopes that he can take a photo of all this with a camera. The wheat that has been planted in the valley has been harvested. This is already the border area of Qin State. The state of Qin controlled most of Shandong County. However, the eastern Taihang Mountains are mainly customs clearance areas. No occupation. If they occupy those areas, the Qin army can directly descend from Taihang Mountain to attack Handan. Handan and Shandong County are too close. This is why Chengping Wars is the choice here. The strategic location here is too important for both the Qin and Zhao. Shang Wen didn't know all of this before reading books, but now he came here to check it out on the spot. I feel all this is different. There is peace in the valley, and the battle that took place many years ago is hard to see. People who have experienced that battle. It is estimated that the youngest have become the old. How many years has passed since the Battle of Chengping? Shang Wen asked an officer who had sent a captain next to him. It's probably more than 30. If you calculate it in detail, it's almost 32 years, said the officer. It's been more than 30 years. The changes here are no longer what they were on the battlefield back then, Shang Wen said with emotion. We are ready to prepare, Shang Wen said in a depressed mood. Yes, sir, said the captain who received the new training. Shang Wen couldn't close his eyes this night, because he slept near the battlefield that year. The wind blowing at night seems to be telling the war 32 years ago. The war was fought for 3 years. Qin State mobilized an unprecedented number of troops, and Zhao State also mobilized an unprecedented large number of troops. In the end, although Qin State won the war, it also paid a huge price of casualties. There are still more than 400,000 bones of Zhao Jun buried in this valley. This warring night wind seems to be telling their grievances in the war, or telling the tragedy of the war. The road to reunification. It cannot be piled up with blood. No more people will die. Unity. It is not such a unity, Shang Wen said to himself. The next day, a battalion of soldiers from the Qin army came here to maintain order. At the same time, to protect the safety of Shang Wen. And Shang Wen went out with only one coachman. This shocked the officers who came to protect. Shang Wen believes that this is the best way to get close to the people. At the same time, a large number of local people were onlookers. They are already part of the Qin people. For them, the war 32 years ago was far away. They began to live a peaceful life. In addition to the local people, there are also Zhao people who came here to do business here. In addition, there are a large number of reporters. To ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Shang Wen said. The people seemed surprised, but they were still used to it, because this is the Prime Minister's unique opening remarks. It was said in the newspaper, today's weather is very good. It was already the end of August at this time, and it was the time when autumn in the north was clear. But my heart seems very heavy, because, in this place, a 3-year-long war broke out 32 years ago. It is estimated that some people present still remember the war. Shang Wen slowly said. The war was very tragic. I didn't sleep all night last night, listening to the whirring mountain wind. It's like the soldiers who died here are telling the war. Shang Wen said slowly, I am not here to commemorate how great this war is. It is to reflect on the impact of the war on us. Shang Wen said, the wounds of war are two-sided, either the victorious side or the losing side. Both have been hurt to varying degrees. This is the war. Although our country of Qin won the war, the people have been hurt. Tell us, in fact, we are also losers. Shang Wen said, Qin state takes the unification of the world as its manifest destiny. But can the world be unified in this way by means of war? Shang Wen asked. The people are puzzled. They still couldn't understand Shang Wen's feelings. It cannot be unified, nor can it unify the heart of such a troubled nation. Shang Wen paused. Enough blood has been shed in the reunification war. Here, right here, Chengping. There are still more than 400,000 bones of Zhao Jun buried here. Shang Wen mentioned the old story. Many people seem to avoid all this deliberately. A lot of people are unwilling to bring up this matter. But we must bring it up, because we must take responsibility. Bear the bloodshed responsibility. If Qin wants to reunify, then this responsibility cannot be shirked or avoided. After I took office, I thought about whether the pace of the war of reunification could be temporarily stopped, whether or not to use this bloody and sacrificed means of war to reunify. Is this question correct? I think this is correct without conflict. We can live in peace. We can avoid the bloodshed of war. Shang Wen said, the Xinjiang Four-Nation Peace Treaty has just been signed. It stipulates that prisoners cannot be massacred at will. The personal and property of civilians will be protected more safely. This shows that we can live in peace. But the real problem is not these, but it tells us that we can choose a better road to reunification in addition to war. We can strengthen ties between each other through commerce and trade. We can communicate with each other, with or without. You can also respect each other. War is not the only option. A truly responsible country should always reflect on itself. At the same time, Zheng Fu should also assume this responsibility with a high sense of responsibility. Instead of blindly proceeding in the wrong way. The standard of right and wrong is, the people. Are our people getting a better guarantee of life? The people have, the people rule, and the people enjoy. This is what Zheng Fu should do. Shang Wen quoted a classic passage from a Lincoln's Gettysburg speech. For everything that happened in the past, I can only say to them, I'm sorry. We have neglected our duty. We have done wrong. Shang Wen said, saluting everyone present. The reporters quickly recorded, Zheng Fu should pay more attention to the people. The Battle of Qingping should arouse our reflection. Shang Wen said, I don't know what I said, but I think I did something wrong. That's how it should be. We will try to correct it. Shang Wen said, thank you for your trust in us. 482 different voices in newspapers. Shang Wen gave another salute and walked off the stage. The crowd onlookers didn't know what the Prime Minister had said, and the reporters couldn't figure out what was going on. However, Shang Wen's remarks were recorded in their records. The people have, the people rule, and the people enjoy. They don't know how to understand them. Subsequently, the reporters began to write manuscripts based on their own feelings. Different reporters have different opinions. For example, Fei Bao, known for its grapevine news, began to write articles linking Shang Wen's speech in Qingping with the Xinjiang Four-Nation Peace Treaty. He believes that there is an inseparable connection between these. For example, the friendly relationship between the Prime Minister and General Zhao Li Mu. The relationship between the two is definitely not a purely personal relationship. Judging from the friendly attitude of the two, to some extent, the two countries reached an agreement. And what kind of treaty is reached in this agreement? We still don't know. This is a secret. The Fei Bao reporters writing directly pointed the finger at the peace treaty proposed by Shang Wen. They believe that this peace treaty has a great connection, and it is the signing of this peace treaty that directly led to this speech. The focus of flying news reporters mainly focused on the content of the treaty. Some reporters have begun to look at this issue from a historical perspective. The Battle of Qingping was once again brought up from history. Chariot News focused on the veterans of the Battle of Qingping, or the people's views on this war. At the same time, they expressed their opinions. The reporter began to actively visit the veterans who participated in the war. Car and Horse News achieved the ultimate in details. Different people have different opinions. Tell me about the cruelty of this war. Can you talk about the feeling of participating in the Battle of Qingping? The reporter asked. The Battle of Qingping. Oh, I don't even remember that place is called Chengping. I only remember that the war lasted for a long time. It was almost 3 years. I stayed there for almost 3 years. The 10-year-old grandfather said. The old man thought for a long time. A long time. A lot of people died. Dead. I only remember these. I was just a corps leader. All of my first soldiers died. The war was so tragic. It was so tragic that I thought about it every day. But it seemed I can't remember anything. Then the old man was reluctant to mention anything. The reporter could not ask, because only some of the people who participated in the war were still the siege of Handan that broke out later was also part of the Battle of Chengping. Everyone knows these circumstances, and the Qin army was defeated in Handan. The same questioning reporter asked many veterans who participated in that war. But the veterans have one thing in common. That is that the war was really cruel. Died a lot. That is the common ground in their memories. Financial Express only slightly comprehended Shang Wen's speech, and more points of view focused on the signing of the peace treaty, which was the first news to be released. As soon as the news came out, it directly led to a large decline in military stocks. However, other stocks have started to rise sharply. For example, transportation stocks. Wenyang Railway surged 12%. Wenyang Cement Company surged 9%. In a peaceful environment, the importance of construction suddenly becomes very important. At the same time, in terms of futures, wheat futures, which have been falling all the way, have begun to rebound, and they believe that wheat is sold. At the same time, the price of flour began to fluctuate on a large scale. Mainly, the demand in the 3 markets of Zhao, South Korea and Yan will increase. However, the low price of wheat has prevented the flour from rising significantly in a short period of time. The reporter of the Mandate of Destiny only mentioned the history and ending of that war. At the same time, some school-level officers began to make some comments. At this time, Shang Wen was on his way to Taiyuan County. He wants to inspect the situation in various places before returning. During his inspection, these reports began to be distributed. Newspapers and media are unable to report on this issue uniformly, which makes people's discussions very big, especially Qin State and Zhao State. After all, these 2 countries were mortal enemies in that war. Some people from the other 6 countries in Xianyang also began to participate in the discussion. Let me say, that war, what was fought is a miserable one. The Qin army killed more than 400,000 people. I heard that back then, all the ladies in Handan became widows. Miserable, too miserable, a Qi countryman said. Number. How scared of that war. Qin State dispatched more than 600,000 troops at once. Zhao State was also unambiguous, with more than 400,000 confrontation. The Yan nationalist agreed. It seems that the people of Qin are reluctant to talk about it, although they won. But they are reluctant to bring up this matter, because one of the most sensitive topics is mentioned in the middle. Massacre. Although not willing to talk, but they can't help talking and talking. They always speak in private. The people of Qin slaughtered Zhou's 400,000 army, so what? It's not clear that Qin are all good men, let alone 400,000. Even 1 million we can still kill him. Qin people kept that as usual kind of iron-blooded attitude. The reporters seem to have found a new topic. New news materials were also discovered. A lot of opinions about that war once again set off a high level of chaos. The attitude of the newspaper also began to exert his negative effects. With a certain incitement, some young people from the Qin country, especially some students, they think the ancestors did the right thing. That war played the prestige of Qin State, played the good man of Qin. Some people from the 6 nations in Xianyang are disgusted with this. They focused more on that conversation with Prime Minister Dia Qin, and some newspapers, especially after Qin State controlled the distribution rights of newspapers. Their Zhaobao began to spread some of the mighty power of the Qin army during the War of the Qin Kingdom on a large scale. The newspaper kept mentioning some famous war cases, especially all the wars against the 6 countries after the change of Qin State and Shangyang, to South Korea, to Wei, and to Chu, to Zhaogo and so on. After these battles, He took pains to write the battle achievements. For example, how many heads to kill. These achievements are also superimposed to show off. This greatly stimulated those young people in the Qin kingdom who yearn for war. The situation became uncontrollable. Subject to the harshness of the law, they are just a little squabble. For example, they began to isolate themselves from those Korean students in the school. Negative reports on the Qin war are not allowed. Only one side of Qin's great record is allowed. Young people are forming a kind of extreme thinking dominated by Qin. Shang Wen knew nothing about this, and after a brief inspection of Taiyuan, he began to drive back to Xianyang along the Fen River Valley. 483 News Control Center. Shang Wen entered Hexi from the Fen Valley, and then returned to Xianyang on a high speed. In the high-speed rest station, Shang Wen saw the newspaper that had just been published in Xianyang. The newspapers at the high-speed rest stop are updated very quickly, mainly because of convenient transportation, but also very large demand. The demand for information from the businessmen who often go back and forth stimulates the speed of newspaper updates. But Shang Wen frowned after seeing some reports on the Battle of Qingping in the Zhaobao. The young man is too impulsive. Shang Wen began to check other newspapers. The observation newspaper also reported a lot of history, and the report was extremely extreme. Those bloody achievements have become a major selling point of the newspaper. The newspaper also made it into large text and placed it on the front page. For example, the observation newspaper puts 1.6 million as a huge headline. This is the result of Qin's statistics. Shang Wen was very disgusted with this. The negative effects of newspapers can destroy a country. Shang Wen slapped heavily on the table. Back to Xianyang. Hurry. Shang Wen hurriedly left. Shang Wen decided that relevant departments should be established to properly manage and guide the newspaper. At the same time, we must also establish some correct orientations for young people. Otherwise, they will spontaneously form a kind of blind worship of force and superstition. The carriage galloped fast on the road. Along the way, the horses were changed several times, and Shang Wen kept urging. After returning to Xianyang, Shang Wen immediately called a press conference to tell him what happened in Xianyang. He didn't even know. The situation is already urgent. Shang Wen thinks. Recently, a hot topic is emerging in Xianyang. That is the Battle of Qingping. I made a speech in Qingping. I don't know what the topic is. The reporters wanted to laugh. For historical issues, I think we should take it seriously. The purpose of my speech is to reflect on war. War is terrible. It requires bloodshed. It requires sacrifice. Death will come to everyone at any time. He will not be very exciting. On the contrary, he will bring harm. Shang Wen said, I hope that by delivering that speech, I will arouse our thinking about war. We should reflect on war. Thinking about war. Why do we go to war? For what? Shang Wen said, patting his conscience. In this regard, I am very dissatisfied with the reports of some newspapers. I am very angry. The reporters and editors who wrote the article have not seriously considered this issue at all. They think this is a feat. Use the front page. The headlines are lavishly exaggerated. This is the second injury of the trauma of war. It is the salt on the trauma of the war. It is the tarnish of the honor of the soldiers. We are not afraid of war, but the fear is that we cannot control the trauma of war. Shang Wen severely criticized. Reporters, editors do not think seriously about the problem. What are the consequences? Our future, the younger generation, are deeply poisoned by this kind of thinking. They are becoming excited. They see the problem becoming one-sided and extreme. This is not a good thing for the future of the country. It is extremely difficult for us to get them back on track. Because of your irresponsibility, this led to today's happening. You should feel guilty. Some reporters lowered their heads. In order to control the recurrence of this incident, it was decided to establish a news management and control center. The main responsibility is to manage the news and publication. At the same time, there is a generation of young people. I think we must carry out proper martial arts training, but not excessive, Shangwu Jing God training. These, I will seek your opinions to deal with. Thank you everyone. Shang Wen left the venue immediately after speaking. He has to deal with some affairs urgently. At the same time, it also takes time. A time for news and newspapers, a time for relaxation. It seems that a lot of things happened during my absence, Shang Wen said to Meng Yi as he walked. Indeed, there are so many things. The Queen Mother has been buried. It is estimated that you should go to the palace. After all, you are the official Prime Minister, Meng Yi said. Okay, I will, but some things must be dealt with. For example, news and newspapers. With the development of technology, our media will appear more new ways. We will watch and listen. If some people have ulterior motives randomly start to express some different opinions, then incitement is very strong. This is the current situation. We should control it, Shang Wen said. The News Control Center is to check the inappropriate words of each newspaper after it is published. The focus is on the development of the views of the younger generation. This is very important. At the same time, we should set up relevant measures to manage it. For example, the establishment of the Boy Scouts, the Youth Military Academy, or the Military Day. Appropriate arrangements for them to learn about guns in the curriculum. The best is to set up a museum. Let them study there. Or visit a military school, military camp or something. Shang Wen said, these proposals are very good. We always find something for them to do. Meng Yi said, yes, for example, Military Day, we might as well call national defense education. Not only soldiers, but also from all walks of life in society. Let them bring weapons and organize live ammunition attacks, or exercise some historical battle scenes with empty bullets. Oh, by the way, the Club of Military Guns, do they have a hitting field? Shang Wen asked. Oh, I don't know this, I will look back and check it. Meng Yi replied. Oh, well, I will look back. We should manage these, Shang Wen said. Regarding the News Control Center, I think there is a premise. That is to try to maintain the ZU degree of news and newspapers. This is what we want to see. Therefore, I think we should not prevent, but control after the event, Shang Wen said. I think we should take precautions, Meng Yi suggested. I can think about it. Shang Wen recorded this in his notebook. I'm going to enter the palace. Report about this meeting. There are some opinions, Shang Wen said that Shang Wen was about to leave. News reporters began to write articles in earnest. They began to reflect on some of their own practices. For example, for some revelations, it seems a bit exaggerated on historical issues. The reporters first wrote some of their views on the matter. At the same time, on historical issues, they began to return to serious topics. However, some newspapers still did the same. Shang Wen's remarks instead regarded it as a slander that slandered Qin's military exploits. So a new wave of intense articles began to be published. This time the target was specifically directed at Shang Wen. 484 Long-term plan. I wonder why Mr. Zhao didn't continue to suppress the state of Zhao, but was so against the state of Zhao. King Qin and Shang Wen walked in the garden of the Qin Palace. This is Shang Wen's first time here. King Qin's memorial to Shang Wen has already been read, but he wanted to hear what Shang Wen thought. My lord, the state of Zhao cannot blindly adopt a posture of suppression. Moreover, after several generations of predecessors' suppression of the state of Zhao, the state of Zhao has been unable to resist Qin's offensive. But this is only a military offensive, in the hearts of the people. In the world in terms of unification, we are not fully prepared yet, Shang Wen said. Oh, why? King Qin asked. If you blindly suppress the state of Zhao, then the state of Zhao will inevitably have resentment. Zhao minutes will inevitably resent my Darkin. Long-term military repression, coupled with diplomatic repression, although it can weaken the state of Zhao, it is not conducive to it. The people's mind of the world is regained. If the world is to be reunified, the people of the world must be attached to it. The core of this attachment is the state of Qin. Qin took the initiative to be friendly with Zhao. First, to change the previous repression, this laid the foundation for regaining people's hearts. Second, It also started trade. Qin is no longer a simple military or agricultural country, but a real economic power. Shang Wen said, our Darkin's various trades have considerable advantages in various exports. The goods of the 6 countries are as if they are attracted by our Darkin. A steady stream of goods flow into our Darkin. There is a continuous flow of goods from all parts of the country. It can be seen that how attractive is Darkin, Shang Wen said here. King Qin couldn't help but smiled. This is a Taowei trade. Darkin can not only earn gold from the 6 countries, but also send some invisible things to the 6 countries. For example, the king can know which country the people of the 6 countries know the most. Text. Shang Wen asked. Well, think about it, King Qin said, touching his beard. Could it be Qin's Xiaozuan? King Qin said. Shang Wen nodded. Oh, why is this? King Qin asked. Widow understand. Newspaper. King Qin suddenly realized. Wang Shang Mengjian. Indeed. The distribution of newspapers has become an indispensable commodity for the people of the 6 nations. The reading volume of newspapers among the 6 nations has far surpassed those of various schools, such as Confucianism. They all have to read newspapers, understand the state of Qin. The people of the 6 countries know more about the state of Qin than our own people in Qin. Some immigration policies also attracted those people through newspapers, Shang Wen said. King Qin was very happy after hearing this, because, without ordering to unify the written language, the 6 countries consciously learn from the small seal of Qin. This is really unimaginable. Not only that, the 6 nations have begun to actively learn from Qin. Some celebrities have begun to be active in various colleges in Qin. The minister signed a treaty this time and asked Zhao to send people to study abroad, which is to strengthen this kind of exchange. After these people studied, they tried their best to publicize and communicate with Darkin. In this way, Darkin didn't need to send someone to preach, and I could regain the hearts of the people, Shang Wen said. King Qin nodded. Obviously this trick is much more effective than sending troops directly. The king of Qin had the occurrence of popularizing Qin Xiaosuan. It also trusts the role of commerce more. It is for this reason that Qin cannot blindly suppress Zhao. This is also a new feature of Qin's current new foreign policy, Shang Wen said. This is against the 6 nations. Foreign nationals are actively launching military strikes, isn't it? King Qin asked. Yes, not only Qin is involved, but Zhao can also participate. This is a powerful relationship. Wang Shang naturally understands, Shang Wen said. King Qin paused for thought, then nodded. After all, Shang Wen said in the book very detailed. This is the national return. King Qin said. Yes. Only when the people of Qin, Zhao, or Yan are facing the same enemy, will they feel that Qin and Zhao are all of the same ethnic group. It is at this time that this gap can be eliminated. The Qin state Zhuyi benefits, for example, large areas of territory. Let the Zhao people and the Qin people attack foreign races together. This way, this gap is much less. We allow them to establish colonies. In fact, this colony is an enclave. Qin Guoxin is separated from it. The established state. They cannot maintain close contact with the mainland. To contact, they must also maintain a very unobstructed channel. But this channel is in our hands. At the same time, our state and these colonies are closely engaged in commerce. They are affected. The influence far exceeds their homeland. Moreover, these places are undeveloped areas. Qin's contact with them far exceeds their homeland. This has caused a closeness to our Darkin in geography, Shang Wen complained. King Qin nodded. Moreover, it can also provide a barrier for us to open up the borders of the Qin dynasty and provide a barrier. King Qin said. Yes, Shang Wen agreed. Mister's long-term plan. It goes far beyond the prime minister next to the first king. King Qin praised. The minister just did what a member of the nation should do, Shang Wen said. That's right. Why did your sir say such words in Chengping? Now the newspaper mentions the story of Wang Ju in the whole story. The Qingping War. I'm afraid it's not good for your sir. King Qin said. My lord, the war is won or lost. I Darkin people should learn to rethink war. Only in this way can we have the courage to assume the responsibility of war. And we can set an example for the people, Shang Wen said. The Qingping matter has been in the past for many years, but it is rarely mentioned by the people. The minister wants to take this as an example. Let the people learn something from the war, although some people will oppose it. But the minister is not afraid, Shang Wen said. King Qin nodded thoughtfully and agreed. This matter is really difficult to deal with, especially a historical issue. Qin state became a topic that Qin people did not want to talk about because of the massacre of Zhao Jun and his soldiers in the Qianping War. Rather than reluctant to talk about it, I have to say that Qin people want to avoid responsibility deliberately. And Shang Wen wanted to use this matter to let the people of Qin take on such responsibilities. Take responsibility. It takes a lot of courage. This courage is the beginning of this responsibility. Qin people want to be unified. You must admit this matter, and take on such responsibilities. King Qin knew that the most difficult thing to deal with was here. Therefore, Shang Wen's speech seems to be developed around this center. But there is no way to get close at once, because this easily arouses the sensitive hearts of the people of Qin, even though 32 years have passed since this matter. But to bring it up, I am afraid it will take a lot of courage. This matter must be handled properly. King Qin entrusted. My lord, the minister has another suggestion. About the Qin people's martial arts, Shang Wen said. 485 Public education. The minister believes that more extensive public education should be established on the basis of public education. These educational measures include the establishment of libraries and museums. In addition, thematic education should also be carried out in some specific fakes. For example, Qin's martial arts god, we can select a special day as Qin's national defense and martial arts. On this day, more people can participate in it. We can also organize a large number of weapons demonstrations. In short, we must keep the people in this martial arts spirit. Shang Wen proposed Tao. The idea of advocating martial arts for national defense is very good. The widow agrees very much. I have never lacked such a martial god in Qin. The widow agrees very much. But what is this museum? The widow has never heard of it. King Qin asked. This museum is to collect the wonders of the world. For example, we can collect plant specimens from all over the world, collect local geology and make scene models. This helps the people of Darkin to understand the local customs. It is also this understanding that inspired my Darkin. The people's interest in these places then encourage them to develop outward. Not only that, the establishment of the museum can also inspire people to explore more and more, so that the people of Darkin have more to explore the gods. There are no wonders in the world, but they are all in the collection of my Darkin museum, Shang Wen said. King Qin nodded. Museums have all aspects: astronomy, geography, humanities, history, science, etc. If you can. There can also be military museums, Shang Wen said. Well, the widow understands. King Qin said. This requires a lot of financial resources. The widow heard from you that the financial situation has been bad. Is that right? Qin Wang asked. Yes. But the minister can encourage people to participate. For example, those large amounts of spoils can encourage them to contribute. Show them to the people. Shang Wen said. How about a few exhibits for the widow? King Qin asked. That would be great. Shang Wen did not refuse in the slightest. Afterwards, Shang Wen explained other things in detail and then withdrew from the palace. It is important that Shang Wen also drafts relevant legal documents. These things can only be brought into a normal development track after they are finalized in the form of legal documents. After preliminary finalizing some documents, Shang Wen should set aside a place as soon as possible to provide some places for these public education. For example, the location of the National Library, the location of the National Museum. These places generally occupy a large area. The city has already taken shape. It is impossible to arrange it in the city center. Shang Wen made deliberate arrangements when planning the city. That is to decentralize the functions of a city. Rather than being scattered, it is better to divide the city and improve some of the urban functions in the area. For example, hospitals, schools, etc. In addition, Shangwin also considers some large squares and some sports facilities. It seems that Qin's sports development has not yet reached the necessary level. This process requires economic development to provide another level. After Shangwin came back, he was busy with these things continuously. Orders were issued one by one. Domestic development has always been his most important point. News from the museum began to spread through newspapers as a medium. At the same time, Shangwen called on the private sector to participate. Let the people spontaneously donate and provide some in-kind items in various aspects. As soon as this news came out, it suddenly overshadowed the previous discussion about the Battle of Chengping. Hey! What does this museum do? I saw my neighbors took all the stone mills. They said it was going to be exhibited. In that case, can my big pot be sent there too? A woman said. Oh, I said, my wife, you really want to think about all aspects of the real thing that people want. What do you want to do with a big pot? Let me see your stove. Another middle-aged woman said. If you want me to tell, I will take out the armor of my family. Anyway, these things are useless. This is the era of guns. This armor is probably useless. A slightly younger one, said the woman. I think this will work, the middle-aged woman said. I happen to have 2 pairs in my house, and I will also send them there. The middle-aged woman hurriedly scattered home and took her armor. There was a long queue outside the Qin State Mansion's Yamen. These were all objects provided spontaneously, ranging from clay pots to armors, and various weapons used. The officials have to register in detail. These officials don't understand why they search for these things. It's really strange. After checking the searched items, Shang Wen felt that his idea of building a museum was about to build a mess. The people don't know what the museum does. They think that as long as it is old or unnecessary, it will be collected. Shangwin had to use newspapers to publish and search for other things. In order to be certain, Shangwin carried out a large-scale classification. It is divided into 18 categories from geography, military, astronomy, humanities, and biology. In order to collect better collections, Shangwin also requested that the state Zhengfu can purchase within an appropriate price range. This news came out, suddenly attracted a lot of people's discussion. At this time, people knew that it turned out that the museum wanted to exhibit these things. As a result, some armed personnel of security trading companies took out the weapons and common tools that they had seized. The officials thought that this was a very reasonable thing, so they paid a certain amount. At this moment, people seem to have found inspiration. Newspapers also have new highlights. It even opened up a special treasure hunt column to report on some tools of ethnic minorities. Through these tools, began to gradually explore the civilization of these ethnic groups. For example, a large number of weapons, even clothing, were seized on the battlefield. Gold and silver jewelry, etc. Some people in Qin State began to explore cultural studies in this area. Similarly, some people have begun to provide regional models in different regions. They used the sand table to imitate the humanistic customs of the region. In order to be more realistic, some people began to travel to different places for special expeditions. The appearance of paper also made some plant specimens appear. This is very important to Qin, because it is accelerating the differentiation of a discipline. Biological. People began to deliberately collect various plants in some places. This is mainly derived from research in Chinese medicine. However, with the expansion of the collection scale, this is gradually dividing it into subjects. With plants, there are animals, but animals cannot be made into specimens. As a result, people sent living things over. These things became the embryonic form of the Qin State Zoo. 486 Zhaogo international students. Qin State is making intense preparations for the museum, and the construction of the museum can only stay on the model, because at this time, the weather has turned cooler, and some engineering projects are gradually being suspended, and the museum's project is only finalized at this time. In project construction, the use of models has become popular. Because of cement, concrete structures constructed with iron bars are becoming popular. As a result, The original wooden structure houses are being eliminated in large numbers. Commercial buildings, especially some large shops, such as the large supermarket under construction by Yinu, occupies a large area. Makes some engineering designs encountered unprecedented difficulty. The specialized engineering architecture studies these engineering projects every day. And the emergence of cardboard. This material was first used for food packaging. Then it was used in engineering. This move first originated from a bold experiment by a student. After that, it began to be used in large quantities and was quickly promoted. Kingo has a lot of construction projects now. This directly leads to the emergence of a large number of engineering personnel, especially in combination with the original carpenters. They provide some mechanical references. Stone craftsmen, they delve into the proportions of concrete and have processed them. Other disciplines of kin state are also developing. For example, during this period, people began to realize the relationship between pressure and density. The appearance of glassware made some experiments begin to do some quantitative experiments. These quantitative experiments began to explore some relationships about quality. Living is mainly related to oxygen. This is very similar to the early phlogiston theory, but this is still in the laboratory. In terms of physics, especially with regard to artillery, the results are very outstanding. At this time, relevant scientific researchers invented the ballistic pendulum to measure the initial velocity of the artillery. The results in this regard were quickly used in the development of the artillery. Not only in measurement, an artillery expert appeared during this period. His name is Chen Yuan. He was the first to propose the ballistic parabola theory. It is this theory that began to give birth to a large number of related mathematical problems. However, it is worth mentioning that during this period, someone proposed the Pythagorean theorem, but because an artillery aimed at the sergeant-chief also put forward this mathematical theory, the two are in constant quarrel. But such a dispute is nothing, because this demand will quickly settle disputes. Astronomical measurement calculations began. Astronomers began to measure the latitude of the Earth using a sextant, and colleagues began to measure the meridian of Xianyang. It is worth mentioning that the miniaturization of the clock gave them a new measurement tool. In short, Kin's academic achievements are accumulating. It all depends on the self-participation of the people. Discuss yourself. Although these theories cannot be used for the time being, for example, some of these theories are still wrong, such as chemistry. But these theories are laying a foundation for the future development of kin. This foundation is particularly important. Kin State is vigorously preparing to build a museum. Zhao Guo is not reconciled to lagging behind, after Li Mu went back. In addition to reporting on the specific content of the negotiation, Change began to select some young people to study in Kin State as Zhao Guo's overseas students. Li Mu also quickly repaired the book and sent it to Shang Win. Grandpa, what's the matter with your grandson? A teenager stood under Li Mu. Left car. Zhao Guo wants to send a group of students to study in Kin State. Would you like it? Li Mu went directly to the topic. Zhuoch is willing. Grandson has already learned from the newspapers that great changes are taking place in Qin Kingdom. Xianyang is the same day by day. Grandpa has no orders from his grandfather to go and see by himself. This boy named Zhuoch is just that. The famous Li Zhuoch. At the end of the Qin dynasty, when the six kingdoms came together, Li Zhuoch assisted Zhao Wangxi and made great achievements for the Zhao kingdom and was named Guanwu Lord. After Zhou's death, Han Xin asked him for advice, and Li Zhuoch put forward a good strategy of victory in 100 battles, which enabled Han Xin to regain the land of Yan and Qi. Li Zhuoch left behind the famous saying, a wise man has 1,000 concerns, there must be a loss. A fool has 1,000 apprehensions, there must be a gain. He also authored a military book, Guanwu Junliu. At this time, Li Mu wanted to make his grandson hone through the overseas students. I also want to get first-hand information about Qin State through my grandson studying abroad. Li Zhuobi was in the environment of a family of military scholars and naturally had a unique understanding of the military. He also hopes to be able to study in Qin, because it is the first army to be fully equipped with firearms so far. Moreover, It also maintains a mysterious air force. All this naturally became a mystery that attracted him. This time I went to Qin. My grandfather didn't want you to expose my grandson's relationship. Do you understand? Li Mu asked. Grandson understands. Grandson has already figured out your name. It's Muzi. Li Ziwatch said. Go and prepare to go. Li Mu ordered. Li Ziwatch retired. All of Zhao Guo's overseas students this time were young people. They all go to the military academy of Qin State to study. Subject to the limitations of this era, Li Mu has not sent any foreign students in private schools. This has to be said to be a shortcoming. And this is also a shortcoming of the times. Shang Wen received this letter because Li Mu still uses wooden slips. The content written above is still incomprehensible, because the other party uses the Zhao country script. After translation, Shang Wen understands the content of your letter. But for the foreign students who only send out the military, Shang Wen felt a little weird, because the age of firearms has heralded the importance of technology. But Li Mu didn't even send talents in this area. This is really a blind spot. But for such things, he was already okay. After all, it takes time, and time will slowly change the view of technology. For Zhao Guo sent troops to participate in Qin's military operations. Shang Wen informed the other party in reply. These things, it will be completed through talks between Wang Jian and Li Mu. After all, this is a military issue. Regarding studying abroad, Shang Wen made timely arrangements. All international students are arranged to study at the Army Military Academy. As for the types of troops, they can choose by themselves. After dealing with this matter, it is the issue of the northwest direction. At this time, the state of Qin had already planned to establish the 4th and 5th states. The specific locations of these two states include the first part of Inner Mongolia today, the first part of Gansu, and the rest are in today's southern Siberia. It is the northern foot of the Altai Mountains today. King Qin has already named the two states, Dawangzu and Xiaoangzu. The strategic location of these two states is very important. They will geographically divide and break the ties between the western regions and the Huns. Although it cannot stop the Xiongnu from moving westward for the time being, but it can form a flanking blow to the Huns. 487 Generation Earthquake. At the beginning of September, the land of Zhao Kingdom was peaceful. Although the harvest this year was not good, there were many reasons. A large amount of labor was expropriated. Although the young and old left can also go to the ground. But this year's outlook is not so good. There is little rain, and some places have encountered severe droughts, so the land generation is pretty good. There is still a little rain, but this does not change this year's harvest. Not much food was laid down by every household. I don't know how much Zhao Wang received. Zhao Minutes of the land is worried about how to lead his life in winter. The sun rises lazily. Zhao Minutes village is still very peaceful. The peasant women don't cook in the morning, because the crops in the fields have already been harvested by this time. There is no need to cook in the morning. People began to recover to the point of 2 meals a day. Only by saving food can we survive the winter. Suddenly the earth began to tremble. Zhao Minutes, who was still sleeping, didn't know what happened. Their house began to collapse. The girder of the thatched house fell directly, and the adobe house began to collapse. Some quick-reacting people started screaming and ran out. He didn't even wear any clothes. Zhao Minutes, who was lucky enough to run out, felt nothing in panic. They can only escape desperately, run away. Perhaps only running can make their panicked hearts feel a trace of peace. Dede is not far from Handan. Early risers already feel dizzy. Some people start to stand at a loss or hold on to everything they can grasp. Some elders still have experience, know that there was an earthquake, then began to shout, "It's an earthquake, run away." The old man's shouts did not respond much, and people were already stunned. There is no time to make all the responses. The earthquake slowly weakened. Afterwards, calm began to return. People then feel that everything is not turning. The earth is stable. It's also time to get here. People realized that there was a big earthquake somewhere. People took to the streets to hide and talk. Qin Guo's reporter thought this was important news. and began to ride around to see where such a big earthquake occurred. At this time, the stirrups began to be imitated and gained a certain degree of popularity. Therefore, horseback riding has become the fastest means of transportation. Not only Handan felt the earthquake, but Xinzing felt it. Xianyang, far away in Qin State, people felt dizzy and some people thought something strange was happening. They went to the doctor for treatment one after another. Time is slowly passing by. The reporters rushed around and found no trace. At noon, people still discuss the earthquake, but the other countries didn't know it happened. Time is passing slowly. During the period, Wang Zhao also sent relevant personnel to inquire, but there is still no audio. People are beginning to return to normal lives. Until late at night, the news was passed back by Kingo reporter. A major earthquake occurred in the next generation. This news was provided to Wang Zhao voluntarily. According to reports sent back by reporters, the earth was cracked by a large opening several feet wide. All the houses were sunk and all the houses collapsed. The village was razed to the ground. Many people were buried in the rubble. Some people who were lucky enough to escape are doing their best to plan with their hands, dig by hand, to save people. But after learning the news, Yuan Jun Li Mu was quickly informed. And Zhao Wang asked Li Mu to quickly send someone to rescue him. Li Mu received the order of the king and quickly sent people to notify the nearby army to go to rescue. In fact, Li Mu had sent scouts to investigate during the day, but they were not as lucky as Kingo reporters. At the same time, the news quickly spread to Xianyang. The reporters want to spread the first news. In the Taiyuan county of Qin State, the entire army Jing quit. In case of a sudden attack in Zhao State, the army near Zhaojun received the order and quickly dispatched personnel to help. The days of September. The temperature difference between day and night is great. The army drove out at night, and it didn't arrive in a hurry until dawn. The reporters who heard the news quickly mobilized their staff to interview, prepare to publish subsequent manuscripts. But when they arrived, it was a mess. In addition to the cold night, some of those who barely escaped were frozen to death alive, and only a few people huddled up beside the extinguished fire like dead people. Quickly save people. Save people. Officer Zhao Jun first reacted from a daze. So many people fought a cold war and began to save people. But the situation is not very good. Without modern rescue equipment, it is impossible to detect the surviving people in those places. They can only dig one by one. It takes a long time for people who have been in the cold for a long time to become aware of it, and randomly pass out again. There is no way to go into a coma. There is no place to house these people. There were no tents, and Zhao Jun could not guarantee their warmth. Zhao Jun was so anxious that he didn't bring all these things with him at all. Such rescues directly led to the deaths of some people. Death seems to be normal here. Until noon, the baggage still hasn't come. Zhao Jun, who had been tired for a day, couldn't continue. They waited in place. At this time, reporters came a more terrible news. In some mountainous areas, big rocks were shaken down and people were crushed to death. The cracks in the ground were bigger than those found here. Knowing the news, they still couldn't send people there, not even their luggage. Li Mu was more anxious than anyone else, and a group of people came to rush the grain. To hurry up, Li Mu could only send out some tents and grain used by the army, and he could only send as much food as possible, because the army is also short of food. Li Mu didn't know the actual situation. This year can be regarded as the worst year for Zhao. The war emptied the last bit of Zhao Guo's wealth. This year's food cannot be collected in full. In many places, precipitation is scarce. It can be said that Zhao Guo has encountered a severe drought. It's a severe drought. Li Mu anxiously requested to see Wang Zhao. King Zhao was dead or alive, because some ministers had already asked him to allocate food to these disaster-stricken areas after learning of the situation. But Zhao Guo has no food now. Li Mu and the ministers exchanged information. It is true that Zhao Guo has no food. Li Mu walked back and forth anxiously in his heart. Suddenly he thought of Qin State's grain futures. Grain. which only had so much grain in Qin state. The two countries have just been repaired. Qin's prime minister uncharacteristically supported Zhao. It's better to turn to Qin for help. Therefore, Li Mu immediately revised the book to Shang Wen and informed Shang Wen in detail about the situation. Finally, I asked Shang Wen to provide assistance. Li Mu immediately sent 100,000 people to send this letter to Qin state in a hurry. Then, Li Mu made a list of his plan to Wang Zhao. Ask Wang Zhao for permission. After learning the news, King Zhao shook his head, although the two countries had just been repaired, but Wang Zhao can only try this way. 488 Rescue. The newspaper published the news of the great earthquake at an extremely fast speed. The public only learned of this when they got up to read the newspaper in the morning of the third day. The Qin people were just surprised by the news, or treated it as today's talk. For the rest, there is nothing. Zhao Guoren, who was doing business in Xianyang, tried to raise money and food to be shipped back to Zhao. The rest of the 6 nations just gave up sympathy. Yingzhe, who is already the owner of a well-known fashion store, is from Zhaogou before, so she is raising money everywhere, buying a lot of blankets, food, medicine, and tents to send to Zhaogou. Financial Express also reported the matter for the first time, as they saw the fact that Zhao was short of food. They were unable to rescue the disaster, so it directly led to a general increase in food prices. Because demand stimulates supply relations. Even if the grain harvest is generally bumper, prices are generally lower. But they are still willing to raise food prices a little bit. But when the newspapers spread the news of the Zhaoguodai earthquake, Lima's rescue letter was also delivered. After Shang Wen read it, he immediately asked King Qin to order the military supplies such as military supplies and blankets stored in the Taiyuan military region to be transported to a part of the Zhao state. Although King Qin did not understand, but let Wei Liao give the order. After Shang Wen found Wei Liao, he quickly issued a change order. This order should be transmitted to the Taiyuan military region as soon as possible. At the same time, Shang Wen issued an emergency cabinet meeting while revising a book for Li Mu, so that he could prepare for Zhaogou. Qin Go decided to help. This is the best opportunity to improve relations between the two countries. The earthquake gave Qin State the opportunity to improve the direct confrontation between the two countries in the past. I believe that Zhuai has learned about the great earthquake in Zhaoguodai through the newspapers. What I want to say is that Qin Go decided to help the other party. What we are going to discuss now is how to assist and how to use this assistance to open up the other party's economy. The gate made Zhao a serious dependence on Qin, Shang Wen said while standing, because the office is too small. The sofa of the 3 people was squeezed and there were 4 people sitting on it. Others brought in chairs and sat down. Why don't you send troops? Directly send troops to occupy Zhao country. All problems are solved. Yang Duan, as the representative of the staff, spoke first. For a long time, Qin generals have always believed that the military suppression of Zhao country should be maintained at all times. Only in this way can Zhaogou yield. No, number. This will only make the people of Zhao state hate us Qin people more, and they also think that we Qin people have one disgrace. Presumably, generals are not willing to see such a thing, Shang Wen said. Moreover, the current diplomatic policy has also been greatly changed. We must try to change the previous practice of suppressing Zhao. Moreover, the two countries have signed a lot of agreements. Therefore, we cannot do this. Otherwise we will break the trust of everyone. This is right. The future unification will be very unfavorable. Okay. Go back to the original topic. Shang Wen waved and interrupted. I have ordered the Taiyuan military region to provide some supplies to the other side, but the demand is far from enough, and the quantity is very large. In particular, some areas of Zhao state also suffered from drought, and our grain was piled up in warehouses waiting for mold. This is very bad for our production. The demand is too weak. Now is a good time to deal with those food. Shang Wen said. Not only that, but this is also another good opportunity to boost our economy. We must not miss it. As for such a rescue, I would like to hear the advice given to you. Shang Wen said. Obviously, Shang Wen's cabinet is still a bit unsuitable for the current economic model, because many people have become accustomed to the original model. After all, economic officials are the original members, not the management members of the existing economic entities. They still have a certain vague barrier to the current economy. If this gap is not understood in time, I am afraid it will cause great damage. Well, let me talk about my views. First of all, we have to provide a large amount of loans to Zalgo. This is also the best time for our banknotes to be issued in Zalgo. Zalgo is extremely short of money as loan collateral, then it is their tariffs. In addition, there is a large amount of labor. We can't help in vain, and a large amount of labor will enter our factory to work. I think the factory owner is very happy. Besides, Shang Wen paused and continued. There is also the huge and combative army of the state of Zhao. The number of this army remains at about 300,000. If we add some other troops, the loss to us will be even greater. And now the weapon is a musket, artillery. The casualties will be greater, and we don't want to see a situation where both sides suffer. Therefore, to assist and use more moderate means to reunify the Zhao country, I think our nation will be very willing to see such results. Shang Wen said. Everyone nodded their heads to express their acceptance. Okay, then, let me talk about my arrangements. Later, Shang Wen will start to arrange some matters, including medical aid and food aid, as well as launching an offensive in the news media, high-profile publicity of Qin's move, and at the same time appealing to non-governmental organizations to participate. As for the subsequent series of financial assistance and diplomatic actions, Shang Wen decided to do it himself. Yao Jie, as Secretary of State, will make an emergency visit to South Korea and the country of Yan, so that more countries can participate in it. This is a crucial moment to unite the several countries. This will help form a new alliance for Qin. After the meeting, Shang Wen had to solve one of the biggest problems: funds, loans to Zalgo. Qin has already developed 3 banks. In addition, the establishment of state banks in newly established states is usually done by Yinu, or in cooperation with the local state Zhengfu. Of these 3 banks, Yinya Swenyang Bank is undoubtedly the largest. Secondly, the banks set up by the royal family members themselves have large sums of funds in their hands. In order to cooperate with Shang Wen's reform actions, King Qin voluntarily asked the royal family to participate in commercial activities, so they themselves targeted the big cake of the bank. The last to be established was King Qin's own bank. The royal palace is very expensive. In addition to military expenses, the second largest expense was royal expenses, which was also one of the main reasons why King Qin took the initiative to participate in commercial activities. Military expenditures began to be reduced on a large scale, and in order to express their stance, they participated in it. The country's climate is changing. When Yang Bank. Shang Wen looked at the big sign, took a deep breath, and walked in. It has been a while since Shang Wen came back. After he came back, he hadn't even seen Yinya's face. This is indeed a bit unreasonable. And the worst part is that Shang Wen even broke up the correspondence. Shang Wen can think of what kind of posture Yinu will appear in. 489 Depressed Yinu. Hee, you finally came. Yinu sat behind the big desk and watched Shang Wen coming. Things are a bit busy. I can't handle the busy ones, Shang Wen said. Yes, everyone who is busy is holding hands with the South Korean queen. Yinu is obviously jealous. Oh, jealous, Shang Wen said. Jealous? Why am I jealous? Why am I so good? Yinu seemed to be relieved. Vinegar. Vinegar is not sour. Pa Yinu slapped her hand on the table fiercely. You say I'm sour. So you idiot, you dare to say I'm sour. Then Yinu would take action against Shang Wen. Wait. Shang Wen stopped. That was a diplomatic occasion, which is nothing. Shang Wen defended. On diplomatic occasions, you never opened the door for me and helped me get out of the car, Yinu said, kicking Shang Wen's calf. Diplomatic occasions. Don't mention any diplomatic occasions to me, and don't find any reasons for me. With that, Yinu picked up Shang Wen and forced Shang Wen on the wall. The distance between the two was very close at this time. Say, What else do you two do besides holding hands? Yingyu said, grabbing Shang Wen's collar fiercely. No, that's all. I am so busy every day. So many things have to be handled by me. How can I have contact with her? Shang Wen said. I don't believe it. Yin said angrily. I can swear. Shang Wen said. You swear? I don't believe it either. Yin said with a refusing attitude. Then I can't help it. Shang Wen said. You should believe me. I am very reasonable. Shang Wen said. Yingyu looked at Shang Wen with a skeptical eye. And Shang Wen was embarrassed by Yingyu. The letter you wrote has been broken for 17 days. How does this matter? Yingyu looked at Shang Wen and said. I can rewrite. Shang Wen said. Rewrite? You can figure it out by yourself. Yin said. In fact, she herself thought of many ways to torture Shang Wen. For example, tortured with a leather whip for fear of killing him, use military sticks, forget it, killed him, or use other methods. Yingyu Guang thought about this. Sometimes she couldn't sleep well. However, when the real person arrived, Yin couldn't remember anything. Nothing can be done. You let me down first. I'll send you a big deal, Shang Wen said happily. I'm not interested. Don't listen. I hate business. It's boring. It's boring. Yin called tiredly. Speaking, Yin let go of Shang Wen and sat on the sofa since the Queen Mother left. Yingyu didn't have the energy to do anything. It's not interesting. Nothing can beat God. Why don't we go shopping? Shang Wen suggested. No, Yin said, leaning on the sofa and supporting her cheek with one hand. What's wrong? Are you sick? Shang Wen asked. I don't know. I don't know why. I can't mention anything recently. Yingyu said blankly. Oh, Shang Wen nodded. Well, I think you are a little depressed, Shang Wen said after thinking. Depression? Yin said, still maintaining the original posture. Shang Wen nodded and said, I don't know. After you have gone, especially after the Queen Mother has left, I don't think everything has changed anymore. I want to deal with you every day, and I still have a little bit of my head. But I don't know what's going on. Just now, I suddenly felt that it's meaningless for you to stand in front of me. Yin said with a blank but melancholy expression. Oh, I think you should have a smile, Shang Wen said while sitting next to Yin. Laugh. Yingyu looked at Shang Wen, then shook his head. Oh, you have been suppressed for too long. So, I will tell you a joke, Shang Wen said. Okay. You can talk, Yin said motionlessly. The story took place in World War II, a specific period. In the middle of World War II, in Central Africa, more than 500 Italian troops were ordered to defend a field airport. They have solid concrete permanent construction, sufficient ammunition, and even got 2 Germans. The powerful 88 guns and sufficient ammunition were supported, while the offensive British Army only had more than 400 men. And there was no decent heavy weapon. The British commander basically failed to report the attack, and even completed it. They planned to retreat, but the strange thing was that as soon as the attack started, the Italians gave up resistance and played the white flag. When asked why the Italian officers who accepted the surrender had surrendered, the other party angrily said, we don't have a crowbar, so we can't open those damn ammunition box. Shang Wen said excitedly. Yin has no interest at all. Oh, my goodness. It doesn't matter if you smile, Shang Wen said. What you said is not funny at all. Yin said coldly. Okay. There is no way. I think you should go for a walk, or visit a strange place. Travel, mountaineering. Explore. You can't always work like this, Shang Wen said. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to be alone for a while. Yin said. You are very depressed, Shang Wen said. Okay. Go out. Yin was a little annoyed. How about this? How about you go to Zhao country with me? Shang Wen suggested. Go to Zhao country? What do you go to Zhao country? Yin said. Let you relax, just as a tourist. Shang Wen said. I'm not going. You go, Yin said depressedly. Okay, let's go. And quickly clean up. You and I will walk together. This is very important for you to restore the previous Yin. Shang Wen said. I don't want to go. Yin refused. I don't care. This time I will take you for a walk and see the outside world. If possible, we will travel the world in the future. Just like the Titanic, we will go by boat, Shang Wen said with a smile. Didn't the big iron ship sink? I don't take such a ship, Ying Yu said. This joke is not funny at all. Okay, you pack things up. Let's go right away. That's it. Shang Wen's plan to visit Zhaoguo has already been determined. Yin was only temporarily invited to participate when Yin had to solve the bank loan problem before. Bringing Yin can solve Zhao's lack of funds at any time. Speaking, Shang Wen began to return quickly, arrange other things, and Yin couldn't mention anything for travel. She just reluctantly left with Shang Wen's arrangement. Shang Wen also thought about it. We must find a way to make Yin happy along the way. Yin who can solve depression is best. After all, this is not the lively and cheerful Yin before. 490 Shang Wen assassinated. Shang Wen's next step is to call on the Qin people in Xianyang to actively fundraise for the state of Zhao. Such fundraising events existed from the very beginning, but the people who raised were all from Zhaoguo who were in Xianyang, or from Xinkin who had previously immigrated from Zhaoguo. Other people from Qin or the Six Nations rarely participate, so the fundraising will be very miserable. Even reporters are reluctant to use too much pen and ink on them. Shang Wen immediately convened a large number of reporters to raise funds at the southern gate of the city. This is probably the first time in the history of Qin state to solicit donations for another country. Ladies and gentlemen, I think everyone knows that there was a big earthquake in Zhaoguo, Shang Wen said slowly. In order to guide the people into Shang Wen's specific track, the people onlookers came to hear what the Prime Minister had new views. I know, Zhao and Qin. The hatred of the two countries is a dead knot. But why don't we take the initiative to untie this dead knot? Shang Wen said. Our Qin state has always taken measures to suppress Zhao state in the past. The two countries have never had a good relationship to a large extent. We Qin people treat Zhao people as if they see enemies and cannot live in harmony. This, I think, somewhat incredible. We Qin people take the mission of unifying the world. For this mission, should more people die in the war? No, war is not the only option. We can have other methods. The example of the Battle of Qingping has taught us blood lessons. The war has hurt both countries a lot. In the war, the people of Zhao were defeated. We Qin people can't get better. Then you go. This kind of war is hurting for our two countries. We are all victims of the war. Now, there has been a big earthquake in Zhaoguo. I am afraid that everyone still doesn't understand how big this earthquake is. To give an example, this earthquake is equivalent to the power of 10,000 black gunpowder. Shang Wen didn't know this either. Whether the metaphor of is appropriate, first of all is the unit. The stone is smaller than the ton, and the power of gunpowder is far lower than that of TNT explosives. Oh, everyone was surprised. 10,000 stone black gunpowder. What is that concept? It is estimated that the black powder produced by Qin state for a year is not enough. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was surprised when Shang Wen saw that he said the numbers. That is, he realized that his speech had an effect. Think about it. 10,000 black gunpowder. It is enough to destroy any place. Zhao people's homes, their relatives. It is difficult to survive this catastrophe. At this time, why don't we reach out, after assistance, help them, take the initiative to show good, extend a hand of friendship, help them with kindness. Our life is very rich and happy. But, Zhaorena, the weather has become colder now. It will be even colder at night. They have just lost their loved ones. But they can't change anything. They can't eat enough, even a little warmer. There is no place. The feud relationship between our two countries, why not change it with the active and friendly help of our Qin people? We didn't have such a big hatred. We gave them extra blankets. We have cans, biscuits, and all kinds of things. Of pasta, why don't you provide it to them? I think that the greatest weapon of unity is tolerance. Tolerance for all. We use a tolerance attitude. Shang Wen hasn't finished. There was a pop shot. A bullet hit the right arm that Shang Wen had just raised, and blood suddenly appeared. The bullet did not penetrate. Shang Wen subconsciously hugged his right arm in pain. Flap, pop. Then two shots in a row. One shot hit Shang Wen's crown. A crown unique to the Prime Minister. Obviously the gun was coming towards Shang Wen's head. But the person who hit the shot didn't seem to control the recoil of the pistol very well. Under the influence of recoil, The second shot raised the muzzle and hit Shang Wen's crown. The third shot was shot out immediately afterwards, so it flew out directly. She is empty. At this time, people were stunned. No one thought that someone would shoot at the Prime Minister with a gun. When people recovered a bit of sanity from the panic, this hurriedly dispersed. The location of the hitter can only be seen clearly. It is only 30 steps away from Shang Wen. An old man next to him and a middle-aged man worked together to control the attacker. This hitter is only a 15 or 16-year-old child. The security personnel underneath quickly stepped onto the stage at this time to protect Shang Wen, escort him away and treat his wounds in time. The crowd hurriedly dispersed, and the women still did not recover from the panic. They couldn't believe that such a scene happened in front of their own eyes. Someone assassinated the Prime Minister. The reporters were also shocked. They calmed their emotions a little bit. The news was passed on immediately. The Forbidden Army in the city came out after hearing the news and began to control the situation. The child was also urgently detained and sent to Tingwei's prison. It's not good. It's not good. An assistant secretary hurried to the door of Yinya's office on the third floor of the bank. The secretary in front of the door was about to stop her, but was pushed aside. Princess, it's not good. The big thing is not good. The secretary assistant shouted loudly. What's the panic? Yingyu sat behind the desk. It was obviously impatient to shout loudly at the secretary's assistant. Prime Minister, he was assassinated. The secretary assistant shouted. What? What did you say? Yin suddenly became very worried from the impatience just now. The Prime Minister has been assassinated. The news has spread throughout the city. The gunshot a quarter of an hour ago was the shot that assassinated the Prime Minister. The secretary's assistant said immediately. This is impossible. Yingya's face turned pale and sat on the chair. Her eyes became moist. Princess, you. Obviously the assistant secretary couldn't speak anymore, and she couldn't control the situation either. I'm going to see that idiot. It was fine in the morning. Yin hurriedly stood up. I wiped my ruddy eyes with my hand. She didn't believe it, and didn't dare to plan for the worst. At this time, Yinya's mind was completely blank. She couldn't think about what happened, and she couldn't ask Shang Wen in time if there was anything wrong. At this time, people can't think at all. Some only saw it with their own eyes. Princess. The assistant followed close behind. Followed out. Yina grabbed a man's horse when she went out, and flew to the south of the city. People dodge immediately. Yina rode a horse like flying in the city. Even so, she wanted to be slow. 491 I'm sorry, Shang Wen, fool. Yina rode to the gate of Nanxing, then shouted loudly. The Prime Minister? How is your Prime Minister? Tell me, hurry up. Yingyu cried quickly. She asked casually when she found a Forbidden Army. Princess, the Prime Minister has been sent back to the Prime Minister's mansion and is now being treated. The Imperial Army hasn't said how Shang Wen's wound is. Yingyu immediately went up to the horse and ran towards Shang Wen's office. Shang Wen's office. You have to take out the bullet. It's very painful. Do I need to use some sleeping water for you? Old Man Y said. Bah! Shang Wen yelled with a grin. Yingzhe was also in the audience and saw Shang Wen assassinated with his own eyes, then followed. Now she is taking normal saline to clean the wound for Shang Wen. I said how your salt water is prepared. The concentration is so high. It hurts to death. Shang Wen cried out in pain. In fact, Old Man Y didn't bother to work hard on saline, and all his research was used on Japanese wine. The concentration of normal saline only drops drastically during infusion. In treating wounds, he generally thinks that the larger the amount, the better. Therefore, the concentration of saline used to clean wounds is very high. The pain can be imagined. Why don't you change your wine? The wound cleaning effect is very good. It hurts more than this. Old Man Y said indifferently. You'd better make it lower. The effect is just as good and it doesn't hurt. If you mix salt water like you, it hurts to death sooner or later. Shang Wen shouted loudly. Look at you like this. It better use some sleeping water for you. As he said, Old Man Y took out a jar and poured it on a piece of cloth. What is this? Shang Wen asked. Ah, this thing. I boiled your thing called sulfuric acid together with wine. I don't know. I only know that this thing will sleep when poured. I call it sleeping water. How? This is a good invention, right? Old Man Y said braggingly. Ether, shouted Shang Wen. Ether? What is that? Old Man Y asked. This thing in your hand is called ether, which has a certain anesthetic effect. Shang Wen said. Oh, I don't know. I'll use it for you first anyway. The old man covered Shang Wen's mouth and nose. Soon Shang Wen fell asleep. Sir, is this all right? Yingzhi asked. It's okay. It's okay if he doesn't sleep. Okay. Shine the light from the mirror on the wound. I can see it. As he said, Old Man Y took out the silver clip and silver knife from the boiling iron pan. Started to perform surgery on Shang Wen. Silverware has the effect of sterilization and antivirus. Of course. The old man Y worked hard on medical equipment. This is the guy he eats. The wound after cleaning is clearer, because the wound did not penetrate. The attacker used a .30 caliber revolver. The warhead is a lead-headed bullet. Fortunately, ordinary round-headed bullets are used. If hollow bullets are used, Shang Wen's arm must be amputated. Old Man Y followed the Qin army to fight around. He had seen too many examples of this. Most of them were enemies. He knew the power of hollow bullets very well. Such bullets could kill the opponent at a short distance. Generally more than 70% are fatal. Even if they are lucky to survive, they need to be amputated. Old Man Y had to applaud Shang Wen's luck, because the bullet was just an ordinary round-headed bullet, and the hit position happened to be on the arm. The problem is that you need to find the bullet and remove some rotten meat. Fortunately, the attackers did not use marksmanship and the caliber used was not very large. Because of the granular gunpowder loading, the distance of 30 steps is already somewhat narrow. If the caliber is bigger, the situation is very bad. Ding! A deformed lead head was clipped out and thrown on the plate. Lead is toxic, so some muscle tissue needs to be processed. Fortunately, it didn't hit the bone. Otherwise, the wound will be very infected. Old Man Y's forehead was already sweating, because the position of the warhead is very close to the bone. I really don't know what circumstances caused this at the time. The Old Man Y was nervous and Y Shang Wen dealt with the wound, while Yingzhi watched the bloody scene in front of him with worry and fear. Inside the Xianyang Palace, my lord, it's not good. My lord, Zhao Gao hurriedly shouted loudly in the Xianyang Palace. In normal times, this is absolutely not allowed. What's the matter of panic? King Qin shouted loudly. My lord, damn the little one, the Prime Minister was assassinated, Zhao Gao said while condemning him. What? How is the Prime Minister's situation? Who dared to assassinate? King Qin deserves to be a king. He recovered his calm just moments after hearing that Shang Wen was assassinated. This, the villain doesn't know. I only heard that the Prime Minister was injured. He is now under treatment, Zhao Goqing said in fear. Widows are going to see. King Qin was about to leave. Quickly, get the imperial doctor right away, King Qin said with a big wave of his hand. Then he left Xianyang Palace. Old Man Y exhaled heavily. After removing some rotten flesh tissues, the Old Man Y disinfected Shang Wen and then bandaged it. The wound is not big. And at this time, even though he had the technique of wound suture, he still didn't dare to use it in such a place. It is better to use traditional methods, although a bit slow. But the effect is comparative. Princess, the guard outside the door shouted loudly. Shang Wen, how is Shang Wen? Yin hurried in and saw Shang Wen who was sleeping. Nerdy, you wake up. Yin rushed to Shang Wen's side. Princess, the Prime Minister's injury is not serious. Now it's just a little lethargy. Old Man Y said. Obviously Yin didn't listen at all. Said the Old Man Y shook his head and left. It's not a missing arm or a broken leg. On the battlefield, he knew too much about the power of gunpowder weapons. Although his medical skills are rapidly improving, but he really didn't want to see it, especially the enemies of the Qin people. Death is too cruel. Old Man Y also showed kindness to help a few tribesmen, but it's a pity. Many people have been amputated. The destructive power of weapons is too great, especially in the killing distance of a musket. Qin Jun used a large number of explosive bullets. That might. The person who was hit died half of his body. Even if you want to rule, surviving is also a handicap. Qin Jun often stabbed these people directly with a bayonet, or kill with a single shot. The war has entered the era of hot weapons. Its fatal speed of killing has made traditional medical techniques unable to keep up with the speed of killing. What Old Man Y can do is to continuously improve his medical skills. However, there are already few people who learn his medical skills. Coupled with the serious asymmetry of the Qin army's foreign combat weapons, as a result, medicine is in a state of independent research. The cost of Qin's casualties was not great. 492 Amnesty. How is the injury? King Qin hurriedly came in from outside and asked. This made the Old Man Y, who was about to leave, had to retreat. The king. The crowd saluted. Get up. How is the situation? King Qin asked again. My lord, the Prime Minister's injury is not serious. Old Man Y replied. Oh. King Qin nodded. The king. Meng Yi came in to salute. Who did the assassination? King Qin asked. Back to the king. It's a young man. Just because he was dissatisfied with the countermeasures taken by Zhao Go, he shot angrily. Meng Yi also just got news from Ding Wai. It's bold. King Qin was very annoyed. A young man dared to shoot at the important officials of the state of Qin. Where did the guns come from? King Qin asked again. The boy said, stealing from his own home. Meng Yi replied. King Qin thought it was a fuss. This matter must be handled strictly, and guns must be recontrolled. King Qin ordered. King. No. The pain of the wound, and King Qin spoke very loudly, woke Shang Wen from a coma. Idiot, you are awake. How is it? Yin ran over immediately. Because of the relationship between King Qin. Yin had to give a gift. My lord, bark. Shang Wen wanted to do it, pulling the wound. Don't move, Ying Yu said while pressing Shang Wen's shoulder. My lord, this matter needs to be investigated clearly, and severe punishment cannot be imposed. Shang Wen insisted. No. King Qin refused. Qin Dafu is like this. It cannot be changed. King Qin directly refused Shang Wen's request. Shang Wen heard that it was his own person who had assassinated him. He was still a teenager. I think this is a bit weird. Shang Wen feels that this is related to the rapid transition of Qin state. Although the state of Qin maintained a strong military force, but most of the military power is mainly used to expand the outside world. The military pressure on the 6 countries has decreased. At the same time, different diplomatic methods have been adopted in the past against the 6 countries. Coupled with the exaggeration of the newspaper media, some people are unwilling to accept new matters. This is normal. Hear King Qin's answer. Shang Wen was speechless. The status of the law cannot be challenged in Qin. And this status, as long as this country still exists, the central position of the law cannot be shaken. This is a country that stresses the rule of law. Shang Wen's current changes are only in the economic and military aspects. The legal aspect can't move at all, because the legal basis of Qin state far exceeds that of the 6 countries. Although there are drawbacks, this drawback is also obvious. But the advantages outweigh the disadvantages after all. My lord, this matter should at least be investigated. Shang Wen really couldn't find any reason to postpone this case. What else to check? A widow prime minister was actually injured by a young man. Look at your crown. If the bullet is lower, the widow prime minister is gone. King Qin said excitedly. This. Shang Wen had nothing to say. Indeed, Shang Wen could feel the bullet flying towards him at that time. This is the first time I have approached a bullet at such close range. Thinking about Shang Wen, he is a little scared. But Shang Wen thinks this is still a child. Qin state is famous for misdemeanor and heavy punishment. A teenager assassinated himself with a pistol. This is a felony. Moreover, this is ancient. Many people will be implicated. All relatives of his parents. Thinking of this, Shang Wen felt that he should be saved. but how to save. What stood in front of him was a huge wall of legal majesty. Ying Yi looked at Shang Wen a little helpless. He held Shang Wen's hand tightly. Yin has regarded Shang Wen as his relative. The Queen Mother left not long ago. So far, she can't get out of the pain. This is also a big reason for her recent depression. At this time Shang Wen is thinking of find a way to save this person who assassinated him. This is not a question of forgiveness, but to avoid the innocent being affected. My lord, the minister begs my lord, after investigating the circumstances, he can amnesty the young man. Shang Wen said. Amnesty? King Qin frowned and said, my lord, Qin is at a critical crossing. I am afraid that Qin's heart will not be able to turn around for a while. That's why this happened. The young man is guilty, but the sin is forgivable. If it is imposed severe punishment, I may not get the desired effect. The king's amnesty order can prevent us from harming Darkin's legal majesty. It can also stabilize the people's hearts. By this matter, we can explain the future direction of Darkin, Shang Wen said with the pain of the wound. Yin tried his best to appease Shang Wen. This. King Qin frowned and said, the Prime Minister of the widow almost killed him. Can the widow agree? King Qin asked. The king wants to regain the world. It must be able to contain everything, Shang Wen said solemnly. King Qin let out a sigh of relief. If you are a widow, you can use it as your sir. The sir will handle this matter. King Qin was obviously helpless. The officials disagreed. But at this time, King Qin chose to give in. After all, King Qin is his mission to unify the world. This is Ying's destiny for hundreds of years. King Qin left unbelievably. Everyone gave gifts and courtesy. Shang Wen also breathed a sigh of relief. Qin's laws are too harsh. Shang Wen suffers from having no excuse to reform. Now Shang Wen thought about it. This is a breakthrough. Everything in Qin is developing. Although the law is strict, there are times when it is divorced from reality. It is inevitable to modify and improve. Afterwards, Shang Wen healed his wounds while asking Meng Yi to bring the investigation files. Learned from the interrogation record. This teenager has serious extreme thinking. The confession was full of that Qin should actively send troops to occupy the 6 countries. Qin's weapons are very advanced. The combat power is very huge. Even if the 6 nations joined forces to deal with Qin could defeat it in one fell swoop. But Shang Wen shook his head. If that were the case, how many people would die? How many islands are scattered? Homes are broken. It's not just the 6 countries. I'm afraid the same is true for Qin. All the males in Qin have to go to the battlefield. There are still a small number of female soldiers. If once war starts, Shang Wen sighed heavily. Outside the glass window, Shang Wen seemed to see the battlefield. Both sides are people of the same race, but for the sake of unity, the fight is in full swing. Hot weapons are more lethal than cold weapons. The artillery fired fierce smoke, and the shells shot out quickly. Penetrate the wall. The bloody scene seemed to happen outside the window. This is not what this country wants. It's not the result that Shang Wen wanted when he admired weapons. Weapons are used to defend one's homeland. It is not used to kill one's own people. For unity, die so people. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. There is another way for unification, not a bloody road. This is not the way to go in the era of hot weapons. Shang Wen firmed his opinion. 493 Exile. News of Shang Wen's assassination was reported by newspapers. People have a good impression of this young and capable prime minister. He was still very concerned about his assassination. Many people came to visit Shang Wen spontaneously, but they were all sent back by Yinu. The public knows that the relationship between the two is extraordinary. So I won't bother anymore. Shang Wen's right arm was injured. It is difficult to handle some copywriting personally in a short time. The left hand is very inconvenient. Yinu acts as Shang Wen's right hand to help him deal with some things. Delicate font. It was hard for Shang Wen to imagine that this guy in front of him would be a martial artist. Yinu became very concerned about Shang Wen. Perhaps the grief after the loss of a loved one was pinned on Shang Wen. The two became more intimate. In dealing with the assassination of a teenager, Shang Wen thought he should go there in person. Tingwei is equivalent to the current judicial organ, but he is an institution that integrates inspection and inspection. because this case involves a heavy minister, so the efficiency is not generally high. In Tingwei's cell, Shang Wen saw the young man. There are also his family and neighbors, and the companion of the teenager. Your efficiency is really high, Shang Wen praised. But I was extremely disgusted in my heart. I'm sorry, the jailer replied with a smile. Those are innocent, let them go. Give them some compensation by the way, Shang Wen said. Forget it. Let me go. Shang Wen thought that this is ancient. The situation is far from what it is now. Even in modern times, people who come out of prison will be more or less discriminated against. This discrimination is secondary harm. This kind of injury can induce a second crime under certain circumstances. Shang Wen decided that it would be better to handle these things properly. In the future, deal with these things as I did. Preventing the second crime is far more difficult than arresting the prisoner and going to jail. Shang Wen taught. My lord is very true, the jailer said. Shang Wen shook his head helplessly. The lip service is very difficult to handle in practice. Jing inspection and inspection are integrated. Although Dr. Yashi is the same as the inspection agency, this is only part of the inspection power in the judicial system. There is a long way to go. My lord, help us. Some people in the prison yelled. Is this here? Shang Wen asked. Yes, the jailer said hurriedly. Open, Shang Wen said. Here. The jailer opened hurriedly. My lord. These people began to kneel and beg Shang Wen. Get up. Everyone, get up. Shang Wen immediately pulled up the kneeling man. The wound on his right hand was also pulled. Shang Wen endured the pain. Listen to me. Everyone is fine. Everyone can leave. I will take care of this matter. Shang Wen hasn't finished speaking yet. Everyone knelt to the ground again. Everyone get up quickly. Get up quickly, Shang Wen said quickly. For this matter, first of all, I want to apologize to you. You are innocent. You should not be arrested. Second, for the things behind you. I think you are likely to suffer discrimination from others. In order to avoid such a situation, I decided to open a letter of introduction to each of you. I hope it can save you some credibility losses. Shang Wen said sincerely. Thank you, sir. As he said, the man waited and knelt down again. Everyone, don't kneel. I have a wound on my hand. Shang Wen was really intolerable. Coupled with the pain of the wound, the temper became a little anxious. Everyone stood up in horror. Sorry, I was rude just now. Regarding the matter just now, there is one more thing. I will clarify these things for you. If there is anything, come to me directly. But I suggest you emigrate. Maybe you will have something more than this. Good life, Shang Wen said. Sir, my son hurt you. You want to save him. A middle-aged man was kneeling on the ground. Uncle, I will properly resolve this matter, Shang Wen said. Well, I want to resolve this matter as soon as possible, Shang Wen said. Later, Shang Wen came to the cell where the teenager was being held. As soon as he entered the cell, Shang Wen saw that the boy was covered with wounds. Obviously, the Black Hand was put in prison. Go call a doctor and heal him. Also, burn your set of torture instruments. You won't need it in the future. Gin State's prison is not a place for casual violence, Shang Wen said tiredly. Humphrey. The young man snorted heavily with his nostrils, obviously not convinced. Let's talk about it. Why do you want to kill me? Shang Wen asked. Why not annex South Korea? Why not send troops to attack Zhao Kingdom? If you sent troops early, Qin will have annexed the two countries long ago, the boy said fiercely. You are not our kin people at all. Our kin people's blood is shed on the battlefield. We are not afraid of death. You are not worthy of being the prime minister of our DA kin. You can't even beat a South Korea. You simply lost our kin people. Face. The boy cursed out of breath. The severe beating has exhausted a lot of his energy. Enough, Shang Wen exclaimed. Knowing how to send troops to attack South Korea. What is our price after Zhaogo? It's death. It's a lot of bones, Shang Wen said while looking at the young man. We are not afraid of death, the young man said firmly. We are not afraid of death. But our relatives are afraid. Others are also afraid, Shang Wen said blankly. So, we should unify the Kanto. The boy continued. Child, You are still young and don't understand. Some things are not the extreme one you think, Shang Wen said. I know what you want to say. I also understand why you did it. But I have nothing to say to you. This is history. You, me, and many people are in this historical flow. What can we do? It is impossible to change the aggressiveness of that big Zhao, Shang Wen said. You assassinated a senior official. According to Qin's law, I just checked it. You will be cracked by the car. Your family and neighbors were also beheaded for oversight, Shang Wen said. Die on the battlefield. I don't accept it, the boy said, unconvinced. But now you have received a pardon from King Qin. But it is impossible to exempt you from the fact of the crime. I cannot change this, so I changed your punishment. First of all, your relatives and neighbors are innocent, and they will be innocent. Released, but I can't guarantee that they will be discriminated against by others. So, I gave each of them a letter of introduction. If it's not possible, they have to immigrate to other newly established states. As for you, you will be exiled. Don't worry, you won't be tattooed. It's insulting and cannot prevent the second crime. You'll be sent to the western regions. There, you may have the opportunity to fight. There are battles everywhere. Extremely lacking manpower. You will participate in the war. The bloody cruelty of the war will make you change, Shang Wen said. Okay, Baben. Your business is over. I hope you can understand. Shang Wen then left. 494. Your road is too bad. In the morning, at the Langmeng border in Taiyuan County of Qin State, Qin Jun is organizing a large convoy to drive on the gravel road built a month ago. Zhao Guo's defender on the other side immediately issued a Jing notice. All Zhao Jun began to gather nervously. Langmeng is located in Yangkou, Shaanxi. From here to the east, you can take today's Shaanxi's Yangkou and enter today's Hebei province, which is also known as the state of Zhao during the Warring States period. Therefore, here is an extremely important strategic point. Qin now controls Langmeng. That is to say, if you control this strategic point, you can attack Zhao Guo at any time, as soon as Qin Jun moves at will. Zhao Jun must be fully guarded. Taihang Mountain is an important strategic barrier. Without this barrier, the state of Zhao immediately perished. This is an indisputable fact. Zhao Jun dare not slack in this place. Da. A sound of horseshoes came over. A Qin army cavalry quickly rode forward. Call. The cavalry shouted in front of the camp set up by Zhao Jun. Listen, Zhao Jun. At the order of my Prime Minister of Qin Dynasty, I sent a batch of relief materials. The materials are here, and they will be handed over quickly, said the cavalry horse and left. Zhao Jun suddenly became confused from the tension. All soldiers look at me, I look at you. How is this going? Qin is so kind. Send us supplies. All of a sudden, Zhao Jun soldiers started talking. I'll take a look, said a school lieutenant. Stood up. A few soldiers also came out from behind. Obviously his die-hard. All the soldiers of the Zhao Jun stretched their necks and watched the captain boldly walk over. Humphrey. The lieutenant saw a second-class soldier of the Qin army who was holding a gun and snorted with his nose to show his disdain. The second-class soldier of the Qin army immediately rolled his eyes to face such a situation. This is often the case when the two armies confront each other. There has never been a break. Zhao Jun can't understand Qin Jun. Qin Jun looked down on Zhao Jun. The two companies have to compare everything. What's the matter? The captain said horizontally. The captain Qin Jun, who was escorting supplies, shook his head helplessly. An earthquake occurred in your place in the country of Zhao. We are destined to send you a batch of relief supplies. Now all the supplies are here. You count them, then find a car to take away. This is the list of supplies. Please sign by your highest officer, then leave it to us. We are good for business. The captain said as calmly as possible. Earthquake? Impossible. How could there be an earthquake in Dadi? The Xiao's news is obviously still behind Qin Jun. Qin Jun has newspapers to read. Zhao Jun has them, but they are all scrap newspapers that have been behind for a long time. They have no money to buy newspapers. The captain shook his head helplessly. Then passed the list to the other party. The school lieutenant took a look, then handed it to the captain. I can't understand Kin's words, Xiao said. Okay, he'll read it to you. You will check one item at a time. We will unload the supplies by the way, said the captain. Unloaded? Why do you want to unload it? The school lieutenant questioned. Your road conditions are much clearer than us. Our wagons walk past, and many of them will be damaged. We won't do such a thing, the captain said unbearably. Listen, 10,000 blankets. From this car to car 50. It's all on top, the captain said without looking. The school lieutenant waved his hand to check for his subordinates. They stripped the outer linen including the blanket. It was found that these were high-quality blankets made of blended wool. Even on the margins, there is a kin label unique to Kin June. 5,000 cans of canned beef. 10 cars in the back. 5,000 bags of flour. 80 cars in the back. In addition, there are 2 cars of Nei powder. That is a special gift, the captain said and passed the list to the captain. Then leave with his head held high. All come to help unload the truck. After unloading the truck, we will go back. The captain shouted. Stop. Just then, a roar came from a distance. General. The captain knelt on one knee and saluted when he saw the person coming. Are you? The captain asked suspiciously. I am Li Mu, general of the state of Zhao. Li Mu stood up and dismounted. Is this the material sent by the state of Qin? Li Mu then asked. Yes, sir, said the captain in accordance with Qin Jun's etiquette. The lower-ranking officer saw the higher-ranking officer saluting. Standard salute. Okay. Li Mu waved to the captain not to be polite. Don't unload the truck. I allow you to transport the materials directly to Dadi. Li Mu said. Number, sir. I'm afraid it's impossible, the captain said. Oh, why? Li Mu asked. Your road conditions are too bad. We are a 4-wheeled carriage. The minimum standard is to walk on such a road. And your road can only be suitable for two-wheeled carriages. The roads ahead are all mountain roads. The road conditions will be worse. Our carriages I can't make it at all. Even if it passes, the carriage will fall apart, the captain said. Li Mu frowned. We are just following orders. We can't do anything else. The captain walked away and organized manpower to unload the truck. General, this. Xiao was obviously dissatisfied with Qin Jun's approach. Forget it. This is also true. The differences between the two armies are very big. Immediately deploy manpower to help Qin Jun unload the truck, Li Mu ordered. Here, Xiao Shili was about to leave. Wait. Bring out all the chariots that can be used in the camp, as well as the horses of the cavalry, and all the vehicles nearby. Li Mu then ordered. Here. After the school lieutenant answered the order, he hurriedly left. As a result, Zhao Jun began to deploy a large number of manpower to help Qin Jun unload the truck. Li Mu also signed his name on that list. Zhao Jun dispatched more than 1,000 people to help Qin Jun unload the truck. At this time, Zhao Jun's chariot was also dispatched. They did not come to fight, but to load supplies. Zhao Jun began to unload some materials directly from the Qin army's carriage and transport it away from the loading chariot. There are more and more materials on the ground. However, the number of tanks is limited, and the loading is completed in a while. Then came the cavalry. The cavalry had to dismount, put the heavy supplies on horseback and leave. Then came the bullock cart from nearby. Although there are more, but the speed is extremely slow. Its speed is not as fast as the 4-wheeled carriage prepared by Qin Jun, and its load capacity is large. And this kind of carriage is very demanding on the road. At present, only Qin Jun can meet this requirement. Zhao Jun, I am afraid it is difficult to have such a path. The loading and unloading of materials was not completed until the next day, and the transportation of those supplies. Subject to Zhou's extremely bad road network, it is difficult to transport materials to the place quickly. It takes a long time to get out of this mountain road. This waste of time will kill many people. 495 Snatching. The newspapers in Xianyang have recently set off a wave of grabbing. People have just slowed down from the Prime Minister's assassination and entered another kind of wave. In the north, the two newly established states of the Qin state had already surrounded Mobai where the Huns had retired. Take the desert as the dividing line. To the south, the grassland is rich in the territory of the Qin state, and to the north is the territory of the Xiongnu that is more wild. Among them, East Mongolia has recently occupied a large area of new grassland. This pasture is today's Xilin-Gol grassland. From here, an offensive against the Mobai court of the Xiongnu can be launched from the side. Before August, the attacks on the Huns in these two states were only the army and security guards, and the armed men of the trade were proceeding. They make a living by this. The army has only a small number of cavalry units to conduct reconnaissance and ambush activities. Mengtan is responsible for the defense of the two states. He has a 7th Mobile Division in his hand. This is a mixed formation division. It is composed of cavalry, infantry carried by carriage, and rapid artillery unit. Rely on fast country roads. The huge national highway network can only pass some important traffic intersections. Can't go deeper. Therefore, it is still relying on those rural roads built spontaneously. These country roads are often the dividing line between several pastoralists. It is these country roads. The two newly established states are firmly controlled like Qin Jun's blood vessels. On the edge of the desert, the engineers of the Qin army are extremely meticulous. They have arranged a large number of barbed wire fences, and mines are often buried in the middle of these barbed wire fences. There are pyrotechnics like flash hiders. The occurrence of landmines is also logical. The defensive facilities formed by these barbed wire fences and mines made the Huns not dare to go south easily. At the same time, the Qin army reserved a large number of entrances and exits. These entrances and exits are generally selected at the traffic pass. There are a lot of troops in these places. It is also a gathering place for trade, security guards, and merchants. The merchant brought in a large amount of supplies. At the same time, trade was also carried out in exchange for a large number of prisoners of war slaves, horses, cattle and sheep, leather and so on in the hands of armed men. Then the merchant sells these things. This is a business line that earns 200% of profits. Many people are involved. A large number of veterans, speculators, adventurers, vagrants from the 6 nations, and even the military are involved. As August begins, some grassland owners in the two states began to participate spontaneously. They not only want to acquire a large number of slaves, but also for excitement. The newspaper reported the cowboy's story in a rotten way. Many grassland owners leapt and tried, and they also have their own capital. They sold some of their cattle and sheep to a meat processing plant. Sausages, bacon, canned food, etc. can be produced there. They get money. The money makes them want to expand their pasture, or buy more cattle and sheep. But some pastoralists have found a way to make a fortune. Instead of spending the money in your hands to buy slaves and cattle and sheep from those slave traders, it is better to organize some people to grab them yourself. Think about it. This is so exciting. This idea comes from the gun club established by the Qin army. There are all kinds of muskets for people to choose. Try their hand. It is also a place for people to exchange information. So these grassland owners took their faithful servants in 2s and 3s. Who people, or people? They will not take the Huns to beat the Huns. Qin didn't believe them in his heart. Then recruit some people. Hire some experienced military officers as commanders. That's all. A flagrant small invasion began. Such things happen frequently. They relied on a compass and a more accurate map to cross the desert and then went deep into the territory of the Xiongnu. Army commanders often choose night as the time for raids. At the beginning of the month, only the crescent illuminates the earth. This is very suitable for sneak attacks. So they blocked the road with temporary snake-shaped barbed wire as usual. Then began a fierce bombardment with horse cannons. Rockets are very expensive weapons, but horse artillery can be rented from the army. The army is also very willing to rent out the horse cannons that are about to rust to these people. Think about it. Under a group of thugs holding shotguns, rifles, and revolvers. The tribe that the Huns had just recovered was once again caught in a catastrophe. The killing overnight gave these people a great harvest. They seized a large number of horses, cattle and sheep. Leather. Some Hun women became a reward for the allegiance of their servants. The injured Huns were brutally killed. No one wants to spend medicine to treat them. Those middle-aged men who survived by chance, as well as a large number of young people. The elderly were tied to logs with barbed wire and escorted back to their camps. The news of getting rich always spreads quickly. Such actions stimulated other grassland owners, and they gave generously. They organized their own armed forces to participate in such a foreign raid. By the end of August, the raid reached a high level. Starting from Simon State to East Mongolia State, more and more people are participating. Kinjun's statistics of officers in charge of this matter. The number of participants turned out to be as many as 80,000 people. Some state councils have even begun to enlist militias to participate, and the taxes are far from enough to repay the debts of the banks. They are looking for new bright spots to make a fortune. Under the high return, some new armed companies began to be established. Although they are small, some heavy weapons need to be leased, but it is this kind of company that meets the needs of the grassland owners for slaves. By the beginning of September, more and more people participated. Many pasture owners have completed the collection of forages, and the preparations for the winter are also completed. There is nothing to do at this time. In order to earn a little extra money, many of them are involved. Advanced weapons made them fearless of the Huns. The generation gap in weapons is a gap insurmountable, unable to fill. Grab the collection. The word began to be used by newspapers, because the Huns tribes began to retreat further north on their own initiative. It is increasingly difficult for armed personnel to obtain a large number of slaves at once. Horses, cattle and sheep, etc. They often take a long time to find a decent tribe. When it was time for the attack, several groups of people rushed to participate. The term grab harvest was originally used to harvest crops, because agriculture is extremely demanding on the weather. But now, the term grabbing was used to harass the Huns. Because I was late. Nothing left. It is very expensive to organize a group of armed men. If you can't attack a bit bigger, a tribe with more than 1,005, the cost is difficult to recover. Grab the harvest vividly compared Kin's harassment in the north. The grassland owners are jailed against the Huns, but Mengtan is happy to bloom. 496 mountain people are here. Mengtan was very happy to see this situation. Because the main force of the Qin army did not dispatch on a large scale, it was driven by commercial interests to drive the Huns from Mobai thousands of miles away. Moreover, the loss of the Huns has been unable to obtain enough food before the onset of winter. Their horses have lost a lot. The loss of cattle and sheep is even more severe, and there are not enough cattle and sheep to support them through this cold winter. Moreover, according to Mengtan's knowledge, the severe cold in the north came earlier. The farther north, the colder it is. In order to watch the Huns venture south to attack the two states of Qin, Mengtan asked that cavalry and infantry mixed forces of the two brigades to move forward and set up a large number of bridgeheads in Mobai. An engineer regiment will help them build a large number of fortifications. They must closely monitor the power vacuum after the Qin state's armed forces go south for the winter. Qin state was very satisfied with such a big victory. This is what people talk about every day. For the victory, Qin people have begun to get used to it. On the other side, on the new large pasture in East Mongolia, this pasture originally belonged to Dongwu, but they were quickly driven by the Qin people to the mountains in the east. The grassland has been redivided. Larger tracts of new pastures were established. However, Dongwu, who retired to the mountains, frequently harassed him. The Qin army dealt a severe blow to it. Under the attack of Qin Jun's iron fist, Dong's Sao disturbance was greatly reduced. But a new opponent began to appear. The Eastern Mountains are also one of the sources of new slaves hunted by armed personnel in the eastern part of Kin. The Eastern Mountains that Kin said refers to Darksinganling. Darksinganling is the boundary between today's Inner Mongolia Plateau and Songliao Plain. At the same time, it is also the place where the ancestors of the Xianbai and Yuan people lived together. The forest resources here are extremely rich. Xianbai, the ancestors of the Yuan people, lived here. They depend on hunting for a living, and adult men are extremely good at fighting. However, Qin's armed forces have been caught up with the golden dreams of making a fortune, and they have begun to continuously attack the ancestral tribes of the Xianbai and Yuan people. Darksinganling is full of virgin forests, and the Qin army has very little experience in fighting here. Both sides have fewer times. There is a loss for each other. In Xianbai, the ancestors of the Yuan people used the mountain virgin forest as a cover to continuously ambush the armed personnel of the state of Qin. The armed personnel of the Qin state took advantage of their weapons and also used sneak attacks to attack the tribes of the Xianbai and Yuan ancestors. Once these tribes are attacked, it will be a massive and bloody massacre. Even babies are not let go, which is very rare in previous attacks. The armed men have their reasons for doing this, because their personnel have suffered a certain loss, and these mountain people, the mountain people here refer to the ancestors of the Xianbai and Yuan people. They were very tenacious, and they were fighting until the end of their deaths. Whether it is a man, a woman, the elderly, or a child, all of them were fighting until the last one. The fighting willpower, the fighting spirit is not weaker than the Qin people. These armed men lamented themselves that the mountain people are very difficult to deal with. They are too capable of fighting. Frequent Sao disturbances and brutal killings forced the ancestors of these Xianbai and Yuan people to unite. They began to actively contact the nearby tribes. This is an unprecedented crisis. They decided to fight head-on with these fire-breathing weapons. In order to completely eliminate them, they continue to send a large number of scouts to find out where these armed men are. Then they assembled in secret. They don't know anything about it. In fact, there is no way to know. In Darksinganling, that is, on a mountainside on the side of Darksinganling in Tongliao today, there are more than 500 armed personnel of Wenyang East Trading Company stationed here. In addition to these, there are also a large number of armed personnel of other companies. There are more than 1,000 people in total. The others are here to do business and send supplies. Look there. What's that? Shouted a sentry who was in charge of Jingring standing on the tower. These armed men cut down all the nearby forests for their own safety in order to get a good perspective. This is a resident, temporarily set up for the convenience of entering and exiting the mountains. As long as the winter is over, it is very likely to be abandoned at any time and then re-established in the coming year. I saw crowds of people coming out of the mountain forest. They are all dressed in animal clothing. Oh, mother, it's a mountain man. The tallest here is a retired lieutenant colonel, but his rank is recognized by everyone, because the establishment of armed personnel is also based on the rank of the army. There are almost 5,000 people. The lieutenant colonel looked around with a telescope. Oh, Jingring, the mountain people are here. An officer next to him with the captain's badge yelled, everyone enters the wooden camp. Are they crazy? There are so many people assembled. The captain whispered. Perhaps. The lieutenant colonel put down the telescope in his hand and said, The mountain people began to howl peculiar to before the war. They were emboldened. They are boosting morale. Let everyone take up weapons, no matter who they are. They must obey my command. I am the commander here, understand? Hurry up, the lieutenant colonel exclaimed. The captain began to deliver orders. Sir, they are only 400 paces away from us. Do we fire? An artillery lieutenant approached and asked. Fire. Let them stop the lieutenant colonel shouted. All gunners, Dongfeng 400. The lieutenant called out the coordinates. This is a simple command slogan. Put, boom, boom, boom. The armed men's 3-caliber artillery began to fire grenades. Ha, boom. The shells roared past, exploding in the dense mountain crowd. Those mountain people were killed without hiding. But they soon gathered together. The artillery killed and wounded the mountain people in this way. Wow, The mountain man began to roar. Obviously they were not satisfied with what the kin people did. He was disdainful of the kin people's daring style of play. They used wooden sticks, big sticks, desperately knocking the earth and rocks. There was a roar of dissatisfaction. Stop firing. Let the gunner prepare shots. I think they are about to launch an impact. Let everyone fill all their guns with bullets. The lieutenant colonel shouted. The mountain crowd began to cheer. They screamed frantically. It seems that the only way to clamor for the anger in their hearts. 497. This is not a war. It's a slaughter. The mountain crowd began to roar. A passage flashed through the crowd. The mountain people standing on both sides began to cheer. Sir, it's our patrolman, a lieutenant reminded with a telescope. I know, they ambushed our patrolman. The lieutenant colonel looked at him with a twitching face. Fire, hurry up. They are going to publicly execute our patrolman. The lieutenant colonel shouted. The artillery fired. Quickly. The lieutenant called out loudly. Oh, shouted loudly on the mountain, waving the weapon in his hand. Swish. The shells whizzed past, hitting the crowd of mountain people. But the mountain people are still not afraid. They still wave the big sticks in their hands. Shout loudly to these armed men. Issue a challenge. A sturdy mountain man escorted an armed patrol. They usually patrol the station 2 miles away. The number is usually around 10 people. The sturdy mountain man kicked the patrolman to the ground. Then he pulled it up with his sturdy arms and let the patrolman kneel. The patrol can no longer resist. Observe from the telescope. The patrol was wounded all over. One arm was unable to move, and he had obviously received some kind of heavy blow. Cheers on the mountain again. Obviously a certain ritual is about to reach a certain height. Puff. The sturdy mountain man shattered the head of the patrolman with a big stick. Splash out instantly, red and white, shouting loudly on the mountain. Arms kept raising the weapon in his hand. On the mountain. Go to your mother. I make you hard to die. A second-class soldier cursed in a hateful tone. The lieutenant colonel slammed hard on the stake. Let the 2 artillery strikes quickly. The remaining 2 are loaded with shotguns. Drag the 6-barreled Vulcan out. I want them to die here. The lieutenant colonel tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. After smashing the patrolman with a big stick, the mountain guy obviously didn't want to let him go like this. 2 Shanghai people came up to help. They dragged the corpse with their hands, and the mountain man tore it hard. Forcibly pulled the patrolman's thigh down. Flesh splattered. The scene is extremely bloody. The mountain people cheered suddenly. Behind the fortifications, many armed men clenched their teeth and watched what was happening before them. They wanted to run out and shoot the guy, and then smashed the opponent with a single blow. Damn mountain guy. The captain could no longer control the anger in his heart. Be restrained, Captain. These mountain people are stupid. They are irritating us, and at the same time they are spreading the blood to swell their warriors. In the next battle, they will fight frantically. The lieutenant colonel was obviously fighting these mountains. People have faced the impact heads. Swish. The shells began to shuffle quickly. Solid bullets, grenade, uninterruptedly hit among the mountain people. The solid bullet hit a bloody road among the mountain people. The ricochet continued to attack, causing more deaths on the other side, or seriously injured. A solid bounce of a 5-inch cannon bounced and knocked a row of mountain people to the ground. Then it splashed and shattered half of the faces of the 2 mountain men behind. Then he splashed to the back and continued to beat the mountain man's abdomen, thighs and calves. The splashing gun hasn't landed yet, and many mountain people have been seriously injured on the ground. Woo! The mountain man was enraged by the guns of the armed men. They think that the other party is a coward and dare not take the initiative to fight. They decided to defeat these enemies in their own way. The mountain people began to attack like an overwhelming one. There is no formation, nor any offensive order. There are still a large number of hidden and invisible mountain people pouring out of the mountains and forests, and the number has exceeded 7,000. There are only nearly 2,000 people in Kin. More than 500 of them are merchants. Guns are also varied. The officer put them together temporarily according to the weapon, then organized defenses. More than 7,000 people, which is almost the sum of all the mountain people in the area. The Jiao water, rushed to the temporary residence of the Kin people. 300. 200. The mountain people still maintain a vigorous combat effectiveness. Boom. The mine began to explode, and some of the broken limbs that were blown up by the mine splashed around. But the mountain people were not afraid. Barbed wire can no longer stop them. The mountain people have a fearless sacrifice. They bravely threw on the wire fence. And then the people behind stepped on their bodies to advance. 100 steps. A sergeant counted quietly. Many people quietly watched the crazy sprint of the mountain people. They were like beasts. 80 steps. Get ready. The sergeant major began to shout loudly. 60 steps. Let go. Boom. Boom. There was a thunderous electric shock. The waves on the mountainous land were dispelled. Many mountain people fell to the ground. Shoot. Everyone shots. The officer, sergeant chief, and sergeant shouted loudly. Many people began to smash wildly through the sandbags and the gaps in the stakes. Pistols, shotguns, revolver rifles. Everyone was shooting for a while. The distance was very close, as if those mountain people could enter with only one step. Fear, the tense environment made them pull the trigger frantically before aiming at the target. Then reload. She hit. Reload. Bang bang bang. The six-barreled Vulcan began to spin frantically and shuffle. Masses of mountain people were knocked to the ground as if they were cutting wheat. Crazy replacement of the magazine. Everyone is shooting. The smoke from the hair has made them unable to see where the mountain people rushed. But as long as they shoot, they will not be able to make it through. This is the consensus in their hearts. Boom. The artillery began to participate in the battle. The shotguns they use are as powerful as machine guns. The intensively charged mountain people gave their shotgun a higher killing effect. Large swathes of mountain people were killed and injured. Throw a grenade. The sergeant chief yelled. The sergeant major believes that their safety distance is shortening, and they need a safe distance to ensure continuous strikes. In close combat, the mountain people are very difficult. Boom. The grenade began to be thrown out intermittently. There were gunshots, cannons, and explosions everywhere, and the sergeants had to shout loudly to convey the order. The environment is extremely noisy, but many people hear nothing. They only have one thing: to kill the opposite person. Although I can't see anything. One is a tribe with gunpowder weapons, and one is a tribe with sticks, bows and arrows, and a few bronze metal weapons. The outcome of the war was judged at once. When the lieutenant colonel on the high platform found that the mountain people began to retreat, the gunfire was still ringing. The slow running was ruthlessly knocked to the ground. There will be no torture to die, and it will be misfortune not to die. 498. I will make you a pair of sunglasses. When the mountain people retreated, the Kin people finally began to gradually stop their attacks, and some bold people began to take the initiative to mount the bayonet and rush out. At this time, the spoils were for nothing. Those mountain people who hadn't died, at this time, became the target of bayonets. The Kin people could choose to shoot them and kill them, but it was obviously difficult to vent their dissatisfaction. So, they slowly assassinate the injured mountain people with Mitsubishi bayonets. Their painful wailing became the balance of hatred in their hearts. To be honest, the mountain people have nothing valuable, and their weapons have very little metal. Only the leather on the body is still valuable. These militants get no benefit. At best they can only strip off their valuable skins. There is nothing else. If they didn't get any benefit, they turned to vent their anger on the injured mountain people. using bayonet and stick to use everything they could use. How they tortured the patrols, they added 10 times. And 100 times the tricks were used on them. Those mountain people who did not die were nailed to the defensive wooden wall alive. The lieutenant colonel could only shake his head. He could not control or dissuade him, and he did not plan to do so, because he also hated these thugs very much in his heart. This battle is nothing to the Kin people, but for the mountain people, Xianbai and Yuan people, theirs will undergo a new round of disintegration and division, and they realize that they cannot defeat these people. Some people chose to resist to the end. Some people took the initiative to move to farther places. Others are holding on and trying to resolve the contradiction with those people. Win the favor of the other party. The seeds of disintegration and differentiation began after such killing. As it enters mid-September, the Kin people began to take the initiative to evacuate some places. They are going to prepare for the winter. The severe cold in the north always comes so early. A light snow has already fallen in some places. The heavy winter clothes are already on these people who have migrated. The north is ready to enter the winter. Shangwin and Yin were unusually relaxed. Most of the office documents issued by Shangwin were written by Yin to help him. Even some personal letters were opened by Yin in the first place, such as Meng Ten's views on the situation in the north and what some individuals saw and heard. There is also a letter from Li Mu. In the letter, he thanked Shangwin very much for his assistance, and the material assistance has reached the third batch, and there are many medicines in the third batch. Li Mu hoped that Shangwen could send some people to help them. These medicines are all modified saline, some granular herbal medicines, mainly to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. The emergence of Nei powder inspired Chinese medicine practitioners, and they began to make some soup medicines into granules. In this way, the effect is much faster than the herbal soup made temporarily. Shangwin has already arranged this matter. Many medical students are willing to go there to see the situation, but it involves economic issues. Li Mu didn't talk much, or didn't talk about it. There are official and private affairs. News of Shangwen's injury soon reached Xinjiang through the newspapers. Han Xiu is very concerned about this. Personally order someone to send a letter. But this letter made Yin read it first. This Huxi is really interested. I also care about you, Ying Yu said sarcastically. You smell it. This letter is also sprayed with perfume. Yin took the letter and swept it across Shangwen's nose. Shangwen has nothing to say. Private space. In Yin's hands, there is no such concept at all. Besides, if you have an injury on your hand, you can't compete with Yin. Can you rob her? Many things got back because of the injury. The plan to visit Zhao State was delayed indefinitely. Even the scope of some reporters was restricted by Yin. People know very little about the reports of the Prime Minister's assassination, because no reporter has access to Shangwin. Should I read it for you? Yin asked, waving the letter in the book. No more. Shangwen was really afraid of Yin. It's okay. I'm very angry, Yin said pretendingly. Forget it. I think we'd better go for a walk. This is better, Shangwen said. Well, you have an eye for it. Yin changed the topic as he said. Shangwen knew in his heart that that woman could have such a grandeur. What she said was, but what she was thinking was something else. Shangwen had already figured out Yin's careful thoughts a long time ago. Go, let's go. Yin looked very happy. Here, put it on. Yin put on Shangwen's coat as he said. Oh. Yin, who drove away the door, shouted suddenly. What's wrong? Shangwen asked. Nothing. The sun is too dazzling. It will be fine after a while, Yin said with her arm covering her eyes. Oh, if only you have sunglasses, Shangwen said to himself. Yin jumped ahead. There were some guards behind, and King Qin strengthened the protection of Shangwen after this incident. Those guards are here to protect Shangwen. Look. There are a lot of new things on the street, Yin said happily, pointing to the street. Hey, idiot, look, this mirror is so interesting, Yin shouted in front of a booth. Hey, the stall owner, what kind of mirror is this? Ying asked. Back to the princess. This is called a deformed mirror. You see, a person can become fat, thin, tall, and short according to different mirrors. The stall owner introduced. The identity of Yin has already been known to the whole street. Idiot. Look at it, Ying cried. It's fun, Yin exclaimed while looking in the mirror. Shang Wen is very curious. At this time, there will be a haha mirror. It seems that the research on optics is not bad. Shang Wen came over. Huh? Shang Wen was puzzled when he saw something else on the stall. The frame and bracket made of a mixture of copper wire and iron wire are already very similar to the eyes of later generations. Shang Wen picked up his glasses with his left hand and said, "My lord, this is specially for the elderly. I might as well use this. This can be enlarged." The stall owner said and took a magnifying glass to Shang Wen. "No, number. I'm just curious. Just curious." In fact, Shang Wen was very happy. I think that with glasses, there is a certain degree of research in the development of optics. However, Shang Wen thought of one thing for Yinu. Hey. Shang Wen patted Yinu's shoulder and said, "What's the matter?" Yinu asked with the mirror in his hand. "I will make a pair of sunglasses for you. In the future, when the sun is dazzling, you won't have to use your arm to block it. Moreover, after you put on the sunglasses, you will be more beautiful and fashionable." Shang Wen said, "Sunglasses? Fashion? Then what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and do it." Yinu's face changed instantly. It's faster for a woman to turn her face than to turn a book. Shang Wen sighed. 499. Don't mess around. Making a pair of sunglasses is really not an easy task. First of all, we need to find a lot of raw materials. Without polypropylene, we can only look for metal and other glasses frames. But Shang Wen found another material, natural horns. This is a very good frame. Then look for some fine iron powder and copper powder. If you want to make changeable glasses, it is estimated that you will need silver halide. Shang Wen has to be extracted from industrial salt. This requires a lot of chemical equipment. What is extracted from industrial salt is only a mixture, not the one that I need most. Shang Wen's left hand tried his best to write in the notebook, and Yin watched Shang Wen's tweaking movements like watching a comical performance. "Ha ha ha, you look so funny," Ying said with a smile. "Also, let you write. But you can't write it. I have to do some chemical equations by myself," Shang Wen said. "The chemical equation? Oh, it's the symbols you drew, just like those alchemists?" Yin asked. "Drawing symbols?" Shang Wen looked at Yin questioningly. "Yeah, it's the drawing symbol. Look," Yin said, pointing to the chemical equation that Shang Wen had tweaked in the notebook. Forget it. You say draw a talisman, then draw a talisman," Shang Wen said helplessly. "You draw the talisman, and I will be an alchemist for you. Change these things according to the talisman you drew," Yin said as she began to take out some glassware. "Wait!" Shang Wen shouted. "What's wrong? Don't believe me, the alchemist," Ying said. No, this is because silver nitrate is used in the chemical experiment to be done today. Silver nitrate is corrosive. It is also poisonous," Shang Wen said, laughing. "Sour silver? What is this? There is poison?" Ying asked suspiciously. Looking at Yinu, she didn't know anything. Shang Wen knew that to let a person who didn't understand anything come to the laboratory, that is a very dangerous thing. He is not afraid of Yinu hurting himself. But because of her ignorance, she was afraid of uncontrollable results. Moreover, a certain amount of electricity must be used. It's silver nitrate. That thing itself is toxic. It's not that I won't let you, but that this kind of thing will invade the skin. It will ulcerate the skin. Shang Wen could only edit it by himself. Yin repeatedly saw the appearance of silver nitrate after corrosion. "What you said is true?" Yin asked. Shang Wen didn't say anything, and nodded in agreement. Then I'll still see what you do. I'll watch from a distance. Yin seemed to be very afraid of experimentation, especially silver nitrate. "Hey, but when I extract silver halide, I will get another byproduct. This byproduct can draw you out all at once," Shang Wen said. "Draw me out? So you know how to paint?" "Why don't I know? You found out that you are an idiot, and you don't know how many things are hidden in your head." And Yin looked up and down Shang Wen. "Don't look at me like that." Shang Wen looked at Yin and said, looking up and down, "Say, What else are you hiding from me? What else do you have? Take them out for me today. I see how many tricks you can make. Yinu pointed at Shangwen with her finger. Ouch. My God. I have nothing to hide from you, Shangwen said with an innocent look. How to explain painting? Yinu asked. I'm talking about taking pictures when painting. It's the same as painting. Take pictures of you, Shangwen explained. Take it down. What are you doing with a mirror to look at me? This way. You can draw me down, Yinu asked. Shangwen listened. Yinu thought a little way. Yes, it's just a photo. Draw you on a piece of paper. It's more real than a real person, Shangwen said. Yeah? Yingye looked at Shangwen. This guy said so strangely. There really is this thing. Speaking, Yinu looked at Shangwen again. But think about it. This idiot is no ordinary person. Maybe it really does. Tentatively. Trust him once. What do you think of me? Don't do it soon. I can't do it. I'll take your skin alive. Yinu resumed the attitude of a strong woman. Then don't make trouble. It's high temperature again. It's electric again. I can't make it. Disfigured. Shangwen told me. I'm not willing to help that. Hurry up. Yinu sat on the sofa pretentiously and watched Shangwen experiment. Shangwen is not flexible with one hand. It can only be reluctantly. Shangwen first produced silver nitrate. Silver nitrate needs to react with silver in 65% nitric acid. But silver contains certain impurities. Shangwen needs to be processed by electrolysis. The emergence of batteries can store electricity. The voltage has been known to the people of Qin. Just like, after the Qin people understand the air pressure. Begin by analogy. Water has water pressure. Power that. There must be voltage. The simple voltmeter appeared at this time. In addition, there are also transformers. Currently it can only step down, can't pressurize, and the workmanship is extremely rough. This thing currently exists in the laboratory. It took an hour. Shangwen extracted a bottle of silver nitrate. Yinu was very impatient. I changed various sitting positions over and over again. Then it should be lying again. Lie down and lie down. I can't afford to live. It can be seen that Shangwen is doing this again. Do that again. Then he sat down again. Shangwen is busy extracting bromine on this matter, mainly used for experiments. The actual meaning is not great, mainly used for research. When seawater has crystallized salt after several times, it can no longer produce salt. There is bromine in the solution at this time, but usually this is discharged as wastewater. Alright, Shangwen was heating up. Let the brine saturate. Yin couldn't wait any longer and came up to ask. Not yet. Still need to wait, Shangwen said. When will it be over? Forget it. I'll come back this afternoon. Finished. About to leave. But it came back randomly. Sit down again. Why are you back again? Shangwen began to melt the glass. Decided to add iron powder and copper powder to the glass first. These are the absorbing materials of the lens. It's boring. Yin replied very simply. It's boring to see you. It'll give you a fun. As he said, Shangwen took out the glass rod and burned the Mitsubishi mirror. What's fun? Yin suddenly became interested. Have you seen the rainbow? You take a prism to take a photo under the sun. You can see the rainbow, Shangwen said. Really? Didn't the rainbow only appear after it rained? Yin asked. With it, you make it appear whenever you let it appear. It listens to you, Shangwen said. That's great. Yin clapped her hands and said, Shangwen is processing. Bring it. Yin stretched out his hand to reach it. Wait a minute. I will quench you into FRP, Shangwen said and started heating. Yin stepped forward and waited. 500 sunset. Red say, yellow say, blue say, green say. Yin held a prism and counted the 7 colors that appeared in the rainbow. Ah, 7 colors. Yin exclaimed after counting. Yin at this time is like a 3-year-old child who is curious about everything. Where is the princess doing? A female office worker asked. I don't know. It's estimated that the Prime Minister is looking for something new to coax her. The other female companion replied. Our Prime Minister really protects the princess. I think the two match well, said the female office worker. That's not it. The female companion said. Yin took the prism and looked left and then again. After playing for a while, I felt boring. Hey, come here. You too. This princess will give you two good things, Yin called when she saw two female office workers whispering in the distance. I have seen the princess. The two approached and said salute. Get up, Yin said. Look at it. Yin took a photo of the prism and placed her hand under the rainbow. Yeah, this. The two looked at the rainbow that appeared in surprise. How about it? Very good. I gave it to you. Then he gave the prism to two people. The two took over the prism in surprise. Princess Xi. The two saluted. Okay, go down. Yin waved the two of them down. After speaking, Yin turned and went back to the room to see Shang Wen doing sunglasses. But she suddenly remembered one thing. That is, though I saw the rainbow, but my younger siblings don't know yet. Oh, Yin suddenly felt that her decision just now was too rash. But the things have been sent out. Want to come back again? That is impossible. Forget it. Let the idiot make another one. After speaking, Yinu went back to the house. Have you done it yet? Yinu shouted loudly before entering the room. Finished one pair, the others are being done. Shang Wen is holding the lens for meticulous polishing. Polish the lenses of other glasses. Shang Wen is really hard to master. After all, it's not in this industry. Quickly, get it quickly. Let me see. Yin ran to Shang Wen's side as she said. Forget it. Find someone to do it according to the drawings. Shang Wen put down the lens in his hand, then picked up a pair of black ones. The lens is a round spectacle frame made of copper bars. The appearance is like the glasses worn by blind fortune tellers in the past. That's it. It's black. You didn't paint the bottom of the pot with black on it, did you? Yin was about to reach out to take it. You can see what the sunglasses look like. Suddenly put his hand back. The bottom of the pot is black. Iron powder is added in it. Copper powder is used as a wave-absorbing material. You don't wear it. I wear it. Said this. Shang Wen put the glasses on his face. Look. How? Shang Wen felt like a fortune teller on the street after putting on his sunglasses. Not so good. But let me see if your eyes are dark. Yin stretched out his arm and took off Shang Wen's sunglasses. Hey, your eyes are not dark. Let me try. Yin put on her sunglasses as she was learning Shang Wen. Why is it dark? It was fine just now. Yin said. Right. This is indoors. Go and take a look outside. As he said, Shang Wen took Yin and walked outside the house. How is it? Shang Wen asked. Yeah, not dazzling anymore. Hey, by the way, idiot, do you think I look good with sunglasses? Yin asked. Shang Wen hadn't noticed what Yin looked like after wearing sunglasses. Support to check it out in front of the mountain. The fair skin and the blackness of the sunglasses form a sharp symmetry. All kinds of sunglasses for Guazi face are suitable for Yinu. How is it? Talk to you. Yinu asked. Okay, great. What kind of sunglasses you wear will look good? Shang Wen nodded and said. Do you know what looks good? Look at you like that. Go, get the mirror, I want to see for myself. Yin ordered. Okay, I'll take the mirror, as he said. Shang Wen ran into the room to get the mirror. The mirror is here. Look at it yourself, Shang Wen said. In fact, the round black sunglasses seem to have been positioned in later generations. It always feels like a fortune teller. Yin is no exception. Yeah, it's okay. I just think the sunglasses are really not very good. They don't look good at all. Yin said dissatisfiedly. Shang Wen was speechless. Yin said while looking in the mirror, how many other styles do you make? Are there any other styles? I don't like the dark ones. Yin asked. Yes, both. There are also those that have changed. That is very advanced. Shang Wen took the words and said. Then what are you doing here? Go. Ying urged. Wait. I really don't know how to polish the lenses. We went to the streets to find someone to polish them. In addition, we redesigned the eye frame for you, Shang Wen said. Go. Ying hurriedly left. Shang Wen took all the finished lens materials. He got into the carriage and went to the glass factory. There are polishing lenses. In fact, the current glass factory is no longer a single glass factory. More and more people are entering the glass industry. Some manufacturers have begun to take the initiative to develop some special glass products, such as reading glasses. This is one of their achievements. In addition, there are a large number of lens processing on measuring instruments. Microscope provided to medical. There are many telescopes, military, engineering and astronomy. A large number of surveying and mapping requires a lot of compact surveying and mapping instruments. These glass factories began to become the prototype of some optical originals. The two found a glass factory opened by Zhao Guo for processing. Zhao Guo has been unable to satisfy his achievements in textiles. After making a lot of money, he began to invest in the manufacture of carriages, glass, furniture, and the production of watches. Shang Wen drew the figure. The technicians began to polish according to the graphics. Shang Wen also took out the materials for making spectacle frames to make spectacle frames. There are horns of copper wire. There is also steel. The difficulty of processing is all left to individual people to do. The two of them installed lenses while watching. Then put it on and have a look. This is good. Give this to me. Yina grabbed the brown sunglasses in Shang Wen's hand. How is it? I think this is a good job. The lenses are big. Yina said. Yeah, Shang Wen nodded. Yina wears a large-toed mirror, grey lens. Plus Yina is dressed in Jing-dry dress. Looks like a female gangster. That's how Shang Wen feels. Let's imagine. Yina wears a ponytail, wear a combat suit, holding an M60 machine gun in hand. Shang Wen couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Yinu asked. Nothing. Shang Wen quickly shut up. After Yingyu hummed, she began to try other sunglasses. Shang Wen watched the sunset outside the window. Sunglasses are not available today.